Through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light. I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Community Cup Season 3 of Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft and powered by, of course, Zotac Gaming and our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Aggressive, as we are back, this time with the lower bracket matches. I was about to say lower bracket final, but we're not there yet. It's the lower bracket matches today, the first set of which will be played between the four teams that are on your screens right now. Kid Esports versus Noakhailla and North Star versus GEE2 Esports. Aggressive. How do you feel about these matches we have in front of us?
Honestly, I'm really excited for the first one alone. Kira going up against Noakhailla is probably one of the most hyped ones that we would have in a while. But again, Noakhailla, their performances have been a bit lackluster. Their upper bracket run was completely cut short. And in my eyes, they just fell flat on their faces in more ways than one. The team just felt so disconnected and they just took a massive L out of absolutely nowhere. That's something that we did not expect against Water Boys initially because considering the names that Noakhailla had, they should have been able to take it all away. And then we look at Kira. They had a pretty good run. They pushed it all the way to the third map. They made the third map as close as possible, and they had fallen short a little bit. But again, you took that loss and you need to pick yourself back up from that loss and bring in something a little bit more different because now it's the lower brackets. Your backs are against the wall. There's no more second chance. And if you get knocked out here, instead of getting the 3,000 R6 credits that are at the top echelon, you're now stuck with only 600. So what do you want? Do you want to keep fighting or not?
Indeed, all of that is at stake, of course, along with your run at the tournament. Things that are to be noted for both of these rosters here today, folks, as Kid Esports and Noakhailla, they face the music. And can they truly stand up to it? We'll find out, but of course, or having a little oversee of the tournament that we have had so far. Community Cup Season 3 started with Qualifier 1 between the 4th and 7th August, and Qualifier 2, a 19th and 22nd August. Those were, of course, the days between which Qualifier 2 happened, and now we're in playoffs. Today is the 26th, so we are well within the proper playoffs time period, which started from the 24th, and the finals will be on the 31st of August. So plenty of Rainbow-Six-Siege that remains to be played for all of our viewers at home. We've got a fair few days worth of games left, folks, and this is exactly the prize pool that, of course, Aggressive was hinting towards. Today, we will determine the teams that will be taking up 7th and 8th place. The losers of the lower bracket final matches today will get 600 credits per player of each team, and the winners will go up to decide who will be 5th and 6th place, and then 3rd and 4th place, and then, of course, the top two on the grand finals on the 31st, fighting for 6,000 credits per player on each team. So that is quite a lot of credits to be fighting for. So that's something that all of our viewers, of course, and all of our players would love to keep in mind.
That's for certain. Again, the prize pool's there. That's a lot of motivation by itself. And hey, you're here not just to fight for that prize pool. You're not just here to fight for the skins that you can buy there. You're also fighting for the glory for your squad. So let's head on over towards the brackets and see exactly how the journey's been looking for the squads that are playing today for the lower brackets. Crouch Potatoes, though, again, they nearly did take it all away. Kira, they just fell short in more ways than one. They had a pretty strong run when it came down to their own qualifier stages. They got through qualifiers too pretty well. But at the end of the day, they just could not take down the dominant force that was Crouch Potatoes. But on the other side of the spectrum, Noakhailla, they also had the same issues, didn't they? Water Boys, they just completely broke everything that the members of Noakhailla had set up. There was absolutely no way that Noakhailla could even have an idea of what Water Boys was doing when it came down to their raw strategic prowess. But looking at the map beetle screen, I really hope that Noakhailla Warriors just have a little bit more of an opportunity to showcase themselves because they left a lot to be desired for. But for Kira, they tried their hardest, but their adaptations were a little bit too slow. So I'm really hoping they ironed out a couple of those problems to now perform to the best of their own capabilities. And as we are looking towards the maps, Oregon going up first, Chalet being a very standard pick for Noakhailla, and at the very end, it will be Villa. Interesting map pool, with Oregon, of course, being the staple for every single game of Siege at this point.
Yeah, pretty much any region, anywhere you look, Oregon is played to death and back. I would not be surprised if a couple seasons down the line, Oregon was actually removed from the pro pool of Siege just to spice
That
things
will
up
be
a little bit.
interesting.
That would be an interesting day, wouldn't it? Oregon and Clubhouse, they are played so much. I would say throw Villa in there as well. You know what? Get rid of the staples. Let's see if the other maps have something special to show us. Throw in some new ones, some of the ones that are getting reworked, maybe some of the newer maps as well. Imagine Favela and Emerald Plains in competitive. My goodness, those would be the days, wouldn't it? But anyhow,
Favelas.
mhm,
Oh god.
wishful thinking. Wishful thinking. But hey, wishful thinking aside, Oregon from Kita, Chalet from the Noakhailla Warriors. Of course, those who are playing in that Noakhailla roster know that there's a couple of players from MRCZ, maybe 4 players of MRCZ that are currently in the number of registered players. I think they have 7 or 8 players registered in that Noakhailla roster. 7 players, I think, total. So, a fair number of MRCZ players are in there. So they'll be borrowing heavily from the Mercenary strat book. And Mercenaries, well, they are a dominant force on Chalet. It's probably, and this is an arguable fact, arguable point. I'm not saying this is fact, but they are probably only second on Chalet behind, of course, Hunters LFO themselves. Some of them are part of the Waterboys team that Noakhailla fought and lost to not too long ago. Of course, we have the decider map, which is going to be Villa, another SA classic. And attacking first there is going to be Noakhailla, as you can see on your screens right now. Map selection along with who's attacking first is up. So Kira's map, Kira are attacking first, which means Noakhailla have opted for defense on Oregon, defense first specifically. Now, why that's interesting is because Oregon is a slightly defender-centered map, so you would think that they would like to take the advantage of it in the second half after having taken a few runs on the attack first. But no, Noakhailla is going for the safer bet. Chalet, however, it's a little bit more attacker sided. I think we've established that fact by
That's
now.
true.
And Noakhailla is going attack first because Kira Esports are defense first there. So they've decided for that late game play. So they're clearly seeing that Chalet is going to be a very difficult fight for them. But they have to win Oregon first to be able to at least have the security of, even if they lose Chalet, they can go to map 3 and really duke it out on what would then become, and this is our beloved colleague CCV's best words here, a glorified best of one. Exactly. There you go. We love when he says it, and we love to repeat it as well. It's nice. Of course, CCV is busy playing like other games constantly, if you've seen social media over the last couple of days. But hey, it is what it is. I can't blame him. When you get stuck to a game, you get stuck to a game. You just gotta get rid of that feeling first. Anyhow, going back to the match. Map 3 Villa, we'll get there when we get there, but it depends on how Oregon goes, because that second map, Chalet, I don't know, something tells me that Noakhailla will walk away with the win there, as close as it might be. So Oregon actually becomes very exciting for me, because if Noakhailla win Oregon, then the chances of Kira Esports bouncing back just became that much shorter.
That's for certain, because Oregon's one of those maps that really awards a team who have a strong foundation to play around with. This map has been played to death. You just said it yourself. After the rework, it just became an even bigger favorite. Originally, this map was a hit and miss in some cases, but now it's that staple that you really need to have a strong base at if you want to play competitive Siege. So in that sense, when your foundation as a team is strong, you're always going to perform on this particular map. But the real question is, who has the stronger foundation? It's a little bit rocky for both of these teams, considering what we have witnessed for them statistically throughout a couple of the runs that they had in the qualifier stages, and of course through their own couple of matches early on in the playoffs. So I'm gonna be a little bit susceptible to the way that they're gonna be playing, and I'm gonna be looking through a microscope in general to try and figure out what exactly the teams are doing wrong. Because in my eyes, I do believe that Kira, they just have a little bit more of a weaker base compared to Noakhailla, considering what their roster has been through, what their roster has done, plus the amount of players that they do have. We all know MRCZ, they're one of the best teams in the entire region. And when you have those players on your side to just completely push the roster together and finally form a strong base, then Kira, they have their odds stacked against them, because yeah, they have a lot of big names. They have a lot of players that can perform, but can they really work together? not from their past performances, but maybe in the lower brackets, they can pull off a miracle.
Who knows? I mean, Kira is no stranger to lower bracket runs. They've done it before. In fact, I
True.
think twice in the Pro Series, or at least in Pro Series Season 2, which is the one that I remember more prominently, they did have a bit of a lower bracket run. No, actually, I think they had an upper bracket run. It was the Mercenaries, yes, who had the lower bracket run. Kira was knocked into deciders by Hunter's LFO in the upper bracket final. So that's something to remember, folks. That upper bracket final, Kira was coasting until then, until a certain Hunter's LFO came and said, you know what? Nah, you're not having it. Not this time. I could be confusing it with the first Pro Series. It's not exactly clear in my head. I'll have to go back and revisit the VODs later on. But right now, basically, Kira has had good experiences in both upper bracket and lower bracket, so they can bring it back. The question is, are they going to be able to repeat it today, here and now, in the Community Cup? There is still a lot to fight for, of course, and there's a lot of bragging rights to fight for as well, along with the fact that the Community Cup will provide them a good amount of practice for the Pro Series, because there is a third Pro Series coming up, very, very soon. Keep an eye out on the socials and all that of the Esports Club for more info on that very shortly. But Pro Series 3 will require them to have leveled up a little bit, because they've finished third place twice now. And they would like to get into that top two. They've come close to breaking into it, but it's either been Hunter's LFO or Mercenaries to stop them in their tracks both times. And for once, I'm pretty sure the Kira Esports roster would love to get in to the top two and actually show the full potential of that team. And trust me, that team has a lot of potential. If last season's play from the team, from Kira Esports, as soon as a third joined the roster was any indication, they have a lot to show for, but they just haven't quite gotten there yet for whatever reason have we. So we'll be looking at Kira Esports with a lot of, a lot of expectancy, I think, is going to go into that watching and observing Kira Sports over the next few months. And of course, when the Nationals come around, when Kira Sports, if they have enough points to get in, which they probably do at this point, I'm not entirely certain, but when they get into the Nationals, then all eyes will truly be on them. I mean, we're all used to seeing the Hunters, we're all used to seeing, Mercenaries, we've seen them time and time again. But Kira Sports, who have pretty much been up there in the top three, yet never quite enough to get into the top two or win outright, they will have to prove themselves. The Nationals will be their proving ground alongside so many other teams. So it's going to be a big fight. That is for certain. But tonight's match, that is also going to be a big fight. That is also for certain. So to update our viewers on the match, the last time we saw, we are currently standing at, I think, 9 out of 10 players in the server. So as soon as we get the 10th player in, okay, looks like we've got all in. So outdated information, don't mind me, folks. Anyhow, we're going to be going straight into the match in just a short second here. We're not going to be keeping you waiting for longer, because all the pre-show, rambling, it's all taken care of. Without further ado, let's get straight into Map 1 Oregon, as Kira Esports will attack, Noakhailla will defend, and the first ban is about to get started.
This is where the real fun will start, ladies and gentlemen. And the bans, honestly, it's going to be standard. Let's not beat the dead horse here, Jack. We already know who's going to get banned out. Patcher, insta-ban. Get him out of here. We're not facing him. But the secondary attacker ban is where things could just get a little bit more interesting. We've seen Osa getting banned out quite often for Oregon because of how prominent her shields can be to just stop the defenders from even playing a lot of those aggressive angles. Or if you want to go in for holes, then you're just stuck behind one certain corner that you can't really push your way into, especially when the site is on the first floor. If they're playing first floor kitchen, then it's so difficult for the defenders to play a proper hole when there's an Osa on the other side. Could be a ban, or it could also be the Jackal to clear out lurks. Yeah, that's going to be a good pickup from Kira, but they are making their attacking side a little bit weaker, because the Jackal can just be such a massive thorn on the side of Noakhailla if they do have that early on. But they're thinking for the future. They're thinking for it early on. Perfectly done. Valkyrie standard, and of course, guessing a Mira.
Either a Mira or a Melusi, really. There's no two ways about it. Or maybe a Wamai if they're feeling a little adventurous, I guess. But yeah, like you said, no point beating around the bush when it comes to the bans on Oregon or the bans in what is called. Okay, Kite, okay. Interesting. They're going to leave. Yeah, they're gonna leave the meta in play. I mean, it was Noakhailla's ban, right? And Thatcher's already gone. So if you have Kaid in play, sure, Noakhailla will be vibing in the first half, but in the second half, when it's their attack, they will be the ones under pressure to get rid of those electric claws. So playing for the long game, I respect it. But the thing is, that leaves meta in play, and they know this. They will probably be just playing with the meta every now and again. We
Wait,
might see
warded?
the meta be brought into play. And yes, I see that pick, but no, there we go. The pick out is also going to be brought into play. Speaking of which, actually, let's have a look at the 10 players that are in the lobby for both rosters here today. From the side of Kid Esports, we've got Copy, Shrisha, Atharv, Flit, and Deathamer. And from the side of Noakhailla, we've got MI7, Taha, Poison, Nemesis, and Ayan. And of course, MI7's here today, Ion's here today, Taha and Poison, they played the last game for Noakhailla. Nemesis was there as well. And even Kid Esports, they brought in a Copy. They have Shrisha and Atharv and Deathamer and Flit. Copy, I think, is joining in today in place of the match. The other player that was playing yesterday, I forget their name, but they were there as well. Anyhow, folks, enough preamble. Rosters have been introduced. We're just waiting for the resummation of the timer, because it was paused. The pause has been asked for. I think Deathamer is having some technical issues right there. As soon as he's back, we'll get straight in to round number 1.
It's gonna get picked up though, and with the Kid Storm being the first initial side, kind of understandable why they did pick up the Oryx, because they want to have that early lurk presence over towards the ground floor if they really want to play it around like that. But they're deciding against it. Yeah, the Oryx does give you a lot of lurk potential, but if you don't really have a form of utility denial in the form of maybe a Jaeger or a Wamai, then yeah, you're kind of digging your own grave at that point now, aren't you? Because the sheer amount of utility that the attackers can go in from could be an issue. But, Jack, I've not seen this over the last 1 year of playing Siege. Well, not playing Siege, at least casting Siege in general. That Ashe has not been picked up at all that often, and that's understandable considering the sheer amount of nerfs that she had. Like, I understand why, but to see an Ashe all of a sudden,
I mean, it's Ashe is definitely having a little bit of a resurgence. You are correct in that observation there. Primarily, and this is what I think, right? But primarily because we know of the recall changes coming in the next season, right? Big sweeping changes across the board. Like 90% of the guns in Siege are getting higher recoil, less randomized patterns, but higher recoil nonetheless. So things that players will have to adjust for. And according to players who have played the test server, the R4C, Ashe's what used to be her main gun before the recoil on that got jacked up to, well, heaven and back, the R4C is getting a recoil reduction just a little bit. It's still a little bit unruly to control. It takes a second to get used to, but it's not back to what it used to be, right? It's not the laser that it once was, but it is a good gun again, a better gun, I should say. And I think that's why. Yeah, and on top of that, Zophia's LMGE is going to receive a massive recoil nerf, right, in the next season. All LMGs, in fact. Well, the LMGs of Fink and Zofia, to be more specific, are going to be given a ton more recoil. They're going to be much better at close range, but if you're using the LMG on Finka and Zofia in the next season, you're going to run out of mousepad space, apparently, according to a friend of mine who plays on relatively low sensitivity and DPI as well. So yeah, low sense players are going to be having a little bit of a harder time adjusting, myself included. So this should be an interesting patch, I think. A few in-game sense settings will definitely be changed, this and that. Things will be happening here and there. And it'll be a couple of interesting weeks as players get used to the new recoil. But yes, Zofia will be going back to her AR, which is also the recoil on that is being reduced slightly. Ashe's recoil is being reduced slightly. And I think we're headed back to a more breach-heavy, attacker meta, which is what it used to be before we got the whole grenades and this and that and all the utility. So Ashe coming back makes sense in that regard. Dokkaebi, of course, for information tracking. I mean, Dokkaebi and the new operator Grim, that's going to be a strong combo, I feel like. Think of it like this. Dokkaebi can track you by causing auditory noise from the defender phones. Grim can put out a swarm of bees, actively tracking your position within a given area. Lion can stop you from moving with his E1D scans, and then Jackal can track your footprints. those four together, I don't know. I feel like there's going to be a little bit of Operation Chimera at play. Add a Blitz onto that, and my goodness, that's going to be an insane meta.
Dude, that is just a complete and utter throwback to what Siege was back on year 2. I still remember year 2 Lion, man. Oh,
Yeah,
those were the
Chimera
days.
Yeah,
Those were
Chimera
the
was
days.
something else. Yeah, I remember like it got so bad with the Lion comp that they had to, if I recall correctly, yeah, they put Lion in competitive quarantine for a few months, and like sure that helped the competitive scene of Siege a lot, but ranked was just infested with Lion players, you know, and Lion stacks. It was at first it was fun, and then it kind of got annoying because we were forced to play mute on defense, and you could not bring mute because mute was Lion's only hard counter, and you had to anchor in the side just waiting for them to shoot you like fish in a barrel. It was wild times, I'll tell you what. But anyhow, we're still waiting for the ready confirmation
Feel
to come
old
from
now.
Kira Esports. Still waiting for the ready though from Kira. As soon as we get that, we will go right into the game. Again, apologies for the delay, folks. Not entirely sure what's going on with Deathamer. Hopefully they're back soon, whatever issues they're having, and we'll get right into the game.
Just have to wait and see how all of this pans out for the teams. But again, the next patch really will shape up the entirety of the Siege scene in a completely different light. But for now, this Community Cup will be played on this patch, but the next Invitational, you never really know. The next tournament is where the real fun will start to arise because a lot of metas will get shifted. A lot more diverse compositions will be played out. So in that sense, chat, at the end of the day, I'm expecting a little bit more of switch up from the meta already, because a lot of the teams, I've seen this before, they start to prepare for the next patch right before it comes out, because you have a couple of the strong pickups like the Finka. That's going to be the staple, of course, but other than that, a lot more of the other characters will start to see a lot more play. The primary reason why we don't see a lot more of the other characters is because the current ones overshadow them. The other characters are not really that bad. The operators can still find a lot of value. They can be very useful for certain scenarios, but why would you pick them over their counterparts?
It's kind of like the whole debate about whether you should get Nomad or you should get I forgot her name. What was the operator with the track stingers? Gridlock. Yes.
Gridlock. Yeah.
That's the whole debate, right? Should you pick Nomad or Gridlock? Most people just go for Nomad because primarily Gridlock's F90 is decent, but compared to Nomad's ARX or AK, it just doesn't quite stand up the same way. And Nomad's air jabs cover a good area, have a louder auditory ping that you can work off of and actually stop defenders, right? Whereas with Gridlock's track stingers, you can shoot them away. Sure, that's an auditory ping as well, but it doesn't actively harm the defenders or stop them unless they step on it, right? And with Nomad, with Gridlock, she's very good in post-plant. I will give you that. But here's the thing, Nomad has flashbangs, which instantly elevate her in terms of utility denial and usage. So that's many things that Nomad has that Gridlock doesn't. So Gridlock getting, actually one of the other changes, right? She's getting the impact EMPs that a lot of attackers are getting. So that'll help her become a bit more of a breach support and flank watch, similar to Nomad, but Nomad will be more utility clearance. So they're defining the roles that these two operators have. And these kinds of changes are always really nice. However, Blackbeard getting impact nades, impact EMP nades? No. I thoroughly disagree with that one.
No, that's just PTSD. Do you remember what old Blackbeard was like?
Don't remind me.
That one shit. Okay. That old Blackbeard was like that. Whatever you call that name, that's what happens to me every single time. That shield was impenetrable at like what, 8,000 HP?
800, yeah. Like at the beginning it was, yeah.
Feels like 8,000. Feels like 8,000.
I mean, it might as well have been. It was unbreakable in like the pre-alpha, in like the pre-game betas, I believe. But anyhow, let's go back into the game, folks. We haven't been talking about the match at all. We've got a couple kills going off already. MI7, Turv and Deathamer are already down. MI7 gets those. Taha was the only defender to go down in the meanwhile, as Noakhailla have lost one. But Shisha has got to watch for the runouts. No, there comes the Nizami Kiva barrier. And that's going to stop that window from being a line of sight for the attackers.
But wait, isn't there a small window for the Azami to even go in for a peek? But nope, Flit's not gonna give that one away. Mizam's gonna get caught out for this one, and no one's gonna be able to clear him out. The Dokubi's gonna be causing even more problems over from the sidelines, and Flit, he needs to completely clear out the bottom end. He still has a grenade to play around with though, and will have the timing for it. That's gonna be the first. New jammers have been completely destroyed, and now the Thermite can finally go to work. That's the play that they want. They can open up the bedroom wall, and with this timing, they need to work their way up. They have the bedroom control, but at the end of the day, they're not really pushing up that far in. And look at the Azami just being an absolute nuisance, putting up those barriers. They can't even go in for proper pushes. And Ion, beautiful shot, catches out Flit, trying to go in for an over-aggressive peek to maybe open things up, but it's just not going to happen. Noakhailla, they have the full side under lockdown, and with the shield in place as well, where do you want to go? The attackers, they're just stuck.
Stuck is pretty much the exact word that you should be using to describe this, because those Cuba barriers are literally like doors that won't open. They are effectively new soft walls that came out of nowhere. But she's just got the flashbangs ready to go into Attic. Can't throw them just yet. One more gas canister from the smoke. Smoke's just such a useful operator right there. Copy. Flashbang, flashbang. Is that going to weed out the smoke? No, because the shield is still there. The smoke can just sit behind that shield, and he's got a cross that's being watched from the dorm side. So there's not much that even Shisha can do, and there you go. Nemesis and Aeon will get the final two on their push-in, and that's going to be round one going to Noakhailla.
Yeah, that's just clean in every way, shape, and form. There's no way they could even take the entry, but the Azabi was such an annoyance. Just imagine, you worked so hard, you broke the new jammers, you opened up the wall with the exothermic charge, and 2 seconds later, there's like two walls which just came out of nowhere from a kunai. And then you're sitting there being like, am I a joke to you? Like, I worked so hard for this, and you just used one ability and just denied me the entry completely. And they had to use 6 flashes to make sure the smoke doesn't peak.
Yeah.
And they still couldn't get anything out of it.
Yep. That's what happens when, the crosses are being watched, as it were. So, yeah, just good holds overall, right, from Noakhailla. Good use of utility and good presence of mind to be able to do the things that they needed to do and get the round in their favor. So now they're going to be looking for a potential run-out, maybe even. We've got the Warden pick in play from MI7. I think that's a response to the number of flashbangs we saw. But mind you, wait. This is a shield that's being used by MI7. You have Poison, who's actually going to go for the run-out. Okay. Now, Shisha has brought the Capitao, so this is a nice pick regardless, right? Warden can use the glasses through Capitao's smoke. So that's a good thing.
Expecting this? Like,
Maybe.
did they actually counter-strike each other for these plays? There's a Capitao?
They might actually just have, I would not be surprised. They've also got a Pulse as well, so they're clearly playing the information game, given the lack of a Valkyrie here. They've also got, of course, the Banshees of the Melusi. That's Taha right there. And, of course, you have the Mira, the one that we were all expecting to be brought out as well. So, no surprises there.
Very unconventional.
But yes, yeah, I gotta agree with that. Warden and Pulse, you don't see these operators on Basement Laundry.
How?
Let's see if they can
never
pull it off,
see
though.
these. You never see these. That's what's the
Yeah.
most surprising factor of all of this.
Yep. Well, we'll have to wait and see if they can actually pull this off, though. MI7's really jumpy right about now, going outside every doorway that he can possibly go through. Try and find a kill or two, but nobody seems to be taking the bait here, and it seems like Noakhailla will simply have to come back to side. There is a freezer push. Yes, Nemesis. Repeat this. Shotgun in hand. No. He just misses those shots. A little bit more. The 10-14. It's not exactly the best when it comes to range.
What?
But he gets. What do you mean a turf? Come on.
I'm confused. Okay, maybe he's gonna get another kill out of this. Oh!
Nah, his health was too low. Yeah.
I am so confused. What just happened there? There was no reason for them to get any of this. Flashbangs are going to come in, but it's not going to get affected. They're just going to hold down the mirror window for as long as they possibly can. But again, it's all about the hold. It's all about the timing. How long can they hold this one down? Noakhailla, they're already down one man. So they just need to anchor towards the side, and the anchor is going to be beautiful. That's going to be Iron with the first. They're looking for even more. Nothing breaks out. But the pre-fires need to be perfect. The rotations come in the worst possible time. How long can they hold this one down? That's going to be the first freezer kill. That's going to be the secondary. And now Deathamar, he has absolutely nothing. He's going to get shut down in 3, 2, 1. That's the kill that they want. And Noakhailla, they have the hold under wraps. And again, it really came down to the 1v3, 3 versus 4 situation. As soon as the 3-man hold comes in from Noakhailla, the members of Kira, they just don't know how to enter the site. And again, they're playing the clock down way too much.
Absolutely, absolutely.
They have zero control over any part of the map. They only had freezer. No one was playing from the front entrance for the basement. Like, no one came in from construction. What's the game plan there? Either you go in for a pincer strat, or you take second floor control, maybe with a Habana, and try to open up the hatches. But they did none of that. They all funneled in through freezer.
Yeah, it was a weird strategy. Like 100%. It's like you don't expect them to play like that, right?
And then white stairs. Sorry,
and then white,
stairs.
like
Basement
front stairs, right? Laundry stairs, yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody came down tower stairs. Nobody even tried. Nobody tried for blue. I think they got the ping right that somebody was trying to run out from blue, so they decided, you know what? Let's not take that fight. It's a Wamai, it's a Warden. They'll counter us. They probably are expecting this, so let's not do that, right? Shrisha bringing the Ying, I like that for this round. Might be useful, especially because it's meeting. Lots of areas that need to be covered by those Ying flashbangs and Candelas, and we'll get to that in just a second. But that's the thing, right? You had those ideas that Kira had, but they just kind of didn't form them into a cohesive push plan. They just went in a couple of directions, and that was really it. Now, Mirjammer being put down by, of course, Nemesis. It should be spotted and taken care of by the Twitch in just a second here. Tower will be the place that it seems Kid Esports are intent on taking right now. But they will have to go and do a bit of roam clear on second floor, I think, because you have the castle, you have this half reinforcement, half line of sight sort of deal that's going on. Poison taking so much damage because there's players in tower, but they've extended into tower. Nemesis. Oh, this could be big. Sees the Twitch, but no! Over peaks just a little bit, and the Thurv is ready for the punish. A big kill, as that is your mute taken care of.
Ayan, he's also stuck in a pretty bad spot. Nemesis, too much over-aggression can really be your downfall, but still, Taha and the others, they're still very much alive to cause a lot of damage and be a nuisance, especially when they have the alibi in check. That's a lot of information that you can play around with. One small misplay coming in from Kira, and their entire strategy just falls apart. But still, you have a massive man disadvantage, and Poison's on like 1 HP. They need a game plan to play this one out. No one is anchoring side of the side pretty much, other than Poison, who has to hold with his buddies. Oh, the timing is just not there. Kopi's going to be able to find a free shot, and that's going to be the play that they need. Side's going to be held down only by Taha, mind you. So if Taha misses a shot, that's going to be a bad thing, but he now has a diffuser. That's perfect for them.
Yep, that definitely seems like something that would be helping them a lot. Verticality is being used right now. Taha, pressure from vertical, pressure from horizontal. Shrisha finding Ayan, and now that actually only just leaves MI7 standing. He's going to have to make something off of this. It's a 1v4 for the castle, as the ace of the attack has been taken care of. In the meanwhile, never mind. Can't help it this time, as the kill will be secured nonetheless. Interesting kill cam right there. So, Kid Esports put a round on board for themselves, and I feel like Noakhailla were definitely more feeling more like, yeah, we can let go of one round against these guys. It's fine. You know, meeting probably wasn't their strongest suit. Either that, or they expected Kira to once again be scattered, spread thin, and they stratted accordingly. That was not to be. Kid Esports just played tower. They literally just played tower. It was a one-dimensional push, but it worked out. So they'll be going now 1-2 down still. They have to equalize, but will they be able to as they go into attack once again on second floor dorms?
Plus, it did really feel like the members of Noakhailla, they made sightlines that really didn't favor them on the defense as much. And a lot of the sightlines that they made just worked against them.
Yeah.
Questionable in some cases, but hey, I understood the idea. Just as you said, Noakhailla, they just did not favor that site for themselves. Here, they're now back on the side of bedroom, so a lot more comfortable for them to hold. The crossfires will be a lot more pronounced. So let's see how Kira have the adaptation for this play. They have an idea of where the defenders like to play this time around, so maybe their next push will be a lot better.
We'll have to wait and see about this next push, though. They might have a good idea on hand, they might not. Really depends on what their attacker composition is. They brought in the Flores, interestingly enough. So
Second
those are
floor Flores. Okay, maybe for the smoke, just waiting on at it.
for the shields and all that, right? You also have
Yeah.
the Flores with the flashbang, so ADSs will be taken care of. What they need, though, is someone to take care of the meat jammers, and that is what the Sledges, Grenades, and Finka are going to be here for. They're going to be shooting from below, using grenades, so on and so forth, taking care of those meat jammers in those important positions. But first of all, they got to figure out why Copy's drone, as it was going into Armory Corridor, was shot. Somebody was probably playing Trophy, and maybe they might have been, but they are not anymore. The attackers are coming closer and closer to the breach. They're trying to get that done as quickly as possible, give themselves that kind of room. But again, the Azami's Kiba barriers, that's going to be a big thing to worry about.
This could be that Taha nearly caught out a player who was trying to be over aggressive on the peak, and now the bottom side of the lurks are going to come through. This has to be a very smart play coming out from them, because as soon as those mute jammers get broken down, the Termite's gonna come in to play. But nope, it's not gonna work. Such a beautiful impact trick. That's gonna be one of the Termite charges down. They're looking for one more, and Copy is gonna be able to open up the entire wall. There's no more impacts to try and get a hold of. Nemesis gets lit up like the night sky. Still survives. The Thunderbird heals coming in clutch. They have the timing. They have everything under wraps. The floor is trying to clear out even more of the shields as quickly as they possibly can. But the Azami, such a massive nuisance. They can't really do much against it. But at the end of the day, Flit with the LMG just comes in strong with the first kill. That's all that they need. Taha! No, it's not the shots. Taha, you need to fight this.
He might he's crossed into a corner angle that I don't think Flit saw him go to, but it doesn't matter. Nemesis and Poison have taken Trisha and a Turf down. That's very quick. Here comes the Sledge, only to be refragged immediately inside of the site. Where is the Finka? Retreated back upstairs, trying to go for the breach. This could be huge. Taha can use the breach and the bottom angle now against the attackers, but he chooses not to. I think he's going to go up from one of the stairs. He's still playing below. He wants to be one of those players who can pull off a very important late flank. That's understandable. Grenade from Flit, though. This could be huge. No,
nice.
Magnet, it's right there. As the flashes come out, and so do the smokes. Taha is a little flashed, unfortunately, but he should be able to make this work nonetheless. There comes the Thunderbird with two.
Nice shots.
Beautiful turnaround, and the kill confirmation on both of them. Guess the Finka immediately looks towards Foosball and Breach to get the final kill as well. Once again, Dorms a very good hold, and they were more than okay with losing those two bodies. Noakhailla, clearly, because they are now 3-1 up on the defense first half of round 5.
That was a little bit too close for comfort, Taha. That was such an important shot for you to hit. I honestly thought as soon as he missed that shot, it was all but over. I was expecting a turnaround and a complete another 180 headshot, but that just did not happen. Taha staying alive and then pushing in from Moisters was the best thing that could have happened for them to try and go for a proper hold. So at the end of the day, Kira, now it's their turn to adapt. Where are the adaptations? They made a pretty good choice, though, picking up the Flores to break through a lot of the Azami utility and also to try and break through the shield. But the thing is, there's not really much that is allowing those drones to push their way in properly. Again and again, we do see these mute jammers placed all throughout the entirety of bedroom, just being a nuisance. The Flores really won't get a lot of value at all because the mute jammers are always omnipresent inside of the site that you're trying to push. The idea was there, but again, the execution just fell flat on its face once more.
Yeah, that definitely seemed to have been the case. The execution just, it wasn't there, right? From the side of Kira Esports, they got the breach done. They played against the Kiba barriers a little bit better, arguably speaking. But once that Kiba barrier on the breach went off, and this is now 2 for 2 rounds that Noakhailla have won. Azami barriers on the breach just seem to shut them down completely, and they have to figure out how to get around it because they've already used up their Gon 6. They've used up most of their grenades, and they don't really have destructible utility left, so they have to go and melee those barriers to get them out. But the problem is there's always someone watching. The foot angle, the head angle, you are exposed as soon as you try to go and take care of those Kibas, so there's really no way to try and take it out. So it's such a good tactic and just well played indeed. So Mozzie in play, Taha definitely protecting second floor roam clear. Oh, he might actually get one. There's an Iana here. What are you even doing?
Wait, he didn't even drone or anything. He just tried to jump straight in.
I think the drone went towards kitchen side, right? Oh, we couldn't get the second one though. Flit does get the refrag. Okay, nice shot there. Now we see some droning, but a third, definitely a lack of intel on white stairs. Should have probably used, the Iana Gemini something, nothing. So 2 kills to start off the round.
Slightly questionable when the play came in, but again, the drone's gonna completely clear out the second floor, so that's perfect for them. They now have a little bit of a sideline to work with. The lurker has been cleared, so at the end of the day, how will this play come in? Flit, expecting a push to come in from tower. That is very unnatural, but I like the idea that they're going for Nemesis, getting so much information on the top of this one. Though the heartbeat sensor doing work, because now they have some information that they're going for a slow play from the side of tower. So at this stage, what's the game plan here? They have a lot of sidelines to play around with, and Poison understanding that immediately dips out. He knows he needs to play much more towards the side of Laundry Stairs and of course Freezer. This is the same strat all over again. They have the hatches to play around with, but even with the hatch control, they're not able to do as much!
Okay, that was entirely uncooked, so the Warden could get away with his life intact.
What?
Oh!
Shrisha just... Oh yeah.
Nah, that's a good night and a half right there, that shot. Beautifully done, MI7. Shield gone, doesn't matter. I've got a soft wall. That's enough protection for me. He's also trying to get the Hibana on a main Laundry Stairs. Not gonna happen just yet. Ayan goes down in the meanwhile. That's Flit from Freezer. A kill has been taken in return. And that player, that Twitch, is definitely doing work right now. Finds MI7, finds another one. He's on for the ace. This could be it, because it's a shotgun at that range. It won't work. Flit with the ace will give them basement laundry and keep Kira Esports from losing too many rounds in the first half.
Single player just went absolutely ham. Things did not pan out the way that the members of Noakhailla were hoping for. Again, you have to give it to Kira. That individual performance coming in from Flit was incredible. But again, they need something more. We talk about this all the time. A player of their caliber will always have a pop-off moment. You can expect an ace to come on from superstars like Flit, MI7, and all of the others. But at the end of the day, that one player is not going to carry you through the entire game now, is he?
I mean, yeah,
there needs to be other people who can come on top. There needs to be strategies that give you that advantage. But if we don't see that from Kira on this round in particular, things could be a lot more difficult. Flit had the game of his life. Like, that round was his, and no one could touch him. But is it going to be the same here? Not exactly. Not against the members of Noakhailla, considering how they held basement on the last couple of rounds. Like, that last one was just a complete and utter push from them. Stuff happens. And Kira, they were able to capitalize.
All right then. So, will Kira Esports be able to capitalize on yet another round here? Can they make it 3-3? Go into the defensive half with effectively a fresh reset of the round count. They might just be able to. And if they're able to do that, then my goodness, we have a map on our hands, folks. A big map that is. Ayan, of course, don't mind the damage he's taking right now. He's the Oryx, and dashing through walls deals 5 HP's worth of damage every time he does it. There you go. That is a lot of HP loss, but they have the Thunderbird, so MI7, he's got those Kona stations or health stations or doctor corners, whatever you want to call them, that the Oryx can just go back to and get himself healed back up. That's exactly what will happen in just a second. But Taha's taking damage, and it seems like it's Flit once again dealing that early bit. The Twitch, just such a nuisance as it were for these players. But the Mozzie has escaped all the way towards tower thanks to the rotates Oryx has made. And they're just going to play it a little bit. No, actually, maybe. There's somebody above tower. You can see the shadow. That's Nemesis. Ion's here as well. Okay, I'm slowly starting to disagree with this. I don't think this is a good idea, but they might actually be able
noise.
to...
Don't make
Dokkaebi.
noise.
The
They're
Dokkaebi.
running. Oh, that's it. Goodbye.
The Finka's gonna get him. The Finka's gonna get him. No!
Wait, no! You want the LMG5? What?
Okay, LMG loses and Nemesis is actually going to get away with that. But he's got to be careful going down because there's players all over the map right now. Flit once again, and the Oryx is now distracted. He's not watching behind him, and here's the Thermite on the crawl up. 2 players, and that is going to be another couple of players taken care of. It's a 3-2 situation right now as GeeTwo Esports have the man count. They had the man count advantage. I need to correct myself. These guys never let me finish my sentences.
They're professional players for a reason. And again, that is where the real fun begins for them. They have a couple of the breaches opened up. And with this, they're gonna be able to just survive for a little while longer on this end. With this, the timing needs to be perfect for this. They have the hold up, but Poison may be biting for a bit more than you can chew here, buddy. You need to be careful about this one. Pre-fires are a couple, and now they're just gonna need to hold.
All they gotta do is hold this down, hold down the fort against this impending attack that is gonna be coming their way. Taha.
Oh,
damages
no.
up the Thermite. C4's out. This could be big. No, it's been shot out of midair. Another C4 goes out.
Wait, they get it.
That's Diffuser. That's Diffuser. That is big. They
Don't
can
peek,
afford
don't
to play
peek.
a little bit aggressively now. Taha just safe here by this breach. And
Oh,
he
what a
finds
shot.
the head. Deathamer's gone. It's all up to Shrisha. Gets one, but can he get the others?
Oh, what is it?
Poison, hide! All he has to do is sit still. The Dokkaebi has to come out.
Oh my god!
Oh, so close! It was a millisecond, a hair's breadth here or there, and that would have been around going either way. It was that close. But the SMG-12, I think that's what really did him in there. The SMG-12 is such an unruly gun, even at short ranges. Oh, such a close round. 4-2. Noakhailla barely avoiding collapse and keeping their lead as they go into the second half. Attack.
Sets. Okay. We're actually gonna be seeing a sense here
Attackers need to locate
Oh.
on this map.
Okay.
Wait.
Poison. Okay,
On
I see.
Oregon, a sense?
Nah, okay, no. The switch out has happened. It's the
Yeah,
Never
like
mind.
he was just debating
We got
both
mixed.
of us.
We got mixed.
Like, oh hell no! If Sense came out on this map, I would be like, wait, I need to relearn Siege at that stage.
Yeah, we're not really used to be Sense being brought out because Sense is banned. Not banned. I'm sorry for saying that, but Sense is like not played, right? You'd think that they'd have had a very big impact on Siege, but nope. Sense.
Strong on Villa.
It should be, yeah, it should be strong in concept, right? Cuts off line of sight entirely. You don't know what's going on. But the thing is, Warden is a direct counter to Sense. So anytime anybody expects you to bring out a Sense, just have a Warden, right? But jokes aside, you can, shoot. You can shoot out the thing while it's rolling. The projector, right? RU projector. Yeah, you can shoot it out while it's rolling. You can explode it. You can just. It has so many counters. Mute jammers, Wamai magnets, ADSs. It's not really as viable as Azami because Azami is just a kunai knife and basically an impenetrable barrier, whereas Sense is just a hologram. You can still shoot through it, which is probably its biggest downfall. But anyhow, no Sense, so no point discussing the topic right now. Armory will be, jumped into nice and quickly. There's a player down below, Nemesis.
There's two.
Oh, there is two actually. One's towards kitchen. The Jaeger has been spotted, but no damage done to a Turv yet, and looks like he's going to disengage. Yes, indeed. Head off towards Shaw's corridor. No, he's just playing around here. Shaw's corridor, White Stairs. He's got the Thorn for support as well. And I think I see a alibi, or whoever that is, towards tower bottom stairs as, Flit has taken a ton of damage in the meanwhile. Poison shooting through the big window. Nearly got him as well, but the Melusi gets away with just a scrape of her life remaining.
Nemesis finally got that kill that he was waiting for. And that's the Jaeger going down early. That's a pretty big gun hit. Poison catches out Flint. And you're gonna love it when you see it, man. Poison, he rappelled up, got the perfect off angle, and he was able to shut down Flit. He was not expecting such a play to happen to him. And now with the Yang Candelas, that's going to be another opening. But B7? I thought he was going to die right there, but he survives through it all. Taha's going to be able to shut down another, and they have the entirety of the site for themselves. Smokes come out, and now there comes the push. The Candela straight to the face, and Srisha. Goodbye, good night, sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Because Me7, he's going to be right in the back for the final blow. Nicely done.
Nicely done indeed. A very good attack, in fact. Actually showing Kid Esports how you should attack second floor master bedroom, or actually dorms room. Master bedroom is not the site in this map. Most of the sites, any bedroom site is like gym and bedroom or on Clubhouse, right? Or villa, I think it is called master bedroom, but that's not one of the sites either. It's an adjacent room. So I'm used to saying master bedroom a lot, but on Oregon, it's not even called that. It's just called bedroom and dorms, right? Fun facts for like just, you know, Siege trivia for trivia night, if anybody even goes to trivia night anymore. I remember that used to be a thing. But despite
Old
you know,
days
yeah,
of
man.
our Jack being a boomer.
I mean, I turned 24 this month, so I might as well be at this point, right? I'm like 6 years away from being 30. I'm a boomer for all intents and purposes, folks.
Hey, you're old physically, but you're a zoomer at heart. We all know.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I don't know. Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? I'm so confused these days. Like I'm lost, man. I'm lost.
Listen. TikTok culture is very difficult to follow. We don't.
No,
know.
that it is. Yeah, no, that is. I agree. I fully agree.
5 seconds left before insertion.
But then again, what's not going to be hard to follow is the fact that Noakhailla, they have a stronghold on their own attacking side. They have a good idea of what they really want to do. And because of the planning that they have, they're able to take full control of the map away from Kira Esports, and they're playing to perfection. There is not a single situation that we saw Noakhailla not be in control when it came down to this attack. And again, this is happening every single time. Look at the level of control. One on the top, one on the bottom. The raffle sounds came in. Death Amar's like, oh, I'm just going to run away, but no. The window at the bottom is going to be completely open. Ooh. There comes a run out, and ooh, Flit. All right, catches Nemesis with his pants down. That's a good shot. 4v4 on the map. The trades were going to be coming in strong, and because they took down the Finker early, no more down searches, no more instant pickups if you get down. How do you want to play this year, buddy? Because Noakhailla, you're in a tough spot.
Very tough indeed. No Finka means they'll have to play the round like Siege used to be played, without being healed and overhealed all the time. Kind of reminds you of Doc mains, doesn't it? Doc mains who go out and spawn pick, use all 3 stims on themselves as well. But
still a Doc main, I don't care.
Still But anyhow, jokes aside, Srisha, interestingly enough, right by the bottom White Stairs door, he's got a third on the top of White Stairs door as well. So White Stairs is pretty much a stronghold right now. Noakhailla probably isn't even going to try this. But Flit, this is an interesting thing they're trying here. Just a full-on vertical peak on this main window. Not vertical in the sense that they're first floor. No, they're just prone next to the window. Probably expecting the Ying to play, but if the Candela lands right at the the foot of the window, I don't think Flit's gonna be able to get away from that. So yeah, they've realized it, and they're just gonna fall back. A turf coming back up the White Stairs once again. And there we go. Candelas are out. At least the first one came out. Ying still has 3 more. Poison can use them whenever they want. And that is the big thing here. Those Candelas are a big part of... Ooh. Oh, okay, never mind. If we're going to hemorrhage bodies like this, then I don't think it's going to work out. Oh, but good claim.
That works.
Yep. Taha gets 1 back. Even... Yeah, he's actually alive. I was going to say from the other side of the grave, but not quite. Okay. Attic push. Yep, Poison's going to go straight in. ADS will slow him down with the Banshee as well. And there's the shotgun not being watched this angle. Taha gets the kill nonetheless, but it's a 1v2 at 25 remaining. It's going to be difficult to say the least.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to make his way out unless he has the perfect read and the perfect shots. Yep, that's the shield. That's going to give away his position, and he's just stuck. He has nothing for himself. He doesn't even have his gadget to try and maybe go in for a proper entry. Timing's not in his favor. He needs to just run on in, maybe go in for a kill. Doesn't really happen. It's way better when it comes down to the shots. So much information to be gained because of that 1 shield that you're just done. There's nothing that you can do to live through that. That's a catch for them. And Kira, good at adaptation. They take the early fights, and even though Noakhailla, they had the first initial pick, Flit, man. He's just such a massive nuisance if he stays alive for the entire round. There's no way you can get away from him.
Flit is just an absolute monster. I think we can all agree on that right now. The way that they've played, the way that they have, overall their presence on the map, Flit is just a fantastic player. No two ways about it. And we're seeing the full effect of that in this game here, as they are currently, where's Flit? Yeah, 12-5 in 9 rounds so far. Pretty good. I'm pretty sure the KOST has been relatively high as well so far because of the fact that they were, playing Twitch, and a couple of times I think we saw Flit on Finca. So good operators who can support as well as frag out of their minds, and now on the Alibi as well. So it should be a good overall presence from that player. But look at the rest of Kid Esports. Deathamer is 5'6", Aturv is 3'7", Shisha is 4'5", Copy is 3'7". Not exactly the best time in the world, especially for Aturv and Copy. They've had pretty quiet maps so far. And sure, while they've been playing mostly support operators, you gotta step up at some point, especially when your team needs it. Now, that's interesting. Round start Lion EE1D scan. I thought that was only confined to the, the trenches of Siege ranked, but no, this is it's a thing that happens here as well. One scan used up, Lion has 2 remaining. That's poison right there with that operator. Nemesis on the Finca. Nemesis actually taking a ton of damage on tower. That's a Tachanka. Why is there Tachanka?
There's a Tachanka? Wait, I did not notice that when it came down to the selection.
Why was Tachanka even peeking tower? Damage
He's
done,
a chunky boy.
That he is. I'll give him that. But Flit, 13-5 now as he takes down MI7.
1-for-1 trade, and here's Zofia getting shut down that early on before the utility can even be used. Yeah, that's a hit that's gonna be a pretty tough position. The defenders, they probably heard that one. That's gonna be a complete another push. They just need to hold down the timings, but again, they're not being over-aggressive whatsoever. Completely running its way down towards the basement sideline. They're not gonna go in for that much of an immediate push. Daha, he needs to get in position with his buddies. Nemesis, the drone spots out the first initial player. That's going to be a push out from one end, but you have to be wary of basement. That's a play that you need to make. The Lion just being an absolute nuisance to try and stop the players from rotating too far out. Poisoned with a couple of the shots. They know his general position. They just need to find this frag, and if they're able to get this kill, that's a lot of map control being given away, and they find it. That's Deathamar and Nemesis. He gets a perfect amount of map control that they need. Completely the first floor is now theirs. Now is the time they crunch their way in towards the base.
Get the sights opened, get the hatches, opened up. The Finca has used up all of her adrenaline surges, mind you, so this is all going to come down to, of course, map control and gun skill. And looks like it's going to be from the back, as Nemesis is going to take down Shrisha as well. Another big drop. No one's on Freezer. They're all coming from the tower side. Flit takes down Nemesis, mind you. However, Copy is on the floor. It's all on Flit. 1v3, effectively laying a 1v4 from the back. Tried to get the line, couldn't quite get the shots in. And now their position is given away, and it's a trade. It's a trade with Ayan. Unfortunate, because that's the worst possible time to have a trade of kills, because the last defender went down and the round went the way of Noakhailla. Match point! Noakhailla looking to take map number 1 in a quick fashion. Well, I say quick, in strong fashion should be what is the proper way to describe it. 6-3. Kid Esports. How do you respond here?
Heroes in the worst place that they could be in. And again, Warden's getting picked up. I am very surprised that Warden's getting this much play. Why exactly? Like, yeah, I'm not that well versed when it comes down to the strategies of Siege, but Warden on the basement hold for Oregon?
It's not exactly unheard of, but I think the main reason for it all is they're seeing the sheer number of flashbangs, right, that are being thrown from the attackers. Add to that, we've seen a Ying a couple of times. Lion will have flashbangs. Hibana will have flashbangs. Buck, MI7 will have flashbangs. Okay, so Nomad's being brought into play. So that's actually confirmed flashbangs, now that I think about it. Because Nomad, nobody really plays the breach charges with Nomad. all about the
Attackers must
Nomads.
locate and defuse a bomb.
Excuse me, right there. The Nomad air jabs and the flash. There you go. Okay, Flores with the claymores though, and Buck is actually using secondary heartbeat, so not that many claymores. So they saw the warden and they thought, okay, might not be a good idea to actually bring that many flashbangs, so let's not. And that's where the changes happened. You have the Flores for utility clearance anyway. Grenades are still there, so it's relatively a similar lineup, just with different operators who do slightly different things. There's going to be a little bit of emphasis on breaking open soft walls as well with the Buck, and MI7 on Buck has always been relatively good. I mean, he used to be a terror as well, so that's got to be something. Oh no,
This is the real terror, though.
That's
shutting
big.
down Flit.
That's
You
big.
took down the biggest problem on your side. And Kira, they're gonna feel the presence that they're missing here.
All right, then. Here we go. We've got ourselves a little Flores drone. Is that going to take care of utilities? Yes, it's taking out the ones by the door. Second RCE Rotero. It's looking for utilities, and there we go.
Oh,
The shield on
that's a
blue
break.
corner is gone, and a push alongside it. They anticipated the smoke to play aggressive, and there comes Poison with one more, Nemesis with
Nemesis,
another.
man.
It's a near flawless round here to take out Oregon. They're just 1 kill away, and with that air jab going off, they know where Deathhammer's coming from. They're gonna reconvene, and there's the shots. Poison to end it off. And Oregon will be won by Noakhailla. Kid Esports have lost their map pick. They are 0-1 down, and they are going to be going into map number 2, Chalet, which is Noakhailla's pick, at a big disadvantage.
They got hit hard, but again, man, Nemesis showed up. We were not expecting this, but Nemesis was getting kill after kill, round after round out of absolutely nowhere. It was so beautiful to watch, but then again, it is the Finca, it is the LMG, so he has to perform. That is such a beautiful way to end things off in the way that they did. They had proper map control. They were expecting a lot of the plays to come in. They were adapting on the fly, depending on the pickups coming in from the defense as well. So Kira, they got counter-stratted, and they were being shut down in more ways than one because of the way that the attackers were adapting, switching up their operator pickups right on the fly. So even if they gained some information of how the members of Noakhailla were playing, it just didn't do them any good, because the strat book was just so far in depth for the members of Noakhailla that Kira, they were just not able to keep up. The amount of things they needed to worry about, especially when the Florist came into play. The smoke tried to destroy it, and the Nemesis went in for a swing. And as we head on down over towards the highlights, we're going to be able to witness all those incredible plays once more. And in my eyes, Kira, they just got heavily anti-stratted. You can't even be mad at them for playing really badly, because at the end of the day, Noakhailla, they just play better Siege.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you there. Noakhailla basically just played better Siege as compared to Kid Esports. In some rounds, it really wasn't even a competition. Kid Esports being only able to take 3 rounds in total on Oregon. Mind you, in the second half, they only took 1. 4 rounds happened in Kid Esports' defensive half, and they only took 1 round. That ain't exactly all that great when you think about it, because they were 2-4 down. Yes, I get it, but Noakhailla were on the attack. Kid Sports should have been able to at least bring it back a little bit, at least, a couple of rounds here. They're equalized, maybe put Noakhailla under pressure, but it seems like that was just simply not the case. And well, Noakhailla walk away with a pretty good win, pretty solid win as well. Most rounds, mind you, they came down to a 2v3, 3v4, and sometimes even a 1vx, like this round right here, round 6 that you just see. So close indeed. Had us on the edge of our seat. Okay, I'm pretty sure it had aggressive on the edge of his seats. It had me on my toes because I'm standing, right? But anyhow, it had us pretty much on the edge. And then, of course, we came to the attack, and Noakhailla were they were all over Kid Esports on the attack. The second bedroom round on round 7, that is, sure, Kid Esports played that pretty well, I'll give you that. But as soon as they went to basement, Noakhailla just were like, yeah, okay, we've seen enough, we've done enough, you've done enough, let's finish this. We want to play Chalet, guys, let's go. And it really was just that. Even Flit, probably the best player in the entire map for Kid Esports and one of the standout players in this map, could not bring it back for them. And Flit being taken down early in that match point round, that did not help them at all.
Flit needed to survive, but Nemesis, he just had his phone number. He just called him up literally at that stage and knew his exact position. There was nothing that you can do for that one. But looking at the statistics, man, just look at Nemesis at his cost with Taha on his side and Poison with a 90% cost. Now, that
Ooh,
is
boy.
something that is rare. You don't see a player with that good of a stat line, and he also has a 3 KD to boot. The guy was being consistent when it came down to his support play. He just didn't miss anything. His trades were on point. His objective kills were present, and he anchored the site beautifully. You don't get such a high cost unless you're able to do every single one of those aspects perfectly. And a lot of players who do that don't really have a positive KD in a lot of cases. But in this case, Poison does.
I mean, credit where credit is due, right? Poison, absolutely fantastic play. But mind you, Nemesis and Taha with their 80% KOSTs were also really, really good performances here today for Noakhailla. Ion and MI7 slightly quieter maps than we're used to seeing from them, but who knows, maybe they can bounce it back on Chalet. Of course, we've already talked about the fact that Kid Esports Flit was pretty much their standout player, but not much else to talk about other than that. 7-3 on the first map. Kid Esports losing their own map pick. They are 0-1 down, and they have to fight a very steep uphill battle against Noakhailla on their home turf, Chalet. Will they succeed, or will we see Kid Esports bow out surprisingly early in the Community Cup Season 3? Find out after this short break. Stay tuned.
conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I
could run through the fire.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Community Cup Season 3 for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Aggressive, as we are back once again, this time for the first lower brackets match between Kid Esports and Noakhailla Warriors. And we are already, of course, one map in. The first map has happened, and it was a 7-3 in favor of Noakhailla. Kid Esports picked that map, so they've lost theirs, and now they're going to Noakhailla's home turf, Chalet, as we'll be going into map 2 very shortly indeed. But before we do, Aggressive, how do you feel about Chalet? What do you think we're going to be seeing here?
Considering the track record of the MRCZ players, I don't think I really need to paint the picture anymore regarding that now, do I? Noakhailla, they have every single advantage in this entire world that this map should be going in their favor. And if they lose here, I think that Kira, they will be crowned the new kings of Chalet. Because Noakhailla, their members carry that trophy everywhere they go. This map is banned out whenever any team faces off against them in a lot of different cases, because they know how strong MRCZ are on this particular map, and no one dares face them.
I mean, it's understandable, right? MRCZ have proven time and time again that Chalet is their domain. It is, in fact, their home turf. The only ones who've been able to take that away from them in any way at all is the Hunters. And Hunters are a foe. Well, they are a whole other beast when it comes to the South Asian region. So, with all that out of the way, folks, we'll be going into the game very shortly. Chalet should be an interesting game at a bare minimum. And if what we are saying about Noakhailla comes to fruition, then I think the chances of Kid Esports going to map number 3, Villa, taking us all the way there for a decider, BO1, effectively speaking, I don't think it's going to happen. I think their chances are very, very slim here. But it all depends on how the map on Chalet, map number 2, goes and how it is played. If it is played properly, if both teams give it their absolute hardest, especially from that Kira front, we might actually go to overtime at the very least. I'm expecting overtime, but that might even be too much given the way Kira played in the last map. Wasn't exactly all that great, their presence on map 1 now. Was it aggressive?
They just fell flat on their face. You can't really make it up, or you can't even sugarcoat the way that Kira played on that particular map. Then again, at the end of the day, Kira, they were trying their hardest. They were putting up strategies that were admirable, but the executions were a little bit lackluster, and the members of Noakhailla, they just knew how to play around with it. They knew how to punish every mistake being put up on the table by Kira. And in that sense, is it really Kira's fault in the way that they were playing? They can't be absolutely perfect. They can't always match the level of coordination that the members of Noakhailla had on their side. And when you have so many of these different factors just piling up on top of each other, that's when the real problems start to arise. That's when you see the flaws of what the team is going through. you can't really say that Kira, they're a bad team. No, they had proper ideas. Their game plan was there. And I admire that. Whenever a team has a strong game plan going into it, I will always praise them for it. You don't need to execute perfectly. You're not that top caliber team that you're always looking to be that perfection. You are trying to reach that. You're trying to showcase to us that exactly, hey, we have what it takes to be at the top. But on the other side of the spectrum, you have members of Noakhailla who were just chilling and waiting. They were like, yeah, just come to us. We're
That
gonna do
was
whatever it takes to
indeed.
take you down.
That it was indeed, folks. But anyhow, let's not waste any more of your time. Let us go straight into the match. Map number 2. We are back for Chalet Esports versus Noakhailla on Chalet, which is now Noakhailla's map pick. They are 1-0 up on the map count. They effectively hold the series point, and all they have to do is win Chalet to finish off this first match. Chalet Esports, they have their work cut out for them here and now as we go into the ban phase as well. No surprises right there. Thatcher will be our first ban off the board here today.
Much of anything to say about that pickup, but Chalet bans, in a way, they're also standard. You're not gonna ban out something that is out of the ordinary, but Valkyrie does have a tendency of getting through quite often. And will it be the case here where both of these teams just like to keep the Valkyrie open, though? That's what we really need to find out.
I don't really think that Valkyrie is probably going to see play here today. I mean, don't get me wrong, Kiresos would certainly love it, but Noakhailla is attack first, and I don't think that they would want to go up against the Valkyrie. There you go. Valkyrie ban will come in to join Jackal. I mean, overall standard bans for Chalet, right? Thatcher, Jackal, Valkyrie. No real surprises that these operators have been banned so far. The question is, who do they get rid of right after this? Who do they get rid of for the final defender of this map? It is Kid Esports, mind you. Is it going to be Echo? Nope, there it is. Mira. They don't want to play with the Mira. They don't want to play against the Mira. So, understandable. They are now going to go straight into round 1 with, a little bit of banter going on in the all chat, as it always does. Round 1, we've got, of course, all the players in the lobby. They are here. And it seems like everybody's here with no issues, I hope. Deathmer? Yeah, okay, they're here as well. So, we won't have any issues, no pauses here. We're going straight to round 1. The site is first floor, kitchen and dining. Wow, I nearly butchered that. Kitchen and dining from the Kira Esports defense.
Defenders
at this stage, they just gotta make sure they work their way in properly. Again, a couple of problems here and there when it comes down to the technical issues, but at the end of the day, what can you do? It's Siege after all. You just gotta play around with it as much as you can. But for the defensive side, they are gonna start picking up on that Warden, and I do believe that Warden seeing a lot of plays is pretty substantial because of the amount of flashes that are present in this current meta. But again, for Noakhailla, they're not really playing for flashes whatsoever. They have a lot more grenades and explosive utility to try and work their way up. But look at how the defenders are trying to play this. I like this plan coming in from Kira. They're going in for a very strong hold over towards the second floor to make it over.
Well, I guess we'll have to see how Noakhailla responds to this defense that Kid Esports is bringing up here. And the question is, how did they, adapt to what they're seeing in front of them? I mean, it's only round 1. Let's not talk about adaptations just yet, but the Roteros are going to come in very handy as they'll be used to take care of all of that defender utility that's all over the map. Flores is so good for this very reason. The Thorpe taking a bit of damage, interestingly enough. Not sure exactly where from. Could have been from the front door, depending on where the Jaeger is for the time being. There's a Kaid in play as well, so getting the electrifications off of the walls is going to be a little difficult, as the mezzanine balcony or library balcony, however you call it. Actually, that should be office balcony, right? That side, the window that Taha is breaking, yeah, that's office balcony side. But there's a player on top mezzanine, and Deathmer's actually going to start things off by finding the Finca. Nemesis goes down. That is big.
That's a big hit, and you really do want to lose your Finca early on, but Flit That's the danger man going down. Me7's already inside of the building. A couple of flashes to try and reconcile everyone out of any of these close corners. And Ion, not even using the Gemini. He's just running full sprint. The man doesn't even care. He's taking fights. He's taking engagements as much as he possibly can. And now there's going to be a couple of the openings that they need. That's going to be the wall getting completely broken up. And now they have the opportunity to play things around proper. The Kaid, not really getting a lot of value there. And with these openings, the members of Noakhailla can work their way in towards the side. And that's a lot of information being gained already. Every single site lane has been cleared. They have second floor control, but Srisha, even through that control, he gets away with the kill. That's a murderous play. Poison.
Bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Hello? 911?
So that happened. I'm not sure how Turf got away with that, but he did. And it's all now down to MI7 in a 1v4. He was the one to get the first kill onto Flit anyway. Position given away. Ooh, beautiful shot onto a Turf. Takes the kill that should have been taken some time ago. Smoke grenade is tossed out. That'll cover entry for just a second here. But there is that defender inside of office who isn't going to peek. I mean, yeah, these defenders, they're just going to sit around waiting for what could be this Twitch's final moments, as the barbed wire will give away the entry. No,
15
just
seconds
skirts
left.
right by it. And MI7 doesn't really have much time, mind you. And there you go. Srisha will shut him down nice and quickly. And Kid Esports will take round 1.
And that's how you do it. Here, though, they're working these first picks pretty well. And on the other side, Noakhailla, they're just falling a little bit flat on their faces. Not really much that you can do about that. But again, they need to find out a proper game plan and strategy. They shouldn't really be playing for the gunfights as much on this particular map. They need to set up those proper crossfires, especially on the attacking side, which is arguably the stronger side for this particular instance. Yeah, the fact that all of the members played for the kitchen side right off the get-go is a little bit unorthodox, but because now that kitchen's completely taken away, I do believe that Kira, they're in a much more difficult position because Noakhailla, they have a lot more comfortability to try and hit this site. Not really a lot of positions to worry about. They need to just clear out the first floor, and that's pretty much it. No one's going to be playing from basement, I presume, because trying to play in from basement, they need to open up multiple lines of sight, and I don't think that's going to happen, not in this instance.
I mean, yeah, Basement Snowmobile is not really a site that you see played too often when it comes to Chalet. The fact that we saw it the other day in the upper bracket matches, that was more of an anomaly, if anything else. It took me by surprise, that is for sure. But hey, if it works, right? And that is exactly what those teams are thinking then. But right now, Kid Esports' thought process is not to go onto Basement Snowmobile Garage because it's an easy breach most of the time, even with the Kaid in play. And so, you know, you just don't want to try it. But the Jaeger on bottom floor, okay. Droned out by the Twitch, of course, is going to wait and get it, get it taken out before moving back up towards second floor onto mezzanine, just holding behind the shield here. Of course, that's the usual setup when it comes to second floor, master bedroom, and office holds. You have somebody playing outside of library, somebody playing on the library stairs or blue stairs, whatever have you. And that is Deathhammer in this instance. There's a Frost here as well. So there's blue is being held. Blue stairs is being held quite hard indeed. Flit might actually be able to do something here. He definitely does. Looking for the feet, sees it, but no, isn't quite able to deal damage. I think just shot outside the hitbox, and Nemesis, oh, he's been down. That's unfortunate. A Turv has done a bit of damage there. Nemesis should be able to pick themselves back up. No, it's a Frost Mat. Are you kidding me? Pogmat, it's time. But Nemesis should be picked up at the very least. Ion is here, and here's MI7. There's the pickup, so no bodies are downed yet. But both Nemesis and a Turv are very low on HP.
At the end of the day, it's fine. At least your Pink is still alive. Adrenaline surges are gonna maybe just keep the damage to a bare minimum and make sure these rushes are a lot more prominent as they're gonna make their way in. But again, a lot of information being given away, and Srisha, he's playing all the way towards the basement side flank. I did not really expect this. He's in wine cellars, so this could be an interesting one for them to try and take. The Flores getting a little bit of information out, and that's going to be the explosion getting popped. That's gonna force the defenders back a couple of steps, but now Poison, maybe you're playing with fire out here, buddy, because if you're not careful, that's gonna be a pretty big hit. Poison, he hears out the reload, maybe a shot coming in, but no, Poison, he's falling asleep on these angles.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Caught sleeping at the wheel right there, Poison. Unfortunately, peeking a little bit too far out to the left as we have Ayan taking down Flit. Another player as well, MI7 this time. Copy, however, finds Nemesis, and it's an equal trade once again, 3v3. They've got to get in the site here, and Ayan's going to do exactly that, but the bathroom angle is being held. There should be a gunfight any second now. There you have it. A turf gets traded out instantly because Ayan got the... Oh, that's actually an instant trade. Okay, I just realized. I thought somebody else killed the Jaeger, but no, it was Ayan himself. So, that's a good kill, but it's a 2v2 now. You gotta go for the plant, but where is the Kaid? Copy still has that C4, mind you, and he could toss it at any given time, unless both of them are top. No, the C4 is gonna go out, and it finds him! Dust Diffuser drop, and Deathhammer has been down. All this Kaid had to do was just hide after that C4. And again, a bit of a misplay from the side of Noakhailla, as they just could not seal the deal here. Again, they took advantage, but Kira never let them have it for long, and as soon as they brought it back, man, oh man, was it hard for Noakhailla to get into the site.
It's close to impossible. But Noakhailla, they're just getting completely shut down. A very big surprise, but a pleasant surprise as well when you think about it over in the long run now, isn't it, Jack? We were expecting a one-sided affair that will, of course, favor the members of Noakhailla, but that's not really the case here at all.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
They're
by
playing it
attackers.
so smart in every way, shape, and form, and that is what you would love to see. But now, they're playing a lot more from the side of European Kitchen, so maybe this will be a play that should favor the side of Noakhailla, because this side is quite difficult to hold if we lose that second floor control, because the hatches just open up so many different sightlines that you can play from. But if they have a strong position for themselves, this side could just be one of their best if Kira have that level of control that they want.
10 seconds to insertion.
Well, are they going to be allowed that level of control? That is the question. Of course, when it comes to the first floor sites of Chalet, it is always about the second floor hold. This time it's going to be based around library, but there will be extensions all the way up to second floor and all the way out, of course. Library is second floor, and the extension from there, excuse me, will go towards better. Yeah, I was going to say. Almost jumbled up my sites there. Thanks for reminding me.
It's
But, of course, bar is the site of choice that we're currently on. So that's going to be the main focus of the round, at least later on, depending on how far Noakhailla is actually able to go. Now, this is, you know, this map, again, has been rather weird, I should say, because Noakhailla, you would expect that given that this is a largely MRCZ shell here that they have in terms of players, you'd think Chalet would be actually really, really good for them, right? But not quite, as they seem to have crumbled in the first couple of rounds. They will need to at least win 3 rounds if they want to make the second half at least semi-comfortable for themselves, but that simply is going to be difficult here. Even if it's a 3-3, second half will be very difficult because of Kira's attack, and Kira's attack on Chalet tends to be very, very on the hyper-aggressive side of things. And look at Noakhailla right now. They're actually, I feel like they're kind of hesitating here. And oh, position given away, damage dealt to MI7. He doesn't want to take this gunfight because he knows that Malusi has the advantage here, and he's going to just choose to fall back instead. Was that a vaulting in the hallway? I saw a vault happen. And wait, there's somebody inside of the bathroom area, I think, right? I saw an attacker shadow in that region, unless that was outside on the bathroom balcony. Could have been, because no way anyone got into library just like that. Flit has rotated all the way around. Ayan goes down. That's a third with a huge kill. The Finca goes down.
Brov again, getting caught on in a pretty out spot, but Flip's gonna be there for the backup. Poison finally gets a shutdown kill that they need. The defenders, they are being over-aggressive, but at the end of the day, their over-aggressive plays are still getting them the frags that they want. Or from the top side, Poison with the floor is trying to maybe force the defenders back as much as they possibly can, but oh god, this is bad. Poison, he has no idea. One swing from the sidelines, that's all that they need, but Copy, just way better on the peaks, catches out Nemesis with the LMG. There's absolutely nothing that they can do to get any form of an advantage. Saha gets shut down as well. And every single gunfight that they're taking, They're losing out on these engagements, and that's why they're falling. They're missing out on a lot of these queues, and their gunfights are just being... I don't know how to say this. They're just getting aim diffed.
I mean, yeah, it really just feels like Noakhailla right now is asleep at the wheel. They should be the ones driving the point home of the fact that this is their map. This should be their map. And Kira, mind you, they're playing much more aggressive than they did on Oregon. Wow. Sometimes my tongue really just does not like English or words, whatever. But Kira is playing a lot more aggressive than they did on Oregon, and even then, they are getting away with it because Chalet is a map that loves its aggressive playstyles. And while that is the case for, well, pretty much 90% of Chalet matches, you have to realize that most of those matches are actually attacker-sided. Attackers start winning those rounds because of the aggressive nature of how you push on Chalet. But this simply has not been the case today. Noakhailla, for whatever reason, again, like you said, they're just getting aim diffed, right? They're just getting shot back, left, and right. Any kind of map control they try to take, there seems to be a Kira Esports defender right there to shut them down. And Kira, making it 0-3, 3-0 in the first half right now, has basically made it impossible for Noakhailla to try and, take a lead here. Noakhailla, the best they can do is win 3 rounds and equalize. And even then, things are going to be very difficult for them if they are not able to pick themselves back up.
They're in a tough spot, but then again, even when you're in a tough spot, the members of Noakhailla, they have the experience to maybe pick themselves back up from this. But looking at their compositions, maybe they need some form of a switch up because they've been going in for the exact same operator composition for the last couple of rounds, and it just really has not been working for them. But never mind, I take it back. It's going to be Me7 finally opening things up with one. And Taha just comes in for the bottom end, and they're just taking fights left, right, and center. They have thrown caution into the wind. That's rough.
Okay, Atarv definitely has a lot to say about throwing caution into the wind, though, because those 2 kills, with those 2 kills, he's found Ayan and Taha, and it is very clear that currently Kira Esports are just not going to slack off the way they did in the first map. C4 out by Shrisha. He's probably expecting somebody to try and play towards the hallway and maybe get somebody off a surprise C4 that's been pre-placed there. Could be. He's also fallen back to ensure that he stays alive. Second floor control has not been established yet by Noakhailla. The thing that they need the most here, and the Finka will just be shot down. Poison comes back, finds Shrisha, but, Atarv is still alive. This one Jaeger has been such a thorn in their side, and finally, he'll be shut down. C4 is out. It's not going to find him. He doesn't use it either. The alibi pings showed the Kaid copy that, nope, he's not there. You better not detonate that C4. It's a 1v2, mind you, and Copy is one of those players who is very capable of doing something like this without much trouble. Just rotating around. Flashes from the hatch. He's seen that. So now he knows where the potential push could come from. C4 does not find anyone, though. All players are in full health as well. This could be a hatch drop. It is. One comes in. Should be found. No, Copy doesn't see it.
Copy!
Blindsided by the edge, the rim.
What?
Where are you going?
Ayo! Hello?
Not like this. Not like this. The drone told them earlier that the Kaid was at dining. And sure, you didn't see him in the rotate, but the Kaid can move into dining as well as go out to West Main. Why wasn't there anyone watching the door? I give up. Nah, Noakhailla is asleep at the wheel. Pack it up, folks. We're going to map 3.
Confused Unga Punga?
Confused screaming is more like it.
Confused screaming. No. Angry Jack noises. I have nothing to say. I honestly don't. Like, how do you even put these into words? You could be saying, like, we're being a little bit biased here, but no. Like, there is no way you can defend this. What's happening?
I mean, it's not like Copy the Kaid was even making an effort to conceal the noise. Kaid is a 3 armor, you know? Just like
He's a
Rook.
chunky boy.
Exactly, just like Rook and Doc, if Kaid is running, hell, if he's just jogging like normal pace jogging, you'll be able to hear him from the other side of the map. He was crouching, switching leans, ADSing, and ADSing. How do you not hear that? That indicates a comms issue to me on Noakhailla. Cluttered comms is definitely something that they're going through right now. And that's not good, because they're already 0-4 down, on their map, no less.
And on the other side of the spectrum, one of the players dropped through hatch. Where was the second player?
I don't know. I don't know.
That's the thing. Where's the control? There's absolutely zero control. They're getting shut down in more ways than one. They're not taking their fights together. They're taking individualistic 1v1s. They're trying to show their ego where they really don't need to. We understand that you're very talented players. You have mechanical skill that can rival a lot more of the top pros, but why do you need to showcase it to us every single time? You are a team after all at the end of the day. And with this Nook, maybe they're gonna get something, but Taha, he's all by his lonesome. Nemesis finally gets the first initial kill off on towards Split, but today, on this matchup at least, Split is not the danger man. You need to worry about Atrov, and yeah, of course, he's gonna get taken down. That's the kill that they want. They're finally able to find all the frags that they need. The bar stuck between a rock and a hard place doesn't really find anything, and baby, now that they're back, it seems as though they just gave them a head start. And now, they're out here to play completely for real this time.
Unless Copy has something to say about this. He was, of course, the 1v2, MVP in the last round, but no, this time shut down because there's 4 attackers and a Finka that still remain alive. So, finally, Noakhailla showing us that, hey, they're not entirely asleep at the wheel. I'm not sure what happened in the first 4 rounds, but this round was a much, much better performance from them. I mean, better, of course, is saying something, given that the bar was set so low. There really wasn't anywhere to go but up after that. So, but still, a good performance is a good performance, and credit where credit is due. Noakhailla played like a team. They droned each other and themselves in, they isolated gunfights, and they found these defenders on those solo roams that they have been doing for the entirety of this first half. Even in that round, there were a bunch of those solo roams that were meant to come together once they had the first body advantage, but this time they didn't get it. And while they still have been able to coalesce together around, even in rounds where Noakhailla gets the first pick, this time Kid Esports were denied. And because they were denied that hard, they simply could not bring it back for themselves. And that is why we saw the round go the way it did. Not so well for Team Esports. Noakhailla finally putting a round on board. You would think Chalet attacker side, it would be the opposite of what the scoreboard is, right? 4-1 to Noakhailla because it's their map pick and their attack first, but clearly we were wrong about that. And this just further proves my point that the Caster's Curse really just seems to like me more than it does Baba Gusta, because Baba's still gotten some predictions right. I've just never gotten one right, folks. Next to never. Like 1 out of every 20 predictions, probably. So who knows? Maybe maybe my 20th prediction is coming up soon. I don't really keep count of any of this. Anyway, once again, the Nook from Taha, playing probably a little bit more reservedly than he did in the last round. Wants to go in. Grenades being prepared in the meanwhile. Shots being fired towards library entry. There's somebody there. Feet are seen. That's Shrisha taking damage, but Flit finds Taha this time. That Nook is not going to be working out. But Shrisha, you just got shot from that window. Why are you standing there again? What do you mean? Okay, there goes the Ella. There goes MI7. Flit is... Okay, Flit's activated. That is pretty much a given right now, as the Alibi has taken 2 very important bodies.
The shutdown that you just cannot get behind. That's very rough for them to try and work their way around through, but again, okay, Nemesis. Maybe running for a bit more than you can chew here, buddy. Never mind. He's going to take the engagement and win it out. I'm just going to spot out another one of those players. He still has the Gemini to play around with, get that information for his squad, but it's not coming through. Not the way he wants to, but don't go in for the fight.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that happens.
Oh,
That
God, I
range-
love that.
That range at which the Banshee's supposed to activate, it is so weird sometimes.
Okay, Banshee clears on one side. Wait, no, that's not even a Banshee. Wait a second. Sorry, not the Banshee. What am I saying? The Gemini clears on one side. After seeing that Banshee, my brain is like, wait, what?
Oh boy. Grenades out. Should find the utilities that are keeping the wall closed. And, make any Kaids trying to trick the wall fall back as well. Interestingly enough, nobody on the rappel of master bedroom window. Normally you'd see a rappel here to shut down the rotate on the hallway from bathroom, in and out of bathroom into piano hallway, right? But no, that's not here today. Poison peeking the breach. Nemesis is here as well. They all want to go for this plant together, and Poison's found Flit. That's a big drop right there. Now if they can just find Copy, they can push in. Deathamer hasn't exactly had the most active of maps. Here's the plant. Copy really wants to go for the C4, but can't. Deathamer finds Ion though. That's a big drop. Damage is done. Nemesis can't get away through the breach. And Deathamer gets that kill nonetheless. It's all down to the 1v1. Copy, last person standing. 7-1 in the map so far. Flashbangs have been thrown. Copy knows where those flashbangs came from, but no, doesn't exactly know where Poison went, and Noakhailla will still win the round. Round 6 goes to them, and they have brought it, at least in a little way, back. They didn't go 5-1 or 6-0 in the first half like we were fearing they would. It's a 4-2. GeeTwo Esports have the lead. They are now on the attack. So Noakhailla really have their work cut out for them, because this second half is going to be difficult.
Difficulty could be one case, but on the other side of the spectrum here, Jack, Noakhailla, they got 2 rounds that we were expecting them to find. But
Attackers need to
not
locate
in
and defuse
this way.
bombs.
It took them a while to wind up, and I really hope that their defensive side doesn't take this long. But because they don't have that many buffers, 2 more rounds and they're at
Yeah.
match point.
Yeah.
So they need to get out of the gates or running for their own defensive side. But then again, I'm going to let them fester in these positions for just a little while. Allow them to work things out. And okay,
That happened.
Siege is having a little bit of fun with us, but it's fine.
It's not happening in the player POV, weirdly enough, so I think it's something to do with the overhead cam.
10 seconds
Probably.
remaining.
I don't know. This was a thing in Year 7 Season 1. I thought it was fixed, but apparently not entirely. At least not for Chalet then.
Attackers are moving out to
Anyhow,
locate a bomb
round
and
7
defuse it.
has now hit action phase. Let's look at the attacker lineup here, shall we? Nothing particularly different from what Noakhailla were doing in their first half of attack. You have the Flores, of course. You've got the Nook. Atar bringing the Nook out immediately. But what I do like from Noakhailla is something we didn't quite see too much of from GeeTwo Esports. They brought out the Azami. So they're playing for site reconstruction in its entirety. They've got these portable covers that the Keeper barriers will give, and they've got them in heaps. That is for sure. You've got the Alibi, who's got the Bailiff.
Gonna break.
You've got the Alibi, who's got the Bailiff secondary, and
Wait.
of course you've got Frost with the secondary shotgun. Yeah,
Drone?
there's her.
Hello?
Eh,
Hello? The drone didn't clear him. What?
I don't think it did. I don't think it did. This might be big. This could be big if the drone. Oh, okay, never mind.
Yep.
Nemesis goes down nonetheless. You can count on Flit to make up for those mistakes. That is for sure.
That could have gone terribly wrong for them, but hey, Flit's always going to be there to come in for the reconcile shots. But again, they need to get their way in towards the sightlines first. They have not yet entered the building. They're still playing
A
from the
bomb has been
outside,
located.
with one player going in for a complete another push. This could be a do or die for them already. Early on, the rappels are going to come through. Ion's going to hear all the noise, and he needs to run. This position's already been revealed, and Flit's going to get a secondary 5 versus 3 situation already. And Flit, man, he's just relentless.
Agreed. Flit is absolutely relentless as soon as they get going. And MI7 is going to take a bit of damage off of that as well. You have players on piano window. You have players coming in from piano hallway door. You've got the breach that's pretty much done at this point. Copy has used up the Selmas, but Ion finds a turf. That's the Nook taking care of grenade.
Oh, holy moly.
Only barely doesn't kill. Barely. MI7 with a sliver of HP should still be fearless enough to go for some gunfights. Gemini has been shot out. Poison wants to go for the run out, but the shots fired will give away the fact that run out could be coming in. Claymore is disabled with the impact, but Shrisha's grenade disables MI7 in the meanwhile. Hope we got the map bug again. But anyhow, Flit took C1 by the bomb. Got to be so very careful. There's somebody on the bathroom window. Poison's taking damage. His position's given away as well. This is now a 2v3 as Flit goes down. No, that's a Frostmat! You heard that go off! And Death and Rebu taken down by the impact grenade. The plant is
They know his position.
compromised. Yep, they know his position. Copy can't go for it without cover. You've got the Mine Magnets as well to cover for any utilities being done.
Oh, they got the shot, what? No way!
Kill. That is a 3v5. That was just clutched out. 2v4 even. That was just clutched out for the side of Noakhailla. They are not done, folks. We are definitely gonna have a good long map on our hands here.
How did they even survive that war? Absolutely insane. That Frostmat came in so clutch, and there's a reason why the Frostmats are such a nuisance on this particular map, especially in these clutch situations. You're stuck in a 3 versus 5 situation. You're not going to be able to clear everything out. Let's say in this situation, you bolted through the window, you ran into the Frostmat. If you look down trying to destroy it, you're already peeking out in towards the open where the defenders will have an advantage trying to take this fight against you. There's not a lot of avenues that you can go through. They tried to push through the Frostmat. That was a mistake. And Kira, they were getting way too impatient in the way that they were playing. Jack, patience is virtue, but for Kira, they had none of it.
No, yeah, I gotta agree with you. Kira did not have the patience to play out the round the way that they should have. They should have been patient. Somebody should have tried to get the Frostmat out earlier. They had the Flores as well, right? But the Reterras were used up elsewhere, I think. Either that or they didn't think... No, I think it was used up on the breach to get the clearance for the planter. But unfortunately, even if you clear the location that the planter wants to go to, you've got to make sure that everybody else can get in clearly as well. They couldn't peek piano properly. Oh, is that a Ayan? I'm not too sure about that one, buddy. I'm not too sure about that peek. That was definitely a little bit of an ego peek right there, and he's gonna get taken down because of it. Another peek as well on that same angle is being held. At least we saw it being held for just a second here. I think it's been disengaged. Taha's gonna make a vertical line of sight as that window has been blown open right above him. Just cover the vault in, as it were. Impacts are out as well. All of these utilities are being done, taken care of. Ayan could have been a part of all of this, but unfortunately not.
It's a good amount of utility for them to play around with as well. They're going to be able to deny a lot, but again... Oh, no!
Oh.
Poison!
Just fall back. Just fall back. There we go.
Goodbye.
Oh, man. The drones are still here. They still know exactly where Poison is. My goodness, that is relentless. But the Wamai should be safe in basement for the time being. Just apprehensive of who could try and push them. But no. No one has decided to. There's somebody coming up to this window that he's very close to, so you gotta be careful. MI7's got a couple of pings to work with here. A little bit of intel as a frag grenade comes in, but Poison... Oh
Wait, he doesn't hear it! He doesn't hear the sledge break the wall!
MI7
He
gets
didn't hear
one.
the sledge break the wall!
I don't think he did, but he's still alive. And Shusha hasn't even pushed. He tried to scare him off, and as the kill goes off onto Flit, he had to rotate back. Poison goes down nonetheless. Deathamar takes that kill. It's a 3v2. Taha, again, this is way too aggressive, my guy. The hatch, you are exposed to the hatch, but Sledge is exposed to the other door that he shouldn't be. Atharv gets one more in the meanwhile. The LMG works, and it works again. It's a 1v3, Taha. You've got to find this, and he finds one to start. He's got to find two more. They know roughly where his location is. Taha looked away from main lobby at the wrong time, and there was a drone constantly pinging him. So he couldn't really do much about it either. Another round goes to the side of Kira Esports. They take advantage of the attacker-sided nature of Chalet. Noakhailla, 3-5 down. You've got to equalize here, boys. You cannot give up like this.
Especially in situations like this, Noakhailla, they're just getting completely broken down in more ways than one. They're losing map control, and that's the thing. Kira, they're playing so well. After what happened in the first initial map, you told me this is how the second map was going to play out. I would not have really believed you because all of the fundamental mistakes that Kira made on the first initial map are almost gone. Everything has disappeared. They're playing together as a squad. They're using their utility to gain bits of information all the way across the map, and that's how they're playing it. Each and every mistake that could have been made, it's not happening for them at all. But on the other side, Noakhailla, they're just being completely out-aimed, of course, in some scenarios, but they're being anti-stratted as well. So it seems as though Kira, they did their homework for the map with Chalet.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yeah,
5 seconds
I gotta
to go.
agree with you. They seem very prepared for Chalet. And I think part of that goes into their overall preparation for the Pro Series, right? They know they'll be facing the full Hunters and MRCZ squads in the Pro Series, and they want to be absolutely sure that they know the maps that those two teams are proficient in. Hunters are extremely proficient on so many maps, it's going to be hard to beat them nonetheless because you have Skyscraper, Theme Park, Villa, Chalet, so many maps that they are just so good at. Ooh, that peek from the Jaeger. Nemesis, once again, they want to take someone out early. And you can see it in the way that it's been played here.
What?
Oh my goodness, how is he? Okay, I was going to say, Flit on the upside down rappel, using the angles against them. How do you even find someone there? Okay. Not sure what Trisha was up to, but he gets taken down nonetheless. It's a big drop, as Soft Breach will now be much harder to come by. Athurv still has the Zofia impacts, of course, but even with those, it'll be a bit more difficult. There's an upside down repeller. Please be careful, Poison. My goodness. They're going to give me a
playing
heart attack. The way
Such
they're going.
dangerous angles. The way that they're playing
Yeah.
this. I don't like this. There's no safety net at all. They're going to get caught.
Okay. That's going to leave a mark.
Ouch.
Ooh.
Oh no, Poison. Poison. You're playing such a dangerous game.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's dead. He is as good as dead. Good night.
Should be, yep.
Yeah, that's a good night right there.
That
He
just
should have
leaves-
left it ages ago. There was no reason for him to stay there for that long. I know it's a power position, but you're already cleared out. They know that you're there, and there's too many angles for you to clear by yourself there, buddy.
Yeah. Well, now all down to these final two. It's another 2v4 that these two have to clutch out for their team. The position of Taha is given away, but ooh, okay, Athurv a little bit unawares of where the Jaeger was. Slight lack of information, but this should be made up for. All they have to do is just find that Jaeger. As soon as Nemesis goes down, there's not much Taha will be able to do, but they're just not able to get the angle on them, not being able to get the jump on them. Ooh, there's somebody on main lobby. I don't think either of them knows this. Nemesis, he could turn around and he could find him, but no, Gemini is going to be dropped down the hatch in just a second here. That Gemini will give away the position of the Jaeger. Nemesis. The walkout was just unnecessary, and he's going to be seeing Taha. Dude, you're right below the hatch. Okay. He's playing this slightly weirdly. The plan's going off on the other site, which is to say inside a bar, and it should be uninterrupted. Deathmar's taking a bit of damage, but no, he's going to take the kill nonetheless. Esports take round 9, and this is a worrying time for Noakhailla fans because it is map point now to Esports.
This each and every time. The members of Noakhailla, they are now caught between a rock and a hard place, and I have no idea how they're gonna get themselves out of this one. They're in a corner, they are stuck, and they are down bad at this stage. Because going down 6-3 in a way that they are, they're being heavily countered by the members of Kira. None of the strategies that Noakhailla are going for is working out for them, nor am I seeing any form of an adaptation from them either. Where's the adaptability? There's close to none.
Yeah. That's definitely something that I think should be talked about a bit more here. In the fact that, you know, just Kira, they've adapted clearly, right? They've adapted their strats for an MRCC equivalent on Chalet here, but Noakhailla just have not. They played that round, first floor bar, the same way they played round 8, first floor bar. The results were the same. I mean, Kira arguably played round 9 even better than round 8, right? Round 7 was such a big clutch. You'd think Noakhailla would learn to adapt a bit more based on that, but I guess not. I guess something has just gone wrong for them here on Chalet. They're not feeling it. They're falling asleep at the wheel in so many of these peaks and angles. it just hasn't been their map, and I'm not sure what's going on, but Kid Esports will definitely be loving it. That is for sure.
Just need to play it down smart at this point, but again, Shrisha, he gets the first initial pick, and Poison, he's the one to die out with a Mossy? Did he go in for another spawn peek, or what happened to him?
I'm not entirely certain. Whichever it was, definitely didn't help. But a kill is taken in return, and that is, of course, off of the MP5 of the Mute. MI7 shuts down Flit. Finka is gone. That's a big drop. Now he's got to be careful as he fights. Never mind. Taha will go down nonetheless. This is a kill to Shrisha and another blow against Noakhailla again. They're being so aggressive about this, not really trying to take advantage of any, misdroning or any sort of clearing mistakes that Kid Esports could make. They're trying to force the situation. MI7 finds another. That's Deathhammer down. That's a good kill again. The Iana gone. That leaves no grenades in the hands of the attack because, of course, the Sledge has used up both of his. Some final reinforcements are being used up as the Zophia's LMG has been heard, but MI7 will need to be careful. The breach is being taken care of. C4 is out. Will that do really anything? No. It's going to be denied because of the Selma breaches. 3v3, but really, Kid Esports could just take it from here if they execute properly.
Oh, wait, he's taking the spike? Why? You know your players are low. There's no reason to take this engagement early on. You need to play it together as a team. And finally, Ion, even on low HP, he's going to be able to survive and find one more frag for his squad. He needs more, though. The Azami barricades just being an absolute nuisance all across the map. Pretty much terraforming the entirety of the site for your own benefits. Okay. Things don't look that good. It is a 3 versus 2 situation, but Kira, they have a massive HP advantage on their favor. And because of it, they can survive it. They can play around a little bit more with the time. They have 40 seconds left. That's ample amount of time for the attack because they've cleared out most of the utility already.
That they indeed have. Most of that utility is cleared out, and you're gonna have the bits and bobs shooting into the side any second now. Shisha's position given away. Definitely being careful about that frost mat. As he finds one, Copy finds the other. It's all down to MI7, the last one standing. It's a 1v2, and this is literally it for all the marbles, unless they go to map 3. They have the leeway to be able to do that. Plant's going off. The cross angle was held for just a second there. He finds one. Can he find the planter in time? Oh, yes, he does!
Good shot!
The quad kill clutch as Noakhailla are still in it. And the counter defuse will go off as well. But, and there's a big but, folks. They need to play this better. Noakhailla, you cannot rely on these clutches. It was a 2v4 in round 7, now a 1v2 in round 10. It is 6-4. They need to win 2 rounds, and they need to play as a team. Solo plays and solo pushes will not work. It is amply clear that Kid Esports is looking for those solo plays, for those aggressive peaks, and counter-peaking them, and basically aim diff winning gunfights whenever possible. So, Noakhailla, what do you do in this situation? Simple. Stop giving them these kills. Stop peeking like this. I get it. Sometimes it's fun to do, as it were, but it will simply have to, stop if you want to win the round. Pause was asked for. I think maybe a technical difficulty, game crash, something or the other might have happened. So we might have a rehost on our hands here, folks. Nope, everybody's in the lobby. Hopefully no disconnections happen. Doesn't seem like it. Okay, so we're going...
I think that one person needed to go to the bathroom.
Either that or
you
they
can
were
hold
trying
it
to... I mean, either that or they were trying to take a technical pause, right? One of the two. But anyhow, not technical, tactical pause, right? I keep forgetting that that's a thing because we saw so much of that in the Berlin Major, right? The actual option that the teams have to take the tac pause. But here in South Asia, it's just, everybody just writes a pause, please, in the all chat, and that's it. That's your tactical pause right there. Anyhow, back to the topic. Noakhailla, you have to play as a knit together team. Otherwise, I do not think they'll be able to win this. Not even win. I mean, win this round even. I should probably clarify.
You want to see what the game plan is for them in this scenario. Noakhailla, I want to see them adapt because you saw what happened in the last couple of rounds when they started playing in a very one-dimensional manner. They just started taking so many hits that they got shut down very early. But in this scenario, maybe not taking those over-aggressive peaks will be the thing that gives them the edge here, because currently the team's just getting shut down from the upside down propels way too often. They're taking engagements. They're trying to see, oh, maybe I can catch one of the attackers out a little bit early. But no, that's not going to be the case. But I like this adaptation. Using the Mozzie in such strong positions. Those drones getting caught, that's a lot of information being gained by the defenders. Mind you, the drones alone can easily shift the tides of the battle in the favor of the defense. This map could easily turn from attacking favorite map over to the defense if they have these drones and if they played it properly.
Yep, that is very true. Again, it's all about denying the intel. That's why you have the mute. That's why you have the Mozzie. Okay, no mute in this round, but you get my point, right? Mozzie is there for that. You have drones being shot out by bullets because of that. And you have the Thermite whose position has now been given away. Interestingly enough, Poison is playing downstairs. He might go for a C4.
Bomb has been located.
Or he might go for a stairs play, but that's pre-placed. It's not going to work. It's just going to give away the fact that somebody is downstairs. And that will force Kid Esports to try and, switch it up a little bit. Flit takes a bit of damage. We heard the shots from Nemesis here. Interesting enough, it shows
nice shot.
There goes a third, though. That's a big drop right there. MI7's being contested inside the site, so he just falls back. That's all you gotta do. Hold back. Don't, MI7. Nemesis goes down. Deathmark gets that kill. It is once again man count advantage for Kid Esports.
Again, over aggressive on the peaks. They're trying to get a lot of information that they really do not need. The pixel peaks alone will give you ample amounts of intel, but they're still trying to take engagements where they don't have to take anything. They're getting shut down, and because of it, they're looking for even more. Good shot coming in from Iron, though. He has the perfect angle and the position for it. Poison comes in from the back, shutting down another one. Dropped down from the top. Oh my god, Iron! Balls of steel on this man to going for another play, and Poison. Good God, Noakhailla. What the hell did they want to do there? The man just came in from heaven being like, I am Jesus.
Nice analogy right there. But still, from the top row, Poison coming down, getting that kill. 6-5, Noakhailla are 1 round away from equalizing, and what a time it would be to equalize as they go to overtime. And again, this round that we saw from them, where was this Noakhailla this entire match? Literally this entire match.
Don't jinx it.
Where was this Noakhailla, man? I don't know. See, I don't want to, but at the same time, I want to just call out what I see when I see bad plays, right? And Noakhailla, make no mistake, they haven't been playing good up until these few rounds in the second half. Round 10 and 11, they won. They have to keep it up. They have to win round 12 here. Caster's Curse, whatever. If they lose, I'll take full responsibility for the Caster's Curse, as the Texture Curse graces our screens here. But they've gone to an interesting site here. Basement Snowmobile Garage. We laid out basically why this site ain't exactly all that great, right? Because breaching this site for attackers isn't exactly difficult, even if you have a Kaid in play. And Kaid is not in play, actually. Oh, no, he is. My apologies. He is in play. Nemesis has that operator. MI7's also got the mute. You have the Mozzie. So there's plenty of intel denial in play for this map as well. But how far can they really push it from here? That's the question. And really, for Kid Esports, it's going to come down to, can they deny what Noakhailla is about to put out? Because Noakhailla definitely should be looking to take this round. Interesting castle strategy here on the first floor, trying to just box out the hallway. MI7 knows that this window's open, knows that somebody could be towards the main door, so he's not going to peek that just yet. And really, it's all going to come down to how close to the breach are these players. Nemesis, you're the Kaid. You need to stay alive for a good chunk of the match.
God, I don't like this, Kaid.
He's playing it too aggressively. He needs to fall back right there. Hatch is broken open, but Poison not exposed just yet. Still in position.
I'm at the edge of my seats. I don't like these positions at all. From the defenders.
I know, right? That was a Gemini, so Ion now has to fall back as well. Again, just the way that these defenders are
I
moving
thought I
is
was
just
dead.
giving away so much info. But he's still alive. No one has. Oh, there goes the first, and it's a Kaid. Flit takes that, and Kaid was still playing blue. Nemesis 4-12. Not a good map for that Kaid player, I'll tell you what.
Been having such a good game though on map number 1. You'd expect this to happen in game number 2 as well, but that's not really the case. They need to play things slower. I understand sometimes you're gonna miss out on a couple of your frags, but this shot is just... Ayan, just leave this. Not with this weapon, buddy. Not at that range.
Why is no one watching main stairs? Wait, I just realized. It's a 4v3, and 2 players are above.
What? You saw him. You saw him.
Poison.
Hello,
Poison.
Poison?
He gets
Poison?
him.
But the alibi pig was there.
He gets
Hello?
the planter anyway? Okay.
Attackers have
Forget
recovered
the
their
planter, man.
What is even going on, man? Ayan's in a 1v3, and a very difficult 1v3 at that. There should be somebody in blue, maybe. It's a post-plant situation. Catching this diffuser is going to be extremely difficult. He's going to see one. There's the Nomad. One down. There's one in blue. Does he know? I don't think he does. Should have an
He
idea of
doesn't,
it
but
now.
he has an idea.
No, he's running around too much, causing a lot of noise. Somebody's going to come out. Front side. He doesn't know where the Ana is. Nothing was going to take that kill. Again, just a complete collapse of cohesion from the team. It became a 4v3. 2 players were still above. Fine. Sight had a hold. Nobody was in blue. Nobody was in blue to try and watch the main stairs. So there goes your player inside of connector. And not connector, like just outside of the blue door. And that's it. After that, where are the remaining 2 players? They're still above, trying to find the roam clear. Kira didn't even go for roam clear. They didn't have to. They just emphasized on the sites. Snowmobile is a breach-heavy site. Why are you still roaming? The breach is done. And the front lobby is basically compromised anyway. Fall back. They refused to. I don't know, man. They fooled around and found out, basically. That's all I can say here. As Kid Esports, well, they will walk away with a win on Chalet. Really, what should have been Noakhailla's map. I will hold that until the end of my days. And Noakhailla just played it very poorly, very poorly. And I'm mincing my words here. I'm like, my goodness.
Hey,
like
I already told you the caster's curse was gonna happen.
yeah,
We called it at the very end of it. I was like, don't jinx it, Jack.
I take
You
responsibility
jinxed
for
it.
jinxing them. But I mean, look at it in this way, right? As we go into the highlights, folks, look at it in this way. They played it in such a way, right, that just was not conducive to winning the map. They were 0-4 down aggressive. How do you go 0-4 down on your own map when you're attacking on an attacker-sided map?
Just like this. Look at Atrov. Just look at this guy and look at how he's fragging out. This was a complete and utter aim diff. But then again, where was the communication from the members of Noakhailla? It was non-existent in so many of these rounds, and that's why they started falling apart. Again and again, I have no idea what was going wrong for them at all. It felt as though they were not talking.
It really did, yeah.
And in that last round in particular, Poison, you saw the alibi pig. He could have cleared out the player from main stairs first and then killed the planter. The planter can't have killed you that quickly. Your gun doesn't come out that fast. The play was there, but again, Noakhailla, they made outlier mistakes. Like, look at this round. Like, what?
Yep. Just that is literally my reaction to like a majority of this map. What even am I looking at? Right. Just I don't know, man. I don't know. I really don't know. It's hard to put into words exactly how I feel about this map, but suffice it to say, not good. Kid Esports, though, they definitely felt good, and their play was good as well, where it counted for, because they punished these mistakes and they punished them wherever possible. That was what was needed, right? Just wait for Noakhailla to make the mistakes. After the first 2 rounds, Kid Esports basically figured out that, hey, these guys they're not playing good. We could just hold back a little bit and punish them whenever we can, and that's exactly what they did. Credit where credit is due. while Noakhailla was just letting attackers slip into important areas and giving away lines of sight in weird positions constantly. It was just a mess of what seems like a lot of miscommunication from their end and overall just clunkiness in their playstyle, like a level of clunkiness that just simply should not have been there. This clutch from MI7, mind you, was absolutely, absolutely fantastic. They really needed this, and they should have capitalized of the overall play and the overall, like, just how good that play was. They should have capitalized off of it, but they didn't. And thus we see the 7-5 Noakhailla losing out on map number 2, Chalet. What should have been their map, well, is no longer. Ion with 13-9, Poison 11-8, and MI7 with 11-9 as well. Kills were there, but again, individual performances does not equate to a map win because you've got to play as a team. Taha and Nemesis, very quiet map, especially for Nemesis, a stark contrast compared to the first map. But on the other side, of course, Deathamer 10-6 with a 75% and Flit 13-1 as well.
Look
Copy
at Atrov.
7-6.
Is he actually 10-1?
He's actually 10-1.
Is
Died
he
only
actually
in
10-1?
round.
Wait, what?
One death, apparently. Imagine that.
That is
a turf, just man. Shrisha 8-10 as well. Like even the player at the very bottom of that table, Shrisha, is 8-10 with a 58% KOST. How do you top that? Well, again, Noakhailla just should have adapted way earlier in the map. That's really all I'll leave it at, because at this point, we've been dragging on about that for so long. So, 7-3-7-5, and it is now a map 3 situation, aka CCV's favorite words, a glorified best of one. Ayo. But, folks, Villa, yeah, we're going to have to wait until we get to Villa. We need to cool down a little bit, if you can't tell, and the players probably need to cool down a little bit as well, get themselves in order. So, we're just going to be taking a quick break, and we'll be right back. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Community Cup Season 3 for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and of course our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Aggressive, as we are here for what is the next map, Map 3, in this best of 3 lower brackets run between GeeTwo Esports and Noakhailla Warriors. We do apologize for the delay in getting map number 3 started. We had a bunch of technical issues on the back end, but they seem to have been resolved. So we're going to be going straight into the third map as soon as we get the ready from all the players in the lobby. This is decided map Villa after a 7-3 for Noakhailla on Oregon and a 7-5 for GeeTwo Esports on Chalet. Now it just leaves Villa in a glorified best of 1. Who will win? Who will bow out of the tournament run today? We'll find out in just a short while. Aggressive, how are we feeling about this map?
For Villa, I'm very looking forward to it, but at the same time, a little bit susceptible to the fact that maybe Noakhailla could just take a massive L here. Especially after what happened in their performances in map number 2, I have no idea how they're going to bounce back from it. But again, if Kira were able to bounce back from a pretty, let's say, lackluster performance, then does it really mean that Noakhailla can't? Not exactly. They can still perform. They can still play to the base of their own capabilities. But at the end of the day, they need to showcase their worth as a team. Unless we see something incredible coming out from Noakhailla where they maybe just pick up that sense as well. Because honestly, in my eyes, sense is probably the most strongest here on this particular map. But at the end of the day, this map is very telegraphed. There's not really a lot of different strategies that you can play around with. Astronomy being one of the biggest sidelines that you need to control as the attacker and also as the defender. How many more different types of strats can you go for here? How adaptable can you be as a team? Because Villa is one of those maps that I don't personally see a lot of different ways that you can adapt. I could be wrong. You can tell me that I'm wrong on this, but from my analytical perspective, this is what I feel.
Yeah, no, Villa is just one of those maps where strategy-wise, there really isn't anything different from any of the teams that we have seen play here over the years that Villa has now been a part of Siege 4. I mean, you have the same horizontal pushes when it comes to second floor sites. You have second floor clear, roam clear, into vertical, into site push when it comes to kitchen. And literally no other team other than Hunters LFO goes for the first floor library site anyway, so there's no point really talking about that all too much. Valkyrie, the final ban, we forgot to talk about the bans entirely. It is currently Thatcher, Jackal, Kaid, and Valkyrie are the bans here. Very standard bans, really nothing too particularly special. As we go into round number 1, Aviator Games Room from the side of GeeTwo Esports. Round 1 is now a go.
Very standard pickups as well. Horse, as much as we want, but at the end of the day, it's always the same pickups because this is how strong the operators are. You're always going to pick up these type of operators because of what they bring down to the table. They're all-rounders for every particular map because of the way that you can hold, and there's not really much that you need to worry about. Yuruni, though, in this situation, could be an interesting pickup for them, especially due to the gadgets that she has. Denying those early rushes that could be coming in will be crucial for the success for GeeTwo Esports.
10 seconds left.
Again, it's going to come down to how they decide to play the map and how they react to their opponents. Surya being brought in by the Aruni, of course. And it really just, again, comes down to what we see the adaptations be from these teams here. Noakhailla specifically, since Villa is a very defender-sided map, but you know, as we know, we said that before, and that hasn't exactly panned out the way we would have thought it did, especially on Chalet. Attacker-sided map, but then we immediately ate our words as defense teams were winning it out left, right, and center. Oregon, of course, was a bit more expected, but still attack for Noakhailla went pretty good there, so they might be able to apply what they had on Oregon to this map.
And because of it, I do see a little bit more of an interesting situation come out and play in, but okay, a couple of kills to come in already from the side of Noakhailla. They were fast with it. What the hell just happened? In like 5 seconds, 3 players just got completely dropped all across the map. That was a hit and a half, something that we didn't expect at all.
Well, a hit and a half indeed. And suddenly GeeTwo Esports is 3 players down now. But it's a 2v4 as the first body of the attack will go down. Nemesis, again, continuing to not really have a great time right about now. Pings are coming out. A Turf wants to challenge this, but he's going to go down instead. MI7 takes the kill. Copy the last one standing. Finds one. Needs to find a couple more, though. Plant is now going off on the default spot right by the table next to the vault door. It's going to go off without a hitch. And now, well, it's actually not right by the vault door. But in the meanwhile, there we go. Copy's going to get the kill. Noakhailla will win round 1.
Was insanely quick from Noakhailla to drop 3 players all across the map on 3 different sidelines as they were trying to hold it down is something that is not that should not happen, especially on this particular map. Whenever you're playing from Aviator and Games, you should have a proper idea of how you want to hold it all down. But the sidelines, nothing really worked out. No one even played outside of the Aviator balcony. Sorry, the Games balcony. What am I saying? What? The attackers, they came in from the black floor. They came in from red stairs. They took that control, worked their way in back towards 90, and then just pincer every single member from Kira into an isolated position. That's something very different.
10 seconds left.
And again, Kira, I think they got hit really quickly and they had no chance to adapt to anything there. So hopefully on this time around, they will be a lot more prepared for this fast take.
Yeah, they will have to be a lot more prepared. That is for certain. Noakhailla right now with a very strong start, and they're going to have to keep this up, mind you. As they, well, literally the way they won the map, they hit Kira. Literally, Ade, if you remember the lyrics,
If I drone, you will be
to-
missed.
if you remember the lyrics to Through the Fire and the Flames, right? The way Kira got hit, it was literally a cold winter morning, even before the light had set in. As Nemesis could have gotten a kill there, unfortunately unaware of the fact that they were actually shooting one of the enemy defenders. We'll have to just sit back for the meanwhile. Flit, now low on HP. Will the defenders have as quiet of a round as they did in the first round? Well, I guess we'll have to wait and find out. Flit's actually jumping down. I think that's Flit anyway. Jumped down to red. We saw the vault come in. Yes, the ping is going to come out. That's the Malusia, actually. Excuse me, Deathamer, who's playing red stairs now.
Very surprised that there are no mute jammers over towards the second floor. They extended the side, but not playing that mute here could just be their downfall if they're not careful, especially to consider how much drone presence there is for the members of Noakhailla. They have so much control. They've worked their way all the way towards trophy already. They have ample amounts of control, but no one's playing from the red stairs, so that could be a massive thorn on their side if they're not careful. E7 again, trying to open up as many avenues as he possibly can. The Aruni is just chilling inside of the vault. They're just waiting it out. They're trying to get the information with the drones, and they've already spotted out 2 players. And because of this, they have every single player under lockdown. They have the positions in check. They have everything in mind. They just need to go in for the execute. The picture is there. They just need to hang it on the wall.
Well, can they get it hung on the wall? That was a really nice analogy, actually, Aggressive. It took me a second to actually realize what you meant. As Ayan's going to take one, or be taken down, excuse me. MI7 finds Flit, though. The refrag is in. And there's another. Shrisha is down. 90 has been cleared out. So the site will now be pushed and pushed hard unless the Finka can get the revive off. There's 2 of those charges of nanobots remaining. But Taha might just be picked up by Nemesis. Oh, okay, there we go. Someone's in
Oh
the
my
vault trying to
god!
get a kill.
That overheal! The
There we
overheal!
go. Poison's grenade is going to find a third. What a timing right there by the Finka. And a little bit of target prioritization could have been done better by the player inside of Vault. I think that was copy. Regardless, it's a 2v4. Okay, Renegade gets a kill. Never mind. Poison shuts down Deathhammer before he could swing out too hard, but they have to get the plant off, and it's on now. But MI7 from across the room finds the angle, finding the smoke before the too much damage could be dealt. And the round still goes to Noakhailla.
He actually peeked that and got away with it. Hello? They're kind of falling asleep on some of these angles, but hey, at the end of the day, it's completely fine. You're getting the shots that you need, and Noakhailla, even though the rounds are a little bit dicey and they're getting a bit too over aggressive with it, but it's completely fine. Again, I think that they went through the Aruni gate just because they had no utility to try and disrupt it.
No utility and no time to reposition. I think that was really it. That did.
And they're like, just
Defenders protect
become the
bombs.
living, breathing
Use
flash
attack.
grenade that you need. They use the body to disrupt the gate instead.
I mean, if it works, right?
Yep.
Well, round 3, site has changed. It is now second floor trophy statuary. Noakhailla on the attack, looking good here on Villa. 2 rounds to them so far. Kira, like you said, falling asleep on the wheel right now. Definitely not looking all too good for them. Maybe all things are not all that good. Maybe they spent just so much energy trying to win the first map. Not the first map, the second map, excuse me, Chalet. Especially when Noakhailla started fighting back. Even then, they've never had endurance issues before, at least not to the level that they might be showing today. And mind you, again, you know, both teams aren't really playing with the playing 5 that they're normally used to because of the Community Cup rules and this and that, and you get the point, right? So there's a few things to be considered here when it comes to team performances. It won't be as good as the Pro Series, that is for sure, but let's also not mince our words here. Some of the performances we've seen have left quite a bit to be desired. Drones are out. Taha has found where the Wamai is playing, smack bang in the center view of the bedroom door. Breach is going to go out onto bathroom, going to get a little rotate going between bathroom and closet, allow for easier access to bedroom and easier rotate to bathroom whenever possible. Plenty to happen. Now the question is, how soon can they gather map control?
It's not to rush it, but they're funneling in all the way from bedroom. Wait a second. They're already inside of master bathroom. Wait, what?
Okay. Roteros are going out. And it should be taking out the shield. Yep, there we go. Shield's gonna be denied. That means Copy's position is exposed, and he just barely gets away with it. Shouldn't have been allowed, but I mean, I guess it is what it is, right? Copy now very low on
Grenades.
HP. Any kind of grenade could be able to take them out. No, they're gonna expect somebody on Astro Stairs, but the flashbang sends them away first. Flit's gonna take a bit of damage. That is the alibi playing Astro Stairs. Gotta be careful about this. Rotero's all over the place right now. Shots are fired. Copies on the floor. Will the LMG win this gunfight? Turf takes so much damage. You gotta be careful here. Everyone's peeking the finger, but it's Flit who gets the kill.
They had no idea the Flit was on the bottom floor, but again, Me7, he comes in down from the top end with Talha. They're gonna be able to get a couple of shots in, and Me7, he's gonna be able to capitalize on all of the confusion and come in through from the top side of the main statue room. How are they gonna work their way in for this though? Because Shisha, he's still holding from the back end, trying to stop players from pushing in a little bit too far. One player's already down, but Shisha's gonna be able to get the one. Not gonna get away with this as easily, but maybe last couple of plays could be coming in. Small technical difficulties on the round, but hey, at the end of the day, the round's already over, and I do believe that Noakhailla did win that one out, and yes, they did.
All right. As Aggressive pointed out, there's a couple of technical difficulties you might have noticed in the way that we are, that we're overall our commentary level also isn't quite keeping up to what you might be seeing, because our feed might be an issue with, like, the service we're using here. Very much, very much, very much in the driver's seat right
Attackers
now.
are moving to defuse the bomb. Bomb located by attackers.
Looking at the stat screen as well. You do see that Me7, he's just leading the charge for all of this. 5-0 on a Twitch? That's not something normal. Because honestly, they're in a position where you know things could go horribly wrong in just a couple of seconds, because we know what Noakhailla do from time to time, right? They get an early advantage, they start to get overconfident, they overpeak a lot of the corners, and here Esports are like, come into my arms. Death's Embrace is right in front of you. You better not be tempted by that.
Once again, a little bit of a technical disruption going on, and we don't
Who
know what
won
happened,
this?
folks. We're just
Oh,
as
Noakhailla
lost.
won.
No, okay, so we know that. We don't know how, we don't know who, we don't know what.
Oh, we just know that we just got like 2 kills out of it, and Poison just shut down 3 more.
I
Poison
guess.
was on 3 kills.
Okay, so
Me7
Poison
was
had a
on
3,
5.
right? So that's the 2 that got the kills, and I'm guessing numbers, right? And numbers don't really give us the full picture, but here we are, round 5.
Making it work as much as we can. There's not much that we can do. Technical difficulties always do happen. We gotta make do with what we have, but for the side of Kira, they're not making. And
10 seconds to insertion.
that's their home turf. We didn't see any of that.
Denied the Aruni gate as another peek comes in.
Oh,
MI7.
nice shot.
Beautifully done. Shrisha's down. It's a 5v3.
Goodbye. Copy's just. Oh wait, Copy gets away with the kill. Wait, what? He sat behind the astronomy desk and he actually finds a kill even though his shield is gone. Copy, can you get out of that though? If he survives that placement, that's gonna be perfect.
Taha, why are you just sitting there in the corner of the breach? What? I'm a little confused here as to what we just saw.
could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light. I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I
could run through the fire.
conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light. I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the match between Chalet Esports and Noakhailla in this lower brackets match BO3 third map here at the Esports Club Community Cup Season 3 for Rainbow-Six-Siege. Supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotha Gaming, and our broadcast partner Loco. I'm your host Blackjack, back again alongside my co-host Aggressive, as we had to really take a minute there, didn't we? We had a ton of technical difficulties in the middle, a couple of internet restarts, a couple of game crashes. It was the whole 9 yards. But right now, coming back, you should be able to see on your screens right now that it is indeed 4-1 to Noakhailla. On the attack, they have been taking round after round. And while we haven't particularly been able to say with much certainty what's been going on due to the just sheer amount of technical difficulties we're having, it is very clear Noakhailla has been dominating the game so far. All we know is that the round that Chalet Esports won was round 5 on second floor trophy, which makes sense because in round 3 they went to trophy and nearly won that as well. A couple of mistakes that they cleaned up on. So back to AV Games Room. I disagree with this. They have lost the site comprehensively 3 times so far. First floor dining would have served them better, but hey, what do I know? I'm just a caster. Anyhow, action phase and Noakhailla, can they make it 5-1 or is it going to be a 4-2 now?
Looks to be one of those maps that really does favor Noakhailla quite heavily. But again, the one round that the members of Kiro were able to take, we have no idea how they were able to take it as well. Was it an adaptability play? Were the members of Noakhailla a bit too over-aggressive, where they were able to capitalize on top of the mistakes? And it's been happening quite often as well, where Noakhailla, they make the mistakes and Kiro are able to capitalize. And I love that, honestly. A team that is able to play around the mistakes of your opposition is something that is very rare, because a lot of teams, they don't know how to capitalize on top of it. But in this case, it seems that Kira, there's the ones who are making a lot of the mistakes, and Noakhailla, they just have so much map control. Look at how that they're playing. They're already in towards the side of statuary.
Undisturbed at that too. MI7 is hunting for the player who jumped down the red stairs. There you go, pings her out towards the bottom pantry stairs. And that should be potentially at some point later in the game a dead roamer, at least sometime later. Right now the hunt is still on. MI7 wants to at least know if they're down red stairs, pantry stairs that is. But no, Flit's coming around the other side, the other kitchen stairs, so to speak. I should stop calling that one pantry stairs, the one below Astro, and this one, the one Flit came around. But I guess it doesn't matter, because inside their defense has absolutely crumbled. Trisha trying to deny the breach into Vault. He's going to find one. Beautiful shot right there. Needs to find another couple at least. The Thunderbirds are keeping him alive. Flit's come around. Found another. But Trisha goes down in the meanwhile. Flit, it's all down to them now.
Position's known.
1v3. And yes, position is known.
He's just stuck inside a statuary. He can't even peek out without someone holding down his proximity. But, oh wait, never mind. He has the diffuser. I did not notice that initially. Here comes a couple of the smokes. And that's a survival play. Those smokes came in so clutch. If they didn't have that, that would have been absolutely horrendously bad. But still, they're going to be able to survive. They do have to hold in their favorite alibi. Pink's coming in for a strong. And Me7, casual swing from him. Crosshair placement just not on check. And Me7, an absolute giga chat for that play. Nicely done. Noakhailla, they take it on a 5-1 before the side swap happens. And hey, they're on cloud 9. They have everything under wraps.
Yeah, they've got everything under control right now. 5-1, and they are defense now on Villa, what is usually known as the best side to be on when it comes to this map. Now, can Noakhailla actually bring it around and finish their plate? What they should have done on Chalet, because while we were having the technical difficulties, right, me and Aggressive, we had this discussion that this Noakhailla, where were they on Chalet? Where were they where they should have been? Their map pick. It's an interesting discussion, and I think Noakhailla themselves will definitely be talking about that quite a bit, depending on whether or not they go farther into the competition. But given the situation right now, 5-1, their defense, it really doesn't seem like Kid Esports are going to be able to bring themselves back unless they play out of their minds. And even then, the margin for error is very, very small.
I'll have a lot of wiggle room to play around with. And maybe this could just be the downfall because of it. Noakhailla, though, they're on the defensive side. And wait, how many people are playing on lurks? I only see 2 people on the top end of the site. Wait, no, that's a complete side extension. They're playing for the entire second floor.
Yep. I mean, normally, it's a pretty common thing to see when it comes to Villa second floor defense.
Yeah.
But yes, Noakhailla have taken it a little bit farther. And the player roaming down all the way on basement is definitely an interesting decision. But again, if we keeping up with MRCZ's games, it's not entirely a surprise. Poison flirting with death once again because there is the upside down rappel of the Nomad on Astro window, so he's got to be a little careful here. Ion wants to peek this, and he's going to take damage instead. Zofia concussions are heard. MI7 is coming around to Astro stairs to cover for what could be a potential vault in, rappel in, excuse me, or potentially even somebody coming out of bathroom.
7. He's making a good amount of noise though, so that's gonna be a good call for the defender.
Or not. Or not.
No one cleared out blue stairs, sure.
Okay, then. Flit finds one. Ion is down. The Y goes off the board, but it is currently a 1 well, 1-for-1 situation in terms of body trades. Ooh, a Turf, had he peeked a little bit more on towards the carpet, might have actually found the defender that was down there, but not to be. 4 defenders remain, 4 attackers remain as well. Minute 25 on the clock. Plenty of time to make this work for both teams.
Attackers have located a
Dethemer
bomb.
is pretty close to the site, actually. Might be able to find 1 or 2, depending on how he plays this. Grenade's going to go out to try and clear out Vault Door. As more shots will be fired in just a second here. MI7 gives away his position with those sprays. But he's safe here inside his tunnel.
Throwed it to the side.
Yeah, I see that as well. Minute remaining, though. Oh. Wait, how is he? What do you mean?
You still want that?
Sheesh.
Wait,
Sheesh.
Shisha's outside. Wait, who's the attacker? Who's the defender? Hello?
Hey. That happened. I'm not even sure at this point. Man.
Alright.
Attackers bomb
Ooh.
diffuser has been dropped.
This guy's
Beautiful
just
shot.
clean with it.
Yeah. Real clean, I'll tell you what. Flit gets one back, though. It's a 3v2. Still possible for the attack. It's not entirely out of the question, but the diffuser has been dropped on balcony. There we go. That's not good. MI7 gets a quad. He's on for the ace right now. He wants this final kill, but he's been down on the floor. So no ace. Not what it seems like anyway. He's going to crawl away still. Dethemer entering the site with about a few seconds and no health anymore on board. It's 6-1. It's match point and series point for Noakhailla.
It's pretty much guaranteed for them now. Noakhailla, they have all of the momentum on their favor, and no real momentum breaks is enough to stop them, it seems. Kira, they had multiple different technical difficulty pauses that we had from our end and also from their end to try and maybe just figure stuff out and finally be the things that shuts down Noakhailla and their momentum, but there was nothing. This is completely snowballed out of control, and Kira, they don't really have an answer for any of this. They're on the attacking side, yes, but now we're going to be heading into trophy and statuary and that mirror.
Attackers need to locate and
Like,
defuse
you
the
don't want to
bomb.
face a mirror, not on this site. It's just such a nuisance and so oppressive that there is nothing that you can do to try and break through these mirror walls unless your Twitch just goes into a godly mode. But I don't think the Twitch is going to come through unless they spot out the mirror
Bomb
early
located
on,
by attackers.
and that way they can maybe survive this Twitch. With
mean,
the
even-
Twitch, sorry.
Even then, it's going to be dicey for Kira. That is for sure. The Twitch is always a good pick to have, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be going for it. Instead, the Flores comes out from a turf. At least that is going to be confirmed in. Yep, now it is confirmed in entirely. Flores has been brought into the play. 4 grenades, 4 claymores, and 3 flashbangs. That's the secondary utility you are looking at from the Kira Esports camp right now. Very much in a situation where if they don't win this round, they're done. And their tournament run here at the Esports Club Community Cup Season 3 for Siege is out of the running. Oh, okay, misdroned. The drone did not go towards Astro Stairs, and Poison took advantage of that. Dethemer will go down, and thus we have the first blood.
Nemesis, though, maybe could just be the casualty here in this engagement, and yep, that's the kill. But Ion immediately over on towards the other side of the map takes out Rav. Now they're just done for here. One by one, they are falling, and the last stand's not gonna give you anything here. But Fled maybe could just be the equalizer for all of this. Just find one more player, but still it's 3 versus 2 situation favoring the side of Noakhailla. No side control whatsoever. They have dropped their bodies heavily, and they now need to double up. They need to play together as a team, and they cannot split up at all because they need the trades. They need to get this down to a 1 versus 2 situation at the bare minimum if they want to have an advantage here at all. But these default camps, they're giving away so much of their positions that the attackers, where do they really want to go? They're stuck. And unless the defenders maybe make an over-aggressive push, that Azami was really low on HP and he still won that fight. Like, seriously?
Yep, that tends to happen if you've been around these parts long enough. It's all now down to copy. Last one standing in 1v3, being surrounded by operators, and Taha will be the one to put them out of their misery. GG's across the board as we now have a winner. And honestly, I think we all expected them to win, but much earlier, given how the maps had started. And 7-1 to the side of Noakhailla will give them the victory over Kid Esports 2-1 on the map count, and a very late finish compared to when we were actually supposed to end these three maps. But hey, who am I to begrudge a BO3 that goes all the way to the third map, right? Anyhow, it's an interesting game that we had, and I'm particularly looking forward to the next one as well. It's going to be an interesting one. The next game, I think it's North Star. I forgot the fourth team's name. North Star versus who was it? Who lost yesterday again? Fourth match. GeeTwo, right? Yes. Forgive me for forgetting that, but I'm not used to saying GEE2. It's not something that comes to my brain naturally. Anyhow, yeah, an interesting game, but Kid Esports, they are running. As we go into the highlights to talk a little bit more about Villa. Well, Kid Esports, unfortunate it is, but Noakhailla will continue their lower brackets run.
Oh. I kind of ran away with this one. Chalet was a very interesting affair. I'm just going to say that. But hey, at the end of the day, remember what I said when it came down to the prediction? I expected a 7-1 scoreline on the map of Chalet, but instead I got 7-1 on Villa.
You won, but at what cost?
And really at what cost? But hey, they put up a pretty good show, you have to say. Like,
Yeah.
Kira, they tried, but at the end of the day, Noakhailla, they just had too much control. Me7 was winning out on every single one of his engagements when there was not much that Kira could have done to try and get away from it. They got caught out in a lot of different situations, a lot of different scenarios just did not pan out in the way they wanted it to. They fell flat because of it. That's a rough hit, but hey, Kira, don't take it to heart because you're a really good team and you still have an opportunity down the line. There are more tournaments to be found. And don't forget, the Pro Series is right around the corner.
Oh, yeah. That Pro Series is going to make for a very, very interesting time. Indeed, very exciting time as well. But as we see the highlights come towards the final round of the match, we see as well exactly where we leave Kid Esports for now. 1-2 as they end their lower brackets run pretty early at that as well, pretty much before they could really get it going, thanks to, of course, a team comprised largely of players from Mercenaries. And with all that being said and done, I should say, Noakhailla will be pretty happy to have gotten this win when they did, because again, without it, they would have been strapped for rounds and strapped for R6 credits, and you don't really want to do that if you are playing this game. And some of the skins that come out, pretty good skins, right? You have the Castle Elite that came out recently, a couple of days ago. Pretty good Elite, I will say. Not the best Elite I've ever seen, but the overall aesthetic, I love it. And hey, my boy Castle finally getting an Elite after 7 years of being in this game. He's a legacy operator, can you believe that? Montaigne and Castle got Elite skins 7 years after the game's release. Not all legacy operators had production's confused, but yes, Montaigne got that Elite, right? The super sci-fi looking one that makes him look like it makes him look like a mech from Pacific Rim. He even like his Elite animation is like he puts his shield down and blocks a laser for like a good time in his Elite animation. It's really cool. It's actually one of the better skins out there. But Elite discussion aside, those credits, yeah, go on.
Castle's lead, but I did see it. That's my personal opinion. When I first saw it, I thought this was a Capita Elite or something.
Oh no.
Come on, don't tell me it doesn't look like Capita without his eye patch.
I mean, I guess I can see it, especially given Capitao's Elite, where he's just, vibing with a football. But anyhow, match summary on your screens right now. Statistics-wise, well, as you can see, MRCZ by and large leading the charge here. Kid Esports, not exactly the best day in the office for them. I mean, Nemesis, bottom fragger for the side of Noakhailla, right? I think I accidentally called them MRCZ for a second. I do apologize for that. But anyhow, Noakhailla Nemesis 5-6, right at the bottom of the table, 75% KOST. Better performance from them than the top 4 of Kira, and that's not a good look right there. That is the bottom 4 of Kira, I should say. Deathmer 7-8, really the only one doing a whole lot of work. KOST wise, copy matching Deathmer at 63%, but again, Kira Esports just really not there today, and thus they will be bowing out of this competition after a 7-5 win on Chalet. They really seem like they might be able to have a good fight here on Villa, but not to be. So let's look at the brackets. I almost said blackets. Yes. Let's have a look at the brackets here. And there you go. Kid Sports out of the running. Noakhailla are patiently awaiting the loser of Crouch Potato versus Waterboys, the upper brackets game that will happen a couple of days from now. And the loser of that one will come back to face Noakhailla Warriors. And the next game that we have for all of our viewers at home, North Star versus GeeTwo Esports. The winner of that goes on to face the loser between Copium and Team Woo. So plenty of exciting and interesting games ahead for all of our viewers at home. But with all that being said, we're going to have to take a quick break before we come back for that exciting second game. And, we'll let you guys recharge as well. Get all the players in, get your popcorn, get your drinks. We'll be right back.
run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire.
conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Community Cup Season 3 for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft and powered by Zotac Gaming and our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me, of course, is my co-host, Babagusta, as we are here for the matchup number 6, I guess. Lower bracket matchup number 2. That is, of course, Northstar versus GeeTwo Esports. That's going to be going live on your screens in just a short minute. We had Esports versus Noakhailla a while ago, and that one was, of course, all the way down to map number 3. It was a 2-1. Noakhailla were the ones to progress. So, with all that out of the way, Babagusta, how are you feeling on this fine night?
Well, I'm doing great, Jack. Although for a moment there, I had a slight bit of panic that I had some problems with my connectivity issues. Mainly because of the rain, of course. But I'm glad I got my net back and I finally got to cast the final lower brackets matchup between Team Northstar and GeeTwo Esports. Now, I did take a look at the first lower brackets matchup with Kira and Noakhailla Warriors. Surprisingly enough, 7-1 on map number 3 Villa is a surprising one to be talking about here, Jack. And unfortunately for Kira Esports, they had to step down because they just got eliminated out from the lower brackets. But what's past is the past, and now we got to focus on the present. Now we got to see who will be the second team who will be eliminated out of this community cup. Will it be Team Northstar or will it be Team GeeTwo Esports? As we take a look at the map veto itself, Cafe Dostoevsky will be the first map brought up by Team Northstar. Clubhouse from GeeTwo Esports, and then last but not the least, the decider, which will be on Oregon.
SA classic when it comes to these maps, right? Replace Cafe with Villa, and you've got yourself a formula for basically 99% of matches here in South Asia. But Cafe is a nice change of pace. At least we'll have something a little different before we go into the SA Classic of Clubhouse and then Oregon. And we'll see whether or not this match goes all the way to map number 3. GeeTwo Esports, I'm not entirely confident when it comes to their performance, so we might not. But then again, I said the same thing about the first match, and we all know exactly how my predictions go, folks. Not well. Basically, I get like 1 in 20 right at this point, because I don't know, man. Maybe my 20th prediction is coming soon. I'll have to wait and see. But anyhow, Northstar going to Cafe. That is their map pick. Interesting one at that. GeeTwo have their work cut out for them because the performance we saw them put up against Team Uwu yesterday wasn't exactly all that great. So, how will they fare today? What do you think, Baba?
Well, since it is the lower brackets after all, Jack, I'm pretty sure that Northstar and GeeTwo Esports will give a fair fight. That's for sure, because it is the lower brackets. And talk about these two teams, although they didn't had a good journey in the upper brackets, now they're facing eliminations. And I'm pretty sure they're still ensuring that whatever happens, they're still here to have a fight. They're still here to survive. But when it comes to the rule-wise, only one has the chance to go into the next phase, go up against Team Noakhailla Warriors. So who will it be? Let's find out on map number 1, Cafe Dostoevsky. As we started off with the ban phase, Northstar on attack, GeeTwo on defense.
Here we go. Map number 1 is live, folks. Northstar on the attack, GeeTwo Esports on the defense, and they, GeeTwo Esports, that is, have the first ban of the map. Nice name of the player who just disconnected, E404. Of course, that's a shorthand for error 404 site not found. Anyhow, I think we should be able to get them back relatively soon, as Thatcher will be our first ban of the night. No real surprises right there. Thatcher literally does not... Wait, what do you mean your money, Minimus? Hold on. When did we get into a bet, huh? Somebody needs to remind me what happened. Somebody in the chat, whatever. Remind me what I'm missing here, because I might be missing something. I'm a very forgetful person. Jackal, in the meanwhile, is going to be banned by Northstar, as we have our usual attacker bans to start us off.
Yep. Man, what a way to start off the ban phase itself. Thatcher and Jackal will be banned. And of course, on the side of defense, I'm pretty sure that Valkyrie and Mira will be banned on the side of the defense. So all in all, just some friendly banters on the all chat. I mean, at this point, it's just maximum conversation about Jack and CCV. But other than that, what's more interesting is that it's not a Mira ban, but an alibi coming in from
Huh.
GE2 Esports. So interesting bans coming in from Team GE2 Esports and Northstar. And now all you got to do is just wait for all the players to arrive in the lobby and ensure that everything is working out smoothly. And to start it off, it will be on third floor bar and cocktail lounge. So let's see how both of these teams will perform well on this. So kind of like the conversation that you and Moose are having here, Jack.
Well, according to Moose, the alibi ban is a result of nobody picking anything else because everybody was like coming in and out like a revolving door, right? Of the round, of the match, that is. And there was just one madman had clicked on alibi, and thus the alibi ban went through. What do you know? Probably would have been a no ban situation, or who knows? I mean, at the end of the day, it's probably a calculated move from them, right? Production's feeding me conspiracy theories from the back right now.
Ooh.
As GEE2 Esports are going to have the first defense. They are on third floor bar and cocktail lounge. Northstar are the ones who seem to be having a few technical difficulties, as it
Attackers need to
were.
locate
Hopefully, we
and
don't have to
defuse as
deal
many
with
bombs as they
too
can.
many V-hosts, because I'm already counting that we will probably have one. But anyhow, let's look at the 10 players that are in the lobby for both of these teams here tonight, I should say. Northstar are bringing out its Ares, Ultra Noob 69, nice, E404, also known as Error 404, it's Leo and Devil. And from the side of GEE2 Esports, we have Drons, Khalifa 420, nice, Solo Carry, Expansion Tetra, and Mini Moose, as we'll be going straight into round one.
Yeah, for Team Northstar, though, I kind of like the names here, Jack. It kind of reminds me of constellations like Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. Fortunately, there's only 2 stars that I see on the side of Team Northstar, Aries and Leo. Aries' performance, though, on the upper brackets have been really interesting coming in from the Finker's end. Getting a lot of an early peaks, as I like to call it, when they went up against Team Uwu was a great attempt, but in the end, it was Team Uwu who got the better end of it. But knowing that both of them would meet in the slower brackets, and with the action phase coming in play, they are not wasting any time at all, especially rappelling in towards the Windows side, because cigar control is exactly what Northstar intends to do. The main problem has to be the roamers on the side of GEE2 Esports, especially Khalifa, who's currently on second floor. Maybe he could go in for a run out or maybe a C4 from below if the information's been given from the defenders might work out well in their
Bomb
favor.
located by attackers.
We'll have to wait and see about that, as right now the attackers are just taking their sweet time, trying to figure out what the defenders are up to. Okay, a little messy from Devil, but the kill is taken nonetheless. Khalifa goes down. That's your Warden taken care of. Interesting that GE2 even went with a Warden to begin with. You don't normally see that much flashbang-related play when it comes to this map, so who knows? But anyhow, that's the first kill nonetheless, and a good one at that. Now, solo carry position given away, shot away as well from inside of the shop, cigar shop, excuse me. That is Aries taking that one. More shots are fired. Aries has got to be careful not to have their head taken clean off. There are players all over the map right now, as Expansion Tetra will fire back. A kill is taken, but that's just one. Breach is being denied in the meanwhile, as the Azami Kibas not quite going off where they should have. Grenade is out, and that will claim you Ultra Noob 69. I'm gonna laugh every time I say that name, I swear. As Dronzer is also extremely low on HP, goes down. No, that's actually Ultra Noob taking that kill. And Mini Moose went down. Dronzer still alive, last one standing, will no longer. Caught from inside of the freezer. That is the round going to Northstar.
Unfortunate though for the Azami, especially from that cigar lounge. His main purpose was to, wall off the entire broken wall on towards the whiskey room. Unfortunately, the timing of the Kiba barriers didn't work out too well in his favor. And what's more worse about it is that he got caught off by a frag grenade. And that will give the win that Northstar requires on their first round. I'm pretty sure that they will make the same thing, especially for Team GE2 Esports, to make their defensive hold on Bar and Cocktail Lounge. Khalifa will return back into the lobby and join alongside with the defenders. And with the ready confirmation, we will proceed to round number 2 without having any issues whatsoever. Now, if you talk about the way how Cocktail Lounge went for Team GE2 Esports, you could say it was more of a shaky start, right? the way how North Star got control just by the repels from the Windows side, instantly getting a kill or two, immediately got control of that situation. And next thing you know, it's just everyone just got removed one by one when they start to slowly gain control from Piano as well as the new hatch. I mean, just the normal drill. So on run number 2, hopefully we might see some adaptations being made from Team GeeTwo Esports, or maybe we might see the same problems that we might expect here as in round number 1.
Well, we'll have to wait and see if North Star are going to continue this run that they seem to be setting up, in the sense that they might take more rounds here. We're going back to the same site. Interestingly enough, most teams, when it comes to playoff matches, they would just immediately switch their sites as soon as they lose a singular round. But GeeTwo Esports, the brave souls that they are, deciding to go back to the top floor site. Round 2 will see us play once again, thus on third floor bar and cocktail lounge, with pretty much the same attacker lineup and defender lineup as well. Mini moves with the castle. I like the fact that they're bringing out the castle for the overall strategy of holding cigar shop and piano, or the lounge, as separate sides entirely, because somebody else will be holding cigar shop and it'll be castle barricaded off and the whole thing, and somebody else, the Azami usually, will be holding inside of piano to along with the cable barriers to keep the attackers away from such an important site adjacent room for as long as possible. But the question is, how long are they going to be able to keep it up for? We've already got the breach on piano wall going, but okay, the Nomad loses that gunfight. Khalifa from below the red stairs actually gets that kill. That's a pretty big one. Only one air jab has gone off, as Devil, in the meanwhile, is hunting for anybody on second floor. There is somebody on bottom white stairs coming up right now. Should have heard the Gone 6. Shots fired. Khalifa is about half HP, but they're just going to fall back towards the other side of the building.
Yep, on the bright side, at least Khalifa is still alive. And if he wasn't, then things wouldn't go too well for GeeTwo Esports. On the other hand, you hear the Kiba barriers making good lines aside, and also some protection from the defensive side. I'm pretty sure that Khalifa has some information regarding one of the players' whereabouts from the white stair. No, actually, he does not. He does not have any information. But I believe he's a bit much more afraid from the reading room itself, so he's going to be more careful on that position. But all in all, you could see that Team North Star is taking a lot of time to take care of this situation, and turns out they found an opening here, especially from Ares' side. Expansion Tetra's gone, so does Mini Moves from the Cigar Lounge, and now we see tensions starts to rise around from the attackers end, and Khalifa might be able to take out Devil, but is it more than enough? Not quite sure. They might be able to take out the Diffuser. This is good coming in from Doran's side. It's a 2v2. They don't have firm control on the side, and that's where Ares comes in play. He will down Drons, and now Khalifa has to clutch this 1v2. Can he succeed this? He doesn't have the C4 to begin with. He couldn't even use to deny the plant, and he needs to rely on his weapon, the MPX. Cooked grenade, will that connect? No, it does not. Not a single damage been dealt around from Khalifa's end. And now it's the hunt. Leo just barely survives in just 10 HP, but in the end it will be Ares who's just patiently waiting from the piano side to give North Star yet another win on round number 2.
A little bit shakier than the first round, that is for sure. That is North Star in round number 2 here. Couple of bodies lost in situations that they really should not have been. And overall, just a little bit of an awkward play that we saw from them. GeeTwo looking a little bit better, seeming like they were going to adapt. But unfortunately, they just kept hemorrhaging bodies where they could not afford to. First floor kitchen will be the site of choice here, as we'll be going into round number 3 with the North Star 2-0 up. No surprises there. They're the ones who picked Cafe. They know exactly what they're doing here. GeeTwo, in the meanwhile, they're going to have a bit of a tough time if things keep going like this.
For North Star, you could say it's an early advantage here, winning 2 rounds back-to-back on third floor bar and cocktail lounge. GeeTwo Esports almost had things under control, but there were some slight altercations from North Star's end, especially Ares was still alive. When he got the opening pick from the piano room, he insisted on holding that angle and let the other player do the plant. Turns out, when it comes to information gain from both the teams,
5
it
seconds.
kind of feels like they have no idea where the players' positionings are. Neither do we get to see a bulletproof cam from the defensive side, nor an attack drones, which is pre-placed in the prep phase itself to give them good information on the spawn campers' whereabouts, or even you could say the other players' whereabouts too. So you could say that Northstar is heavily relying on gunfights. The same thing can be said for GeeTwo Esports too. The only problem has to be from Solo Carry's end, because he decides to moonwalk and makes a magic trick where he decides to disappear. Unfortunate that he had to go out like that, but hopefully he'll be able to come back at the right time itself. On round number 3 itself. But the main problem here is GeeTwo Esports have already lost one of the players, which means that for Northstar, it's yet again advantage here for them, Jack.
Unfortunate as it is for an advantage to be had like this, Northstar will, unfortunately, well, Northstar will just, not pause as Solo Carry has returned. I mean, there was no wait to be able to take a pause anyway. But Khalifa has a lot to say about the situation at hand, finding its Leo and starting things off by taking the Zofia off the board before much damage could be done by Leo in this round. Now, mind you, Leo's mostly been just playing support, not really too heavy on the aggression side of things, but Ares actually trades with Minimus. All right, that's interesting right there, but that leaves the defenders in more trouble as Devil gets expansion. Tetra, Khalifa is still alive, mind you, going 3-2 right now in the first 3 rounds, but on red, their position might just be given away. Flashbang goes out and the peak is there. Khalifa's playing this quietly and safely, as they should. Air jab goes out. That's going to stop and advance for just the time being. Got to be careful. Sees the air jab, is down and not taken out, interestingly enough. Pistol comes out from UN69, but not quite. Shots fired in return as Dronzer goes down. There goes Khalifa, and Northstar will win round 3. Now, I'm sure, the viewers noticed that I called the the Nomad player UN69, because I feel like saying Ultra Noob 69 every time they get a kill or do something important to the round might be a little disingenuous of me. So I'm just going to shorten that down to UN69. Thank you very much. I know the 69 is still in there. I'm going to say that part. Thank you. Everything else, though, don't really feel like it. 3-0, round number 4. Here we go.
If the username was Ultra Instinct, imagine the amount of puns that we were about to have here, Jack. But when it comes to name like that, it's difficult to find out. Actually, there is a player called
not
Ultra
a player,
Instinct.
a team named Ultra Instinct. Back in the Pro League days, they were around about the Division 3/qualifying area of the Pro League, and we've seen them a couple of times in Pro Series qualifiers as well. The couple of the players in there, they used to be friends of mine. We used to, hang out a little bit. But unfortunately, they just quite haven't been able to solidify themselves as a team, and I don't think they're really, most of them, at least the team I used to know, are playing anymore. So, who knows? We might see them back for Pro Series 3 qualifiers. We might not. But yeah, a little bit of interesting South Asian trivia, if you will. There is, in fact, a team called Ultra Instinct.
Sooner or later, I think, when I get the time, I might be able to write a book called as South Asia Facts for Rainbow-Six-Siege. And in order for that to happen, I need to spend a week or 2 to write an entire article about it and then publish it in a way that if at least a team or 2 has a chance to get into the majors, I'll just be like, you know what, take my book, you have every single information regarding the teams, you can just use it for reference.
Imagine that. That would be a hell of a day, I'll tell you what. Anyhow, grenades out from Ares. A bit too cooked. Couldn't quite find Solo Carry, who is just absolutely unperturbed, by the way. The fact that a grenade went off right next to them, and they get a kill off of that as well. Beautifully done, as they will shut down Leo. Not exactly having the best start to the map. There is a rappel that he might want to catch, but not exactly where they had intended to try and get that kill. So the Warden will simply fall back and try to find other players elsewhere.
Alright. Yeah, that's the sound of the thunder coming in from my side, but I'm good. Yeah, talking about the side here for Team GeeTwo Esports. Solo Carry, though, is currently roaming around, and I believe he doesn't have any players' information from Northstar's end. Although removing Leo might have been a good choice, and also the Goyo's Vulcan Shield ensures that any of the players wouldn't make any attempt of making that push from Cigar. So they've cemented their ground. What's more important is that from GeeTwo Esports' end, Solo Carry is still alive and he's still holding the hatch drop right in towards the pillars side. So whenever if any attackers do make an attempt of dropping down from the hatch, it's an entire trap. And I'm pretty sure that 404 knows about this situation. All in all, you could say that Northstar are currently held up from the red stairs, and now this will be a bit of a problem. Not a lot though, because Ares has somehow figured out a way. He will get one, but not only he gets shredded out from Moose, will take a lot of damage from his own Vulcan shield, but he will stay alive. But he forgot about Solo Carry, still from the pillars' end. I believe he just made an attempt of a hatch drop. That did not work out. 2v4, as we can see Northstar having problems in round number 4.
Bit of a one-dimensional push from Northstar. I think we can all agree on that front, as they just kept getting punished for it left and right. Minimoose finding E404 and Devil taking damage, taking the fall to the floor, as another round goes the way of, this time, GeeTwo Esports. Much needed for them, but Northstar getting a bit too comfortable in their boots right now, as they thought that the same push that they did for the last... well, not just the same push, but a very one-dimensional push that they started things off on. They thought that that would work. Unfortunately, as they found out the hard way, that's not exactly how the cookie crumbles here, and they will have to change things up if they want to continue winning rounds on Cafe. This is their map, so they're probably doing a little bit of experimentation every now and again as well. I would not be surprised if they actually were, but hey, it is what it is. 3-1 is the scoreline going into round 5. Northstar still hold a commanding lead and a good position to boot, because they have already made sure that GeeTwo Esports cannot take a lead until the second half. So they, as in GeeTwo Esports, will have to struggle to get that lead.
It will be a tough challenge for GeeTwo Esports, especially on the previous round, the way you saw Solo Carry winning his initial gunfights with Devil, where he was supposed to hunt down the roamers first, not being able to remove Solo Carry and letting, Solo Carry roam all the way towards the pillar side, eventually had an angle for the defenders that can easily take out players one by one, and eventually it did happen on round number 4. So making plays like that might help GeeTwo Esports to make an attempt of pushing themselves back onto the lead, at least equalizing the first half onto a 3-3 score line. But you could say that it always revolves around Solo Carry, right? The plays that Solo Carry does makes a heavy impact towards the defensive side. So unless and until Solo Carry doesn't make an initial kills or make an adaptation in the mid round itself, you could say that Northstar has things under control, especially having Ares and Devil being in their hands on towards the attack side. So you could see GeeTwo Esports taking it nice and slow. They don't want to get themselves picked out quite early. Grenades will get caught out from the ADS. Would have been better if he used the Gone 6 first, but that's not gonna happen though, because Solo Carry is here to, save the day, get the first frag, and just get out, ensure safety in the side.
Well, Solo Carry seems to have activated in this round situation, as it were. 2 ADSs on the main door. Thank you, production, for pointing that out to us oh so aggressively. As we now go into the remainder of the round. Northstar, losing that body, losing Iana like that, definitely not a good look for them. Devil going down this time around, and no retrades here from them either. Minor Breach going, and Expansion Tetra, where are you even playing? And how is he still alive? How was Expansion alive for that long? And why did it take UN69 firing from somewhere completely unrelated to be the one to get that kill? What even happened in Big Bakery? I guess we will never know. Leo's taking a bit of damage thanks to, of course, Expansion Tetra playing where they were, as the Banshee is unable to stop the Zofia long enough for the Thorn. What was the name of the Thorn's gadget again? Anyhow, Thorn's gadget to blow up in her face. As Solo Carry is now really getting aggressive, too aggressive. E404 will shut them down. Minimoose is above, holding for an entry as Ares finds Khalifa. This could be big right now, as Minimoose does get Leo. That is one kill. The Oryx's position is now given away. He'll have to reposition, and Drons goes down in the meanwhile. It's a 1v3. All down to Minimoose now, coming into the site. This is going to be an interesting situation, but no, he drops the diffuser. No way. You're telling me the diffuser carrier had not just gone into the site already. This could be huge right now. The angle's being held. It's an LMG Finka. And there we go. Minimoose knows better than to contest that. The plant should go off. The Oryx is seen. And Ares actually falls back into the site and gets the kill nonetheless. Minimoose, a good attempt, but not to be. North Star win round 5, make it 4-1.
Yep, 4-1. Team North Star, they are not going to stop. Not a single inch. They'll be able to put themselves back in the lead 4-1, and round number 6, 5-1 can be a possibility. And I've got to talk about the zoom in thing that happened with the ADS. It kind of reminded me of a Bollywood serial where you usually have those zoom in transition. It kind of reminded me of that. But all in all, round number 6, 4-1.
You know, like we can take that a step further. I don't know if who can make this edit or whatever, but like go back in the VOD and just have the classic, music play. The drums going all over it. Yeah. Production's giving us a beatbox version of the music in the background.
The only thing which we require is just pan in and pan out transition, and that would make even more sense.
Oh, no. Not just pan in, pan outs. 50 per shot.
Oh, yes. 50 per shots, Two ADSs, do that 10 times. Iana gets picked out to do that like a black and white filter and just make an entire screen shake transition.
Yeah.
And then suddenly we have to make some shock noises, right? You have to go like, that just happened? That kind of shockness, it's funny how I said shockness in it.
Shockness.
But yes,
We're
the shockness can't
here
be
tonight.
controlled. Yes. Round number 6, North Star in the lead 4-1. Can they put themselves 5-1?
Okay, I think.
No, I think I need to, tone it down a bit.
I think we've worn the joke out of its, we've let the joke run its logical course, yeah. So, anyway, coming back into the round in all seriousness, this is the last round of the first half, which means North Star are basically cruising right now, right? They're 4-1 up. Even if they are 4-2, going into the second half, they will be having a good time of it. But Minimoose has something to say about this as he finds Ares first. That's your Finka gone. That's a big kill if ever I've seen one. Finka before the round can even get properly underway. More than that, it's Ares 10-4 already off the board. Umai's position given away behind the overturned, they're behind the overturned piece of furniture over there. Shots are fired towards them, but no dice yet. Somebody's watching the entry solo carry, that is. A dangerous player in their own right. Minimoose is watching from the top floor, so the attackers can't get too comfortable right now, even if they are outside the building. Oh, dear me. Leo decided to push in aggressively, and Khalifa and solo carry both peeked them at the same time. That was definitely a thing. The Twitch again getting too comfortable here. Khalifa and solo carry join hands in shutting down someone else. Khalifa taking a ton of damage right now for a bit of aggression. But again, it's just down to UN69 and E404, the last two standing.
Look how Khalifa is playing in that angle on Bakery. Such a risky angle, but okay. A headshot from UN69 as he gets to take a headshot to take out Expansion Tetra. We still need to find 4 more players on the side of Team GeeTwo Esports, in which both of them, Moose and Khalifa, are very low on HP. So a single shot to the body should be more than enough to guarantee a kill. Losing gunfights will be even much more problematic for Team North Star. At least on the bright side, they have the diffuser. All they could do is just ensure that they have control on the site. But they're losing a lot of time. A minute left for the attackers to make their mark. Now we see the players. E404 is just slowly making his way in towards the site. So does UN69. All he has to do is just find an entryway. But it's a quick trade though coming in from Moose. We'll get it. Ultra Noob back at a 1v3. Clutch situation can happen if he succeeds with his headshots, and a single shot to the body towards Khalifa. Still has one of the utilities, the air jabs. He could use it to deny flanks. He still has one flashbang which could use to at least ensure that he wouldn't be, have an angle towards the court side. But whether or not he'll be able to make a move or not will be the biggest question. That a lot of damage being dealt around here from Thorn. He'll be able to down solo carry, but not at the hands of Bronze RR, interestingly enough. GeeTwo Esports will at least end the first half on 4-2, in which GeeTwo Esports might have a chance here in the second half.
Here we go, the second half. 2-4 down, GeeTwo Esports are now on the attack. Northstar defending on their own map pick, as we are well and truly at the very least halfway through the map. And I say at the very least because if GeeTwo Esports manage to equalize and we have a constant back and forth between them and Northstar, then we are, folks, looking at a potential overtime. And, you know, while we haven't exactly had over too many overtimes in the playoffs just yet, never say never, as they say, right? So who knows? Anyhow, 4-2 to North Star. They are looking strong for the win. Losing the last round definitely would not have felt all that great, but other than that, they've performed pretty well so far. I will say though, round 6 on First Floor Kitchen from GeeTwo Esports, that was a round and a half. Solo Carry and Khalifa holding down Big Bakery the way they did. My goodness, they showed the side of North Star what's good, something fierce in that moment. As right now, we've got an Oryx in play from It's Ares. Interesting decision right there. But hey, if you want someone to make rotates as quickly as possible with minimal secondary gadget usage, well, Oryx is the way to go. All that being said, round 7 is about to hit action phase, which means we are now in for the next round and the first round of the second half.
Yep. Action phase is in round number 7. Having some changes in operator from both of the side. We see moves also bring in the OSA, the bulletproof shield, which will help them provide good amount of angles, and this would actually help GeeTwo Esports in having a strong hold towards the cigar side. But the main problem is how do they get control on Freezer, knowing that you have multiple angles that you need to, take care of on certain positions. And what's even more problematic is that the Capcan's EEDs are present in some certain doors. So unless and until the attackers doesn't have any information regarding these traps, then GeeTwo Esports might get caught out in a very bad spot. But Ron's, on the other hand, he was just trying to make an attempt of, trying to stealthily approach, but unfortunately the entire barricade went away. So there goes your element of surprise. But still, on the other hand, Northstar didn't notice it, but so you still have those stealth up and running. So for GeeTwo Esports, again, control on Cigar Lounge, and would you look at that? Surprise, surprise for Drons, as Leo gets taken out, and the Mozzie had no idea where he appeared.
Absolutely, that's the best part of the Nook, right? So much surprise factor just from the way Nook plays alone. Right now, of course, we've got an OSA in play as well, mind you, so plenty of operators that can give you intel and make interesting and surprising plays from angles that you normally wouldn't expect. The Nook, of course, excelling more so in that than OSA, but hey, it is what it is. Drons actually walks away from White Stairs. I was going to say, Cloak was on, could have gone up the White Stairs, but decides not to. Flashbangs are out on White Corridor, trying to flush out any defenders who are face-checking the angle, but the shots aren't quite connecting. 60 on the clock right about now, as Expansion Tetra goes down. Beautiful peek by Devil. And Drons are... Oh, no, they don't know where the Wamai is! How do... What? What do you mean? What do you mean? I give up. Anyhow, that means the Nook is going to push up White Stairs unperturbed, but E404 has stopped the defuser from going down. The grenade will miss UN69, who is just about alive right about now. Drons RR, mind you, has very little HP remaining. Things are out on one of the defenders' locations. UN69 goes down thanks to the Finka. There's another one from Solo Carry. It's all was down to Ares for a second, but there came in Minimoose to finish off the round. And folks, this is what we call a certified hood classic.
Yep. Who needs an attack drones while you have drones?
Haha.
Wait, not drones, drones. That's the joke I was trying to say. But anywho, round number 8. What a play from the Nook. And you could say I was about to make a knock-knock joke, but it's actually a bit too late to do it. I mean, I was supposed to be doing that on round number 7. But anywho, 4-3, GeeTwo Esports, almost about to get themselves back to an equalizer score of 4-4. All they've got to do is just win one more attack round in round number 8, and everything should be fine and dandy. Although the plays from Drons' end might have got too lucky from his end, He even accidentally broke the entire barricade, but he still maintained stealth. He went upstairs. Somehow he finds to remove Mozzie out. Next thing you know, he's just mainly focusing on the white stairs, where the Bamai had no idea that the Nook was almost crawling from the main stairs. And then suddenly we see the side of GeeTwo Esports, Moose and Solo Carry just applying pressure towards the site, removing players one by one. And you could say that GeeTwo Esports might make a second attempt unless and until Northstar are not careful about this. So at least Northstar knows that there will be at least one of them who would be, lurking around, and that would be Drons. And the rest of the 4 players, Expansion Tetra, Moose, Khalifa, and Solo Carry, will be mainly focusing on the 3rd floor side, applying pressure towards the Cigar Lounge itself. So since Northstar understood how GeeTwo Esports would, push in as an attacker, all they have to do is just find some certain amount of counters, see whether if they can find a loophole or maybe a weakness that they could exploit, and see whether if Northstar could hold their ground. So let's see what will happen here in round number 8 with the attackers doing their work.
Here we go, one more round from Northstar, where their prospective defense looks worse and worse with each passing kill. Minimoose finds a beautiful shot onto Devil, who was just peeking, an Osa shield on the window, but, just sitting there, chilling. Definitely didn't think that the Osa would, just stand up and get the kill. Okay, that's a nice find by Drons, mind you. Gets the pre-placed C4 that was meant for Piano, and I'm gonna hazard a guess that that was the Capcan C4 right there. Minimoo's taking some damage right now. That's the Osa, but no, grenade comes in from UN69. That's in Downs, UN69, and the kill is confirmed by Minimoos as well. Finka will heal up the Osa nice and swiftly while overhealing everybody else to, a reasonable amount. As we now have a bit of a situation. It is 3 versus 5. Northstar's defense continually seeming like it's very close to crumbling away. Ares sees the drone coming from below white, now is very, very careful of who could come from below the white stairs. I mean, lessons learned, from the last round. But what is it going to amount to?
You can see that 404 is patiently waiting. Never mind. When I was about to say 404 was just patiently waiting, here comes Expansion Tetra, takes out 2 of them at the same time. So
I guess you could say you got hit with the E404, didn't you?
Yeah, he did. Even more so, Expansion Tetra gets the final kill too. Round number 8, back at the hands of GeeTwo Esports, as they are mounting up a comeback here, Jack, equalizing the score count to a 4-4. And in round number 9, although 404 might had an error of his own, you could still say that Northstar still can make a comeback with the site on 1st floor. But all in all, some good plays coming in from GeeTwo Esports. I could say the same thing from Northstar, especially on the first half. But most of the plays that we've seen somehow favors the attack side here, Jack. I mean, on the first half, you saw how powerful Northstar were on attack. Now you see in the second half, the same thing's happening. The only difference is it's GeeTwo Esports who's making that attack coordination well in the second half. So although 3rd floor site is definitely not the place where Team Northstar would defend, maybe it should be best for them to try to defend on 2nd floor reading room, or maybe on 1st floor kitchen side itself, in which they already did on round number 9. So changes in operators back again. It's Ares who will bring out the Frost. The Frost mat traps will be placed on certain windows to ensure a Pog mat moment. Unless and until if it gets caught up from the attacker's drones, then GeeTwo Esports shouldn't have much of problems for them to deal with. What's more interesting about it is that we see Expansion Tetra bring in the Zero, the Argus cams, which will give vital information and also have the chances of eliminating certain ADS placements. And with the power of the Argus cams, which can go through the reinforcements wall, you could have some decent information regarding players' whereabouts. The only main weakness would be the voice, the noise that it makes. But all in all, a certain strong operator it is. Zero, aka Sam Fisher, used to be a favorite character of mine. And now seeing him joining the ranks of Rainbow-Six-Siege really brings a taste to this entire lore of Rainbow-Six-Siege.
Hey, I gotta agree with you there. It's always nice to see good old Sam Fisher just exercising his muscles and all that. Although, I think the version of Sam we all fell in love with was the stealthy, I don't really work with a lot of people kind. and just a very good interrogator kind of Sam Fisher. Anyhow, Solokai is going to be taken off the board. The Frost is really working overtime right now. Ares taking 2. Expansion Tetra now falls as well. Drons is very low on HP, and it seems like GeeTwo Esports' attempted White Stairs side push has just been entirely mitigated. Drons is now on the floor. Minimoose Drone Peak clearly is not working out. Devil's taking a bit of damage, but not a whole lot to be worried about just yet, as the Ace really wants to come in and save their buddy. And Drons is just bleeding out on the floor on White Stairs. Not really too much to say right now. The Frost comes in, gets punished for over peaking. It's still technically a 4v2 since the Nomad is still on the floor bleeding out. But the revive will come in, and that will make it a 4v3 once again.
Looking on the bright side, you could say that North Star dealt a heavy blow, especially Ares' hand. Putting Drons on a very bad HP, taking out 2 players, Expansion Tetra and Soro carry, which is in fact the Finca, which would have been heavily influential for the attacks. And now they've got to do it without it. Using these Selma Breach charges to open up the hatch, which will in fact open even if it is electrified. Now all Moose have to do is see whether if he can remove Devil out of that place. They have some information though. They cannot get the kill nonetheless. Good angle though from Moose. The only problem is that we need some distractions. Maybe a hatch drop would at least ensure Khalifa to get the kill. All he needs is the information. The drop is here, so does the nade kill. The second. UN69's gone out, and there you have it. They have the control. All they've got to do is just plant on default, and post-plant would be at the hands of GeeTwo Esports.
The plant needs to happen, but if they're just going to kill everyone before the plant even comes close to coming out, well, I guess it won't really matter. Round 9 goes to GeeTwo Esports, and they are now in the lead. What a time to take it as well. 5-4, and once again, Kitchen really seemed like the site that should have been the defensive site's win, right? North Star had the early advantage there, much like GeeTwo did when they first went to First Floor Kitchen, but it simply was not to be. And North Star once again lost out because of a pretty good play, but a big misplay from their own end because nobody was watching the freezer hatch as it went off. Now it's a 5-4. GeeTwo are up in the running for map point, and if they win this, then Clubhouse is going to be an interesting game and a half, that is for sure. North Star, on the other hand, they will definitely not be happy with the way that they lost that one.
Yeah, absolutely, Jack. The way how North Star had things under control in the early rounds, especially Ares, who did a lot of work on that, Drones was low in HP, Ares removed both Expansion Tetra and Solo carry, so it was technically a 3v4 situation, and GeeTwo Esports have managed to recover that.
10 seconds left.
What's even more problematic was that once you saw that line of sight being made from Moose's end, and using the grenade to pick out Devil, that was a smart play. That was a really smart play, and the timing from Moose to drop down from the hatch and to remove the other, which in fact led the entire side control at the hands of GeeTwo Esports, clearly says that they have good control when it comes to coordination, and hopefully on round number 10 we might be able to see the same example. But for Ares though, he made an attempt of a spawn peek, but unfortunately he won't be looking too good here. Only 2 HP left, and with the weapon, all he's got to do is just ensure a single headshot. But nope, that's not gonna happen. Expansion Tetra will see it, and maybe a Nagar scan might be in play. No, it's just the usual weapon kill, which will ensure Ares' death. And now we see GeeTwo Esports having control of the situation.
I'm interested in the ideology.
Oh no, Jesus.
I'm interested in the ideology of the Finca Res does not revive players down on Frost mats. A hard lesson was learned today by Expansion Tetra and their teammate Solo Carry. But anyhow, going back to the point, I'm interested in the ideology of going back to the same site, first floor bar, instead of even attempting second floor, and having your Frost play in what is clearly a much more compromised position, the reception side, rather than anywhere else. We have somebody else being chased, I think. Solo carries just pre-firing away on second floor. But no, nobody's actually... No, there is a defender up here. Okay. That's by Mining Room, just outside the fireplace. So maybe a kill could happen. The Expansion Tetra is actually the closest to that player. There we go. The Jaeger is seen. Shots are taken. But no kill happens as Argus Cam will go out. Is that another player inside a fireplace? I think I saw someone. Leo finds one. E404 gets another. Leo is actually up here. What do you know? And nobody, no one joined Mining Room. They were all too busy with the Jaeger and getting vertical to realize that, hey, wait a minute, there's somebody up here. Leo goes down finally, but the damage is already done. It's once again a 2v3.
Yes, somehow Leo just gets away with a kill that GeeTwo Esports had no idea that he was under the radar. And now look at the damage here. 2v3. Solo Carry and Minimoos needs to figure out a way to get control on the site, in which they will open up the hatch from the help of the Asana breach charges. And the amount of information that they're gaining from the Argus Cam, which will at least help them a bit. Solo Carry also has the nade, so all he has to do is just connect the nade and see whether if he can remove Devil out. But one of the nades will get caught out. Shots from Minimoos will succeed in 1 damage. The second won't though, because 404 is still here to give an error. But it's all down to him. C4 for the denial. Will that connect? Yes, it does. UN69 will be there for the finale, as we will see North Star fight back. And they'll be here to equalize it 5-5. And I've got to say, the amount of rounds that we witnessed here, Jack. Previous round was an entire different stuff. Round number 10, Pogmat. The Argus Cam, which gave good info. Somehow, Leo still in Fireplace Hall. No, GeeTwo Esports had no idea where he was. And mainly this has to do with them not being, using their attack drones quite efficiently, right?
I mean, see, there's a certain level of irony in picking an operator composition which has one of the best info gatherers, Sam Fisher, Zero himself in it, and then not figuring out that somebody is just sitting quiet as a leaf on the very floor that you're attacking. The sledge immediately goes into vertical. Expansion Tetra, I believe, was playing the Zero, just waltzes off in a different direction entirely. And Leo in the fireplace corner is just like, I wonder what these guys are doing. Oh, would you look at the time? I gotta go kill some people. Now round 11, it's 5-5. Both sides are equalized. And again, it's playing out in the same way that we saw the first half play out. Not in terms of sites, but in terms of how the rounds are progressing. Why do I say that? Well, in the first half, we had GEE2 Esports, North Star, I should say, take the first 3 rounds. GEE2 Esports take the 3 rounds in the second half. Right? That's all well and good. Then, in round 4, it was GE2 Esports who won. Round 5, North Star. Round 6, GE2. Now here, in round 10, North Star just won after, what do you know, 3 rounds of GEE2 Esports winning in the second half. We are now in what is the penultimate round of regulation, and if GEE2 Esports walks away with this round, which, mind you, the site is 3rd floor bar, then there's a very strong contention for overtime purely based off the way this match has been going so far. And hey, if it's going to be the first overtime of the, playoffs, might as well be this one, I guess.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen overtime being brought out. I mean, especially with you around, Jack. I mean, most of the qualifiers, we had our overtimes on the decider map, but Ultra Noob, as we focus on the match itself, the first frag, and it's Solo Carry who takes the heavy fall. Finka won't be available, and Minimoos decides to take things underhand as he places his bulletproof shield to give them vital info. Shots the C4 in midair. Nice shot. But will he get the kill? That's the main problem here. You see team on the side of North Star who's just pressing a lot. And okay, a quick wallbang peek will ensure that refrag would be in their hands. And here comes Drons, stealthily as ever. Can he be able to get a kill or 2 from the white stairs and ensure GE2 Esports victory in the side 3rd floor? have some good information from the attack drones. They have some necessary denials. Actually, Northstar doesn't have any explosive denials. They only had impact, which is in fact already been used from Leo's end to make rotates. And that's the only thing they have. You have some traps from Ares' end, but not a denial from Plant itself. So Cooked Nade will be made from Dron's end to see whether if he can catch a player or two. No, he won't be able to find one. And as you can see, time's been wasting a lot in just 50 seconds, and Leo, he almost got picked out from Tetra, but somehow he survives. It's all that chaos being made. And you see how they're trying to take control, but somehow they're not getting those initial frag outs. And he moves, gets one, so does Drons. Control from White Stores is theirs, and now we see GeeTwo Esports take control with just a single push. Okay.
And, well, based on the trends of this
right,
map
Zach.
so far, hey, my 20th prediction, what do you know? Based on the trends of this map so far, yeah, that's why I said my 20th prediction. I get 1 in 20 correct. So this next one is basically a reset, and it's my first prediction again, which means I'll probably get this wrong. But based on the trends of this match, North Star has a pretty good chance of winning out this round if they play their cards correctly on third floor bar, and we could potentially go to overtime. However, see, the difference here is, unlike North Star on the defense, GeeTwo Esports actually won the site that they were not able to attack properly in round 4. So that's accounting for quite a bit, right? And when they went back to kitchen, GeeTwo Esports actually still won it in round 6. So this is interesting because North Star have continuously lost third floor bar. They lost in round 7, in round 8, and now in round 11. They won first floor kitchen, but that was after losing it in round 9. They won it in round 10. And they can't go back there because this is the last round before, if there were like 13 or 14 rounds in regulation, then this would be the last round before North Star would be able to go back to kitchen again. Lots of statistical, analytical mumbo-jumbo there. You don't need to know all the numbers. Basically, what you need to know is North Star, while they might be able to push for overtime, they have not defended third floor bar well at all. The 3 times they've gone there so far, they have lost. And this last round, once again, when they took early, operator body count advantage, you'd think they'd be able to hold down on it. But again, not quite. GeeTwo Esports proving that they don't always necessarily need all 5 of their players. They can still play even when their 5th or their 4th or both are out of commission.
I mean, there's still a chance though that North Star could win, but even if you take a look at the operator's pick here from North Star, you see them bring in the Mozzie, which is in fact will be roaming around from the second floor side, and already a pre-play C4 has been placed out from the third floor cigar lounge. So when they hear the walls being opened up, an instant use of C4 will be detonated to give the kill for the defense. Unless and until the Nook understands what exactly happens, he'll be able to remove that pre-play C4 and ensure that that trap will not happen. So that's exactly what Drons is trying to do. Just slowly moving in towards Train Museum, finds the C4, takes it out, and there goes an element of surprise. And UN69 will be wondering, well, I have the C4 now, I can just detonate it by just opening, just by listening to the walls being opened up, but turns out that's not going to work out too well for Team North Star. And losing that explosive utility will not work out too much, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, that's what now, the 3rd time in nearly as many rounds on third floor bar that the Nook has come in from below and taken down the deployable C4. Impacts come out, and UN69 actually still gets the kill nonetheless. Drons does go down, but not before Leo. The Doc goes down to the Finca, and Minimus gets Devil. 2 big drops right now for the side of North Star. The shield protecting the head of the Osa. Meanwhile, Ares falls inside of the site. GeeTwo Esports looking mighty strong right now. It's all up to UN69, but no. Fast diffuser drop. This could be huge right now. No C4. And, of course, Pete and Roni, not exactly known for its magazine count, but they got to make this work. They are, of course, overhealed. Grenades are going to fall in towards White Stairs, but they find another triple kill. Oh, dear me. This is a situation and a half. Diffuser is protected. Frag grenade is out. That's going to take care of course, the also shield or the Finka doesn't know. So many shots fired. You gotta be careful here, but no, they go down. They're off the board. It's a quad kill. There's no way he gets away with this. And Ace clutch in this moment, and he's getting pinged. The attacker, that is, getting pinged because of information inside the site. There are deployable camps and Mozzie drones as well. Khalifa's going for the plant. This could be a post-plant situation. Khalifa's gonna get it down on the floor. 8-6 versus 12-7. Shots fired, and Khalifa actually goes down below. This is really, really smart. Play white stairs. That is exactly what they need to do. They're going to see the Mozzie any second now, and they shut him down before the clutch can happen. Khalifa plays their card correctly, and we do not, in fact, go to overtime, folks. It is 7-5, and GeeTwo Esports, in a surprising turn of events, have taken North Star's map away from them. They'll be going into Clubhouse 1-0 up.
Good attempt, though, from Ultranoob69, but damn, even you would also not expect to see that happen, right? Especially knowing that the hatch is just opened up, he immediately repositions back from the white stairs, and knowing that being in that 1v5 situation, Ultra Noob, he still made his fair share of attempts. For a moment there, I thought a clutch would have happened. So an overtime would have been a chance for Team Northstar to bring this back, but all in all, that did not happen, and we see GeeTwo Esports make a surprising presence in the second half, winning most of their attack rounds by not being able to lose a single round on third floor bar and cocktail lounge. Not a single round from GeeTwo Esports has lost their attack, in which they have won 4 rounds on that site. 4 rounds. As we take a look at the highlights itself, we get to talk about both North Stars' side as well as GeeTwo Esports' end too. Both of their defensive hold were not looking good, if I have to say this on a serious note. Most of the time, it was usually the attack side, the attackers who'd usually have the advantage, and the initial frags usually goes to 80s, who's been playing as a Finka most of the time. The initial kills, the executions were working very well in their favor, and then in the second half, GeeTwo Esports all were also doing the same thing, where Solo Carry was the one playing as the Finka, and then you had Drons, who'd usually remove those pre-placed C4 on second floor 3 times. So you got to understand the way how North Star operates on attack and GeeTwo Esports do in second half. GeeTwo Esports, on the other hand, are very coordinated when it comes to those executes. North Star, on the other hand, relies heavily on opening picks. Whenever they find an opening pick or two, they'd initially go in for the execute to apply pressure in towards the side, and that's usually how North Star won most of their attack rounds. GeeTwo Esports, on the other hand, wherever they are in a very disadvantageous situation, they'd usually check for attack drones for info, and when they have those properly information utilized, they could just use a nade or two to flush out one of the players and then just initiate at the right time. So GeeTwo Esports, when it comes to coordination on attack, they're usually the one who won. But for North Star, on defense, you've seen a lot of changes on the operators' picks, You see them bring in the Rook, the armor plates, which is heavily good for having a lot of extra HP. But all in all, when it comes to having a meta operator specs on the side of defense, bringing in denial operators like Smoke or maybe a Tachanka would have helped out a lot. Or maybe, bring in C4 operators or Electroclaws that can deny breach happening from the second floor. We don't get to see any of that operators being brought out from North Star. It's just the usual, frag operators like Oryx. We see them bring in Capcan, the EDDs, which could at least use some explosive projectiles, but its main weakness is that once it gets detected from the attack drones, it'll usually get destroyed. So, all in all, both when it comes to defensive hold, both of them haven't done a great job on defense, but when it comes to attack, they've fairly done a good job at it.
I mean, yeah, pretty attacker-sided cafe. I think we can all agree. 4-2 first half to the attackers and 5-1 second half to the attackers once again. GeeTwo walk away with a win here. And look at mini moves there, Baba. 17-7 with an 83% KOST. 2 first bloods to boot. Clearly, best in the server. Solo carry the only one having more entry frags, 3-2 in their stat, but 9-7, 73%, and Khalifa 10-6, 75%. Minimu's head and shoulders above the rest, as they are clearly, a team that they're clearly a player that truly is deserving of that top spot. Unfortunately for the side of North Star, it wasn't all that great. UN69 going at 12-8 and Ares going at 11-1, but the rest of them, E404, Devil, and Leo, had very quiet maps overall. They'll have to pick up the pace if they want to win Clubhouse, which, reminder, is GEE2 Esports map pick.
Yeah, what's even more interesting about that map summary is that every single player on the side of GE2 Esports have got themselves an initial pick. Every one of them. Every single player. North Star, on the other hand, there were some players, you had Ares who'd usually get the initial peaks, but not a lot from North Star. But whether or not they still have a chance on map number 2, Clubhouse, will be a deciding factor, and which in fact will be brought out. We might have to go for a short break. Until then, we'll take a look at the sponsors itself.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Community Cup Season 3 for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft and powered by Zotac Gaming alongside our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Baba Gusta, as we are back for the game between North Star and GeeTwo Esports. They are quite, fighting it out intensely, as it were, in the first map that we just had. It was a 7-5 to GeeTwo Esports, although the map itself, Cafe Dostoevsky, was picked by North Star. Now, we're going to be shifting focus, moving to Clubhouse, picked by GeeTwo Esports, with North Star picking attack first. Understandably so, they want to play defense second. Clubhouse is a defender side of map. So, with all that being said, Baba Gusta, what do you think? What are we going to see here on this second map?
Second map, Jack, especially on Clubhouse, I'm pretty sure that there will be some fair fight between both GeeTwo Esports and North Star. The only difference is that North Star has some changes when it comes to operator specs, but GeeTwo Esports, on the other hand, rely heavily on strategies. So it usually works out well in their favor, but turns out on the side of Team GeeTwo Esports, they have a bit of a problem. And that problem is one of the players on the side of GeeTwo Esports haven't arrived, and since the lobby timer is almost coming to an end, we have to start the match nonetheless at a 4v5 disadvantage. So you could say that Team North Star has a really good way to start it off on map number 2, Clubhouse. So let's see how it will work out well. Starting off with the bans coming in, and it will be Finka taken out from GeeTwo Esports.
A Finka ban. Now that's an interesting one to start us off on. Finka coming out from the side of the defense. Who will be the attacker that gets banned here? Okay. This, Baba, hey, Clubhouse game with Thatcher available.
Would you look at that?
Our
prayers have been answered, Jack. We will finally see a Thatcher on map Clubhouse. Yes.
Oh my goodness. Would you believe it? As Devil, who disconnected in the middle, has returned. Capcan was banned by North Star. Interesting decision right there. Capcan definitely seems like a calculated ban. Leo has returned as well, and there we go. The alibi ban once again. This is so non-standard for Clubhouse, right? Normally you see what? A Breacher, Kaid, Thatcher, and one other agent, like one other operator, like, Mira, right, get banned.
Yep.
Literally none of them got banned today. We are just, looking at what could be probably one of the most unique Clubhouse games of recent memory here in the Esports Club matches, folks, between the Pro Series and this match here in the Community Cup. So with all that being said, as you can clearly see, GeeTwo Esports are playing with a one-player disadvantage because their fifth did not join the lobby in time, and due to, restrictions and rules and all the like, they have to play the 4v5 here. And it seems like the technical difficulty has happened as well on their end, meaning they can't exactly rejoin right now. Anyhow, we have what is a very interesting, potentially speaking, first round here brewing up from these two teams. North Star right now will be looking at this and thinking, okay, we can push it to map 3, and if we are able to, then we can actually win on a reverse 2-0. GeeTwo Esports, the work is cut out for them. Not only do they have to make up for the fact that they're playing with a one-player disadvantage, they also are playing a one-player disadvantage on Clubhouse. Now, Defender's side will definitely still help, right? Given that Clubhouse is a defender set map, they're starting on defense first. However, in the second half, that's when things will get really tough for the team in orange.
Well, on the second half, at least on the bright side, you could say that GeeTwo Esports has a Thatcher on board. So whether or not if they use the Kaid's Electro Claws, they'll at least disable all of those utilities and open up the walls at a faster pace. Now, the only difference should be the execute on the side. Cook Grenade from one of the players, which will tag Drons to a lot of HP, bring himself back to 5 HP, but he'll still stay alive. But will Devil... Actually, yeah, Devil uses both of the grenades, hoping that he might find a killer too, right from stocks. But unfortunately, he won't be able to find one. Actually, he does. He will down Drons, but Revive will come back nonetheless. Though the only problem has to be the stock hold, in which currently we see Devil's presence being shown around. And with Drawn still being alive, he'll be able to heal himself back up to at least a moderate amount of HP. But the amount of explosive utilities that's been used from below clearly states that North Star doesn't have any utilities to force the defenders to go outside. That is a third cook grenade from stock, and yet there is not a single player being down from GeeTwo Esports.
Now that's interesting indeed. I mean, of course, the revive happened, and you have the Thunderbird for the heals constantly. Expansion Tetra is, of course, feeling that to their fullest. They'll actually get UN69 off the board right off the bat. That's a big drop right there. The Nomad trying to aim an air jab gets caught out. Ares and, of course, E404 currently outside of the breach. Leo is probably with them as well. Drones out, Devil probably using that as a bait, but that fails. Solo carry is here with a beautiful shot right now. E44 is down and taken off the board as well. That's a diffuser drop right there. Expansion Tetra Click gives the calls that someone's in the site, and it's a flawless round. I guess I gave Northstar too much credit in saying that they might be able to take us to map 3 if this is how they're going to start Clubhouse.
Yeah, the fun part about it is that they used 4 cooked nades on stock, Jack. 4 cooked nades.
And only 2 connected. One like lowered health, and the second only downed. Now that.
The rest, yep. You know, the rest of the utilities that they had, right? They had flashbangs, which none of the players from North Star didn't took good use of it. And not a lot of ADS presence was shown on CCTV, nor they tried to make pressure towards Garage Catwalk. They haven't even opened up a wall in towards Garage to apply pressure itself. For GeeTwo Esports, all they had to do was just focus breach. That's all they had to do. Focus breach, focus the stairs, and GeeTwo Esports just calmly gets all 5 players out. CCTV, I could say that GeeTwo Esports have control of that situation if North Stars makes the same push yet again. Unless and until if they choose to change their decision, you could say that GeeTwo Esports might get at least 2 to 3 defensive round wins. Unless and until Basement Church would not have a lot of problems, then things would look too well. And Basement Church heavily requires at least one roamer, right? One roamer from logistics that can at least deny the cluster charges being used from kitchen. So the faster they remove the fuse, the better the chances. And while I say it, Khalifa decides, you know what? I'll do the initiative. I'll do the I'll get the early peak. Although it isn't Ultranome 69 who gets picked out, it would be Devil. And Devil is the main reason on Team Northstar who'd usually deal a major damage. And with him being gone, GeeTwo Esports are currently just, feeling safe.
I mean, yeah, it's equalized to the 4-4, right? But more importantly, that is your Iana gone. That means grenades, gone 6, Gemini Replicator, aka Infinite Drones.exe, are no longer in play. Here we go. Cluster charges coming in to allow for the Hibana to go for a safe breach on the hatch. As in the meanwhile, we have, of course, a dirt push coming in. Final bits and pieces of the defense have been lined up, but they've got to be careful on dirt right now as, Expansion Tetra. I think that Electroclaw was put down much later than they would have intended to, but still, the hatch has not yet been opened. Impacts have been used up, mind you, so no impact tricking is going to happen unless somebody else's impacts. No, all impacts are gone to make those rotates. There is no shotgun in sight on this attacking team. Wait, solo carry. This could be big. They're going to go up the main stairs, just resting halfway up there right now. Blue is also held pretty thoroughly from the side of the defense. They're just holding out against dirt. There's no drone that's going to give away Solo Carry's location right now. He has a clear shot. He takes it, gets one, nearly gets 2, mind you. 404 and Leo fire back. They find a couple kills of their own. Ares taking damage right now as the Kaid, beautifully done, gets a kill, gets shut down though. It's a 1v2 and Khalifa, do they know where he is? No, they do now though. He's going to go for the shots and he walks away with the kill nonetheless. It's a 1v1 now. Where is the Hibana? On top of the hatch? No, they are not. They're behind the bomb. Shots fired. Nobody quite knows what to do with this information, but no! Hibana's rotate was not seen by Khalifa, and thus, from the main hall, the Hibana will get the final kill. Which means it's a 1-1 situation going into round 3.
Yep, a messy round, but in the end, North Star will survive. They'll get round number 2 victory, in which G2 Esports will go back to the same side, Basement Church and Arsenal Room. And with it, you could say that although there's only 4 players left, there is still a chance for GEE2 Esports to come back. Although missing the one player from defensive side would have at least helped them succeed round number 2. That's the main problem, right? On a side on Basement Church, maybe it should be best for them to defend on second floor gym instead, because Basement Church, the main problem has to be the Arsenal Room, mainly because of Kitchen, the entirety of Kitchen being soft wall, and it's more likely a safe haven for the fuse mains out there to use their cluster charges and entirely clear out the whole side of Arsenal Room, in which they've got to find a way to establish multiple angles. And the way how North Star proceeded with that push was just 2 players pushing from tunnels. You saw, a hatch drop on Kitchen, but no contest being made from blue or from the main stairs. There was a main stair flank from Solo Carry, in which it almost did succeed 2 players removing out from North Star's end. But we all know what exactly happened. It was 404, the Type 89 has a high fire rate and a moderate damage of 43. So you could say that when it comes to winning those gunfights, usually the Ivana would win nonetheless. So on round number 3, GEE2 Esports are already starting out at a major disadvantage, but they have the necessary utilities and hopefully some denials. The only difference is that they haven't got an early peak this time from Khalifa, in which he did take out Devil in the previous round. But in round number 3, every single player are present, and G2 Esports, they decide to be passive. They decide to go passive.
Yeah. Seems like a bit of pacificity might be happening right now from this GEE2, roster. This is holding back as Impact does go out, but they did not set up for the Impact trick, which means Dronzer is not quite able to stop the Excaros from exploding. There comes Devil down the main stairs, gets a kill, trying to get the second one. Expansion Tetra feeling very brave on this peak, but the Twitch remains unhurt. Mind you, that makes it a 5v3 in this situation right now. But one bad move from the Twitch, but no, okay. That's a kill and a half on top of the hatch, but it doesn't matter as the trade is taken up instantly, and the diffuser has been recovered by UN69. 4v2, Khalifa and Solo Carry have a hell of a job on their hands right now. UN69 is going for the plan. There goes a grenade, and there goes the Thunderbird, and there goes Khalifa. North Star win round 3 with relative ease this time around, realizing that, yeah, these guys are probably going to try to jump in our faces as soon as we have the setup done. So let's just play a little bit more defensively and wait for them to expose where they are and, well, punish them accordingly. 2-1, North Star have taken the lead.
Yep, G2 Esports might be a good idea to just go for second floor sites instead. At least on a 4v5, you could still have a chance. And most of the gunfights that you have to go around on second floor sites are just usually close range gunfights. Whereas on sites like Basement, you still got to rely on long range gunfights like blue towards tunnels, and then you have the hatches in towards Arsenal Room. The more you lose control on Arsenal Room, the higher the chance that the attackers would succeed. So I think it would be best for GE2 Esports to just stick with second floor sites instead. And that would at least help them in winning most of their defensive holds. But I mean, I'm not the expert here. I'm just making an assumption here, because knowing at a 4v5 disadvantage, you'd usually want players to get a kill and fall back without a trade. So since they're back on second floor CCTV, last time I remember there was no presence being shown around in Garage Catwalk. So I'm pretty sure that Expansion Tetra will be able to use the Q&I barriers to give good amount of angles, the barriers from Catwalks itself, so in which he'll be able to hold both the breached wall of CCTV and Garage both at the same time. And since there won't be a lot of contest from Garage's side, Expansion Tetra can just mainly focus on one angle itself. So let's see whether if North Star changes their strategies and see whether if they want to apply pressure on that. Just have to wait for the action phase to commence and let the attackers do their work, especially with their hard breach capabilities.
Well, I mean, we're probably going to see a very early breach. Thatcher is available. Wait, they're not playing Thatcher.
Yeah, I just realized Thatcher hasn't been brought here. Would you look at that?
Interesting. I mean, there's no
maybe-
Kaid on the defensive team, right? So a Maverick can do the same thing that Thatcher can. They probably just want the more powerful guns and grenades, right? That's why the Maverick that has been brought into the play. I mean, it's just a theory. Games. Oh, no, I'm gonna stop. But for those who caught that reference, good on you. If you know, you know. Anyhow, seems like breach has already been taken care of since the shots are being fired. There we go. The Thunderbirds will not actually be taken care of. As Expansion Tetra, once again, the Azami on this catwalk is proving so good, or at least was. They can't get healed up because of the way the Thunderbird has worked. Solo Carry finds one, but Expansion Tetra goes down nonetheless. Solo Carry with another. Beautiful design. Looks like CCTV is definitely a site that North Star are not that great on the mute jammer. You gotta be kidding me! How do you not know there's a mute jammer there? You're using an RCE Rotero drone, and it doesn't. Oh my god! Third time? Okay,
Yeah,
third time's the
there you go.
charm. It gets in, and
Don't tell me he's going to the same place. No.
Okay, he got it up
Okay,
this time.
he got it up,
Devil
okay.
gets Khalifa in the meanwhile. It's a 2v2 now. And once again, so long as they can keep their cool, North Star will be able to continue to win this round. Again, they have to keep their cool. Solo Carry has a good angle right now on that window. Shots fired, but good trigger discipline there. C4 goes out, but to no avail from Dronzer, as we have a situation and a half right now. Because GeeTwo Esports, they are once again on the back foot. They should have been playing this with the 5v5, but it just wasn't to be. Solo Carry still holding on to the window. The Twitch just not being able to find the elusive mute right now. And they don't know where to go in from. Leo wants to go in through the door of Cash, but one peek from Drons, and it's going to be game over for that. But never mind, Solo Carry is watching the flank, but the Twitch somehow... I was going to say somehow getting away with the 1v2, but no, the Mute, who had the better angle and the better gun since the Twitch switched to the pistol, out of ammo on the F2, gets taken down nonetheless. GeeTwo Esports equalizing once again. They are putting up a fight in this 4v5 as we are now 2-2 going into round 5, and once again the site is Basement Church and Arsenal.
Just don't take Basement Church. Come on, GeeTwo Esports. You've known that it's not going to work out twice. You've even lost both round number 2 and 3. Is it still viable for you guys to defend Basement Church? I'm still worried about this. I'm pretty sure that GeeTwo Esports would lose this mainly because of the Arsenal hold. Unless and until they have some strategies involving on impacts in which both Thunderbird and Melusi will be bringing the impact nades, there will be some holes being made in which it should be done as quick as possible. But
Attackers need to locate
once
and
you've
defuse as many
delayed a
bombs
lot
as
of
they can.
time, Northstar still has a minute left, and in that minute all they have to do is just make their push in towards tunnel, drop down from the hatch, and that should be more than enough to guarantee a win from Northstar. So I'm not sure whether if it would work out for GeeTwo Esports, and if that did not work and in round number 6 they decide to bring in Basement Church again, I'm pretty sure in this first half this will end up in a 4-2 here, Jack.
I mean, there's a
I'm
good
just saying it,
chance.
I'm just saying it, yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, no, I'm not disagreeing with you. A 4-2 could
seconds to
certainly
go.
happen, but depends on how GeeTwo decides to play these next couple of rounds here. As you said, Basement Church is not exactly their best site now, is it? Even after taking the early peak and advantage, potentially speaking, against North Star in the first basement round they went to in round 2, they still actually lost that round, right? And the second time, round 3, well, that was just a no-brainer for North Star. Excuse me right there. No spawn peaks once again. Khalifa's playing inside the site. Pretty much everybody's playing inside the site. Solo Carry pretty was the one, well, kind of living up to their name in terms of the kill potential of theirs. But Khalifa made a minute. I was going to say, I was saying that they're in the site, playing on the back foot, but no, they're already all the way up on a second floor. Is anyone coming for roam clear, though? I don't think they are, which means Khalifa has a very powerful position right now, and it just depends on when they decide to, climb down one of the stairs and take out attackers.
Yeah. Maybe if Khalifa tries to handle out the kitchen push, might be able to work out.
Bomb located by attackers.
Judging by the sound of that, I'm guessing that they've already opened up the kitchen hatch, and now they're just ensuring to take out those important utilities. All you've got to do is just play patient. He hears the Claymore sound, Khalifa, and he'll be able to make an impression here on the kitchen side. Expansion Tetra on the other end. Wait a minute, what are you doing,
Wait,
Tetra?
what?
Okay, aggressive push from mid-stairs, and Expansion Tetra gets the better of it, but not only from Ultra-Noob69, who has the control on kitchen hatch. An aggressive attempt from one of the players, but somehow it's actually working out. An equalizer, 3-3, as Drons will finally be able to get one player out, and it's Leo who gets taken out by surprise. But Ultra Noob, on the other hand, gets to take care of Khalifa. 3v2, make that 3v1, and just like I suspected, it's a 3v1 where solo carry have to find all three players. Can he be able to find out? Yes, he actually does. Two players down, and now it's a 1v1. And Ultra Noob 69, can he be able to get it? Yes, he does. And just like I suspected, Jack, Northstar will win yet another round on Basement Arsenal Room / Church.
I mean,
Please.
the same situation happened, right, between G2 and Northstar, because G2, they once again had this situation where it was a 1vx, this time for solo carry, last time it was for Khalifa, and they still lost to a player rotating out into the hallway. So our rehost has been called, folks, and good news, because their fifth, GEE2 Esports' fifth, has actually responded, and they are coming into the lobby. So will the rehost get the fifth player into the lobby and have a full game from here on out? Sure, with fifth in play, pretty sure with their fifth in play, GE2 Esports will be able to play to their fullest potential, to their heart's content as well, as they would want to. Clubhouse, I mean, even in a 4v5, Baba, you have to at least admit, even if Basement hasn't been their best site, they've still given it a very, very good attempt.
I mean, absolutely, they did. I mean, no offense to Team G2 Esports. I mean, just by looking at Basement Arsenal Room site itself, I kind of felt like the Arsenal Room hold that these guys have been doing is not really that strong. Most of the times, it's just the usual push that Northstar does. And with those cluster charges, no matter how many utilities that you've placed on Basement Arsenal Room, I mean, you even saw Keeper barriers, you even saw Banshee deterrents, you even saw ADS as being placed from the Arsenal Room, and everything was removed by a single use of cluster charge. So I've got to wonder whether if it is a good idea for G2 Esports to be placing utilities rather than placing it on some other places like blue stairs or on tunnels. Make your entire presence known on tunnels by bringing in smoke, the deployable shields, the shotgun, which is very powerful on close range, and an SMG-11 if you want to contest mid-range gunfights, and smoke gas canisters, which is more powerful if any of the attackers choose to drop down from the hatch itself. And the best part about it is that since Finca has been banned, the interesting part about it is that Thatcher isn't being brought up from Northstar. I just realized. Round number 1 was the only round where we saw Thatcher being brought out. The rest of the rounds, Thatcher is nowhere to be seen.
I mean, it's probably mostly a case of teams is being used to not playing with the Thatcher, right? When you think about it, right? Basement for the side of Clubhouse doesn't necessarily need a Thatcher the way it's played anymore, right? Kite is not even in the equation, so they didn't have to worry about electrification that needs to be taken out. And even if they did, there's the fuse, right? Kitchen hatch is safe, and Maverick can just take the other hatches. Sure, Thatcher will save you a good bit of time, but you have to coordinate two players instead of, two players on all three hatches instead of two players just for kitchen and one with a cover player for the other two hatches. So it's pretty simple and actually divides up utility a lot better to not have the Thatcher. Interestingly enough, never thought I would say that. Full disclosure here, I never thought I'd say that, but it is what it is, right? At the same time, for CCTV, it's kind of the same thing, right? Maverick effectively takes up the role of the Thatcher. So why bring in the Thatcher when you have a very good alternative with two grenades and a very good gun? The L85 is one of the staples of Rainbow Six, right? But Maverick's M4 is actually one of the strongest guns. I don't know what happened. The weird noise came out of my teeth. Anyhow, Maverick's M4 is actually one of the strongest weapons in the attacking side of things, and probably one of the strongest weapons in the game in total, at least at mid-range, right? Of course, literally nothing has beaten the AK to this day. other than LMGs, but even they will have a big caveat starting the next season. The AK-12, on the other hand, not so much. Hey, Fuse mains like myself stay winning, right? So, I mean, Ace also stays winning, so there's also that. Ace mains can share the glory of the AK-12. It's fine.
Yeah.
You can have it. We have a shield. We literally have a shield. So that's all well and good. Anyway, jokes
We have
aside.
a Hulk. Yeah, I know that actually came out quite wrong, but yeah, there's no Hulk in Rainbow Six Siege. No, it's just
not yet.
It's just,
you never know.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe we might find an operator that can, bring.
Although to be fair, production
Oryx,
just
right?
pointed this. No. Production just pointed this out. If you want someone who's big, muscular, and green, just Tachanka.
Yeah, I just realized you can just bring in Tachanka. You have the mounted LMG, which is no longer mounted, and you can use it as a primary weapon. You can just demolish every single soft wall you can see. And also, you have a Shumika launchers, which can help you, just handle it out. Almost has the same playstyle as Smoke, the gas canisters which can deny 30 seconds, whereas when you have Tachanka, you can burn more than 30 seconds, right? You have a total of 20 shells in it. That is in itself a total of 1 minute and 30 seconds, if timed right and if used properly. 1 minute and 30 seconds is not a joke. Especially for the attackers, those extra minute and 30 seconds could have been used to, do whatever they want, They need some certain times to open up hatches. They need certain times for, making that execute. And then when you're met with Atachanka with his Shumika launches, he just keeps spamming his Shumika launches. How can you, get through knowing that you will be taking damage nonetheless, right? And now, focus on the match at hand. North Star, Team GeeTwo Esports, both of them are present in the lobby. So here's a question for you, Jack. So since on round number 6, and I guarantee you that in round number 6, they'll be picking the same site, basement, arsenal room, and church. I'm saying that North Star will win round number 6 and end it off on a 4-2, mainly because of the composition and the pushes that they're making. What do you think about that?
I mean, we'll have to wait and see, right? Not entirely sure if they'll be able to win Basement Church, but hey, if GeeTwo Esports go down there again, wait a minute, isn't? Yeah, wait. They picked CCTV for a quick second. I was gonna say CC shouldn't be available, right? Because they won CC in round 4. It's round 6.
They did.
Oh, okay. So we have a little bit of an issue here. Second floor gym is actually locked because of a little mishap that happened while adding the what do you call it? The round history. Yeah.
Round history, yep. On round number 4, it was second floor CCTV.
That they won. Yeah. Gym has literally not been played, but they're going basement. They're just going basement
anyways. They're going basement anyway, so it's fine.
You can't make this up. You can't make this up.
Oh my goodness.
You can't make this up.
I'm pretty sure that they were thinking of going on second floor gym. I mean, they had to, right? They wanted to pick second floor gym, so yeah. So I mean, anyways, since they decided to pick the same side, basement, church, and arsenal room, so yeah, North Star. I think they can win 4-2, Jack. I think they can. What do you think? Can GeeTwo Esports can bring it back? I mean, since they have Smoke from Expansion Tetra, I think we'll have a lot of presence shown from tunnels, right?
I mean, all things considered, we might actually have a 3-3. We might not. I mean, depends on how GeeTwo Esports end up playing, right? And yes, the Smoke being played is actually really good. They've got 2 C4s now. Dronzer with the 2 impacts and the Jaeger as well. Mind you, N Paradise is now back. That is their 5th, whom they were missing. The Kaid is now in play, which is always, of course, a good thing. Having your 5th, having your full team to play and coordinate around. GeeTwo Esports will find themselves freed up a lot more to do all of the things that they need to do with now N Paradise in play. Now the question is, how do they play around this round? They need to equalize. They need to take the lead here, at least in the second half. But to do that, they need to equalize. And to do that, North Star will have to bite the dust. And for that, Well, as you know, as they say, the bullets have to rip right out the door to the sound of the beat. The beat being, of course, the falling bodies of North Star.
Or they can just make a wish from the constellation and hope that they'll be able to win round number 6, because it's the North Star after all, and maybe in order to see the stars it has to be night time. I mean, it's apparently daytime on a map like Clubhouse. But focusing on the round, as we see Team North Star slowly making their impression, and there you go.
Why would you
80s.
peak that?
Yeah, I have no idea why would Expansion Teta would peak like that.
Attackers have dropped.
And that too with an SMG-11, not with a shotgun. But that will immediately give North Star the control on tunnels, and here comes the cluster charges which will remove every single utilities in the arsenal room except the players which will have control on K9 and also on the dummy spot. So you have control on the angle, and here comes Ares back again to get another kill. And I'm pretty sure that North Star has things under control when it comes to the side itself. Cooked nade, drones. Can he get the kill? Yes, he does. He gets to take out Ares, but it's still not enough. It's Paradise who needs to figure out a way to bring this back on a 1v4. Can this happen? 1v3, post-plant will commence from 404.
Activating diffuser.
And now he only has 45 seconds. And in just 30 HP remaining, Paradise has the C4. He could use it. Full potential, but he doesn't have any required information. And with it, North Star will end the first half on a 4-2 scoreline. And
See, this is why,
yeah.
Baba, you're the prediction master. Okay?
no, I think I should have predicted this. I shouldn't have said that. No.
You predicted it. You challenged me to counter predict, and I did. And guess who lost? I mean, at the end of the day, it's a 50-50, right? One of us was going to win anyway. But you won, and I continue my losing streak of predictions. Okay?
Here's the thing. The only main reason why I ensured a win on Basement Church is because they went to the same site 4 times, and North Star did the same attack 4 times in a row. That's the only reason why I said North Star would win round number 6.
This time we had the smoke and dirt, but
Yeah,
he was just
Defenders protect your
busy
bomb.
showing his face behind all the beams.
and that too in front of the deployable shield. So even I was also confused.
Yeah, like you have the shield, it has got an ADS next to it. Use it!
His shield is his sword. Expansion
No,
Tetra.
no. Expansion Tetra. My face is my shield.
Come on.
That's a Space Marines reference for those wondering. Anyhow.
Puns.
Anyhow. Going back to the round. Basement Church. I'm getting sick of this site, I'll be honest with you. Basement Church again. This is now the 3rd time in a row we're coming back here. And North Star are looking to probably show GeeTwo Esports how to actually defend the site. And they're going to do it with an Oryx. Interesting. Oryx, not exactly a huge pick when it comes to Basement Church Arsenal sites. We've seen him before here, yes, and with the Bailiff secondary shotgun and his Rima Dash ability, he is able to, just do a ton of rotate-based stuff and opening up lines aside and this and that it would usually take 2 operators to do, right? So he frees up a couple of other operators to do other things and opens up the pick pool a little bit more as well. Valkyrie is in play by E404. That's an operator we literally did not see from GeeTwo Esports, right? Like, we're talking about how North Star never picked Thatcher. How about the fact that GeeTwo had a Valkyrie available and never used it? That's got to be a missed opportunity there for them. And North Star, in the meanwhile, are on this attack as they are raring to go. This is going to set things up slowly but surely and get themselves in position for for holding against the attack of GeeTwo.
A missed opportunity. And a very difficult one of that too. And yeah. But since on the bright side, you could say that GeeTwo Esports have got all 5 players in. So on round number 7, this might have a different case. GeeTwo Esports decides to have control of this situation, especially on map Clubhouse. Since they've lost a lot of opportunities in the first half, let's hope that it won't be the same in second half attack. C4's been expended, but unfortunately won't be able to catch a single operator on the side of the attackers. And now, with the succession of opening up the hatches, now they just got to focus on entering towards the site. But how will they do it?
Well, guess we'll have to wait and see. They've taken their sweet time with the setup, mind you, but they have not lost a single body. Only Solo Carry's taken a bit of damage. But the Valkyrie, ooh, there we go. Devil is going to take down Solo Carry, literally as I speak, because, wait, was the Oryx in bathroom?
Yeah, he was.
I think he was, right? Jumped up one of the other hatches? No. Okay, according to production, no. Oh,
like-
okay. The Oryx was in construction somewhere else. Construction hatch, top floor. Yeah. Construction hatch, top floor. That's where the Oryx shot from to get the Zofia. That's a big, big drop right there. GeeTwo Esports will be sorely missing that operator as the UN69 is down, taken care of. Khalifa gets the equalizer. 20 seconds, remain as E44 finds one, Ares finds another. Leo will get the plant, not the planter actually, as Khalifa, well, stuck trying to get the plant diffuser down, is going to get taken down as well. Beautiful defense from the side of the now defending North Star, who are marching forwards towards map point.
Yeah, they're almost close. Team North Star. All they need is just 2 wins on defense, and they'll claim map number 2 Clubhouse to them. And I'm guessing that even that we will see map Oregon to be the deciders. And like when we saw the kill from Zofia's end, where he got picked out from the hallway side, I remember that his Devil's presence was shown on first floor bar, and when he got the first initial pick, he'd immediately went back to the construction hatch, and he immediately parkoured himself way back towards second floor construction. So that's exactly what happened. Like he made a quick reposition using the power of parkour. So. Yeah, but all in all, North Star, a good way to defend the site on Arsenal Rome. Every single, angles were covered. Even, you had Leo who was, flanking from the main stairs while there was an excruciating amount of pressure being involved from the bar from first floor bar itself. So let's see how North Star will defend on CCTV. We'll still have the same operators except Devil, who'll still, have a decision to bring in the Oryx. The Rima Dash, very powerful ability that can open up any soft walls, and like I said, a versatile roamer, that too. But will it be more than enough to give North Star map point? It does. Let's find out in round number 8.
Here we go, round number 8. North Star, 1 round away from map point, and GeeTwo Esports, I would hazard a guess that after getting their 5th back, their performance has actually worsened. Because before they got their 5th back, they were actually toe-to-toe in most rounds, right? After getting in Paradise back, both rounds that they lost very fully. It wasn't even close sometimes. As right now, they've got the OSA, they've got the breach done. 2 minutes 20 on the clock. Plenty of time to set up for adjacent plays. Leo taking damage, getting a bit too ballsy on the front right now. Takes care of the OSA shield, yes, but the Wamai is still very low on HP. We've got to be careful on what angle he decides to peek on. He's still alive. That's what really matters. Another thermite charge is going to be used up. Exothermic, that's on the garage wall now to allow for entry into garage. So they clearly want to do a garage take. That is good. Kind of. Yes. Somebody going towards construction right now would definitely be very good as well. Wamai has been spotted, but still, Leo is just about alive. Ares, unfortunately, not so much. Goes down to Khalifa. That's your first blood for the round.
Here comes the second kill, though, from Khalifa's end. There goes Leo too. Although the refrag will come in from Devil's hand, but he's trying his best share of efforts to hold first floor. Both on stock as well as on garage. But wait a minute, expansion Tetra deep within the side. He finds 2 players. 404 and Ultra Noob 69, both of them down. And Devil, he might be able to find an opening. There you go. Right from below. There goes Paradise. But the only problem is Devil doesn't have the rest of his players back because everyone's been taken care of. He even lost his sight, and with this post plan, it will be even much more difficult for them to deal with.
Attackers activating the
Very difficult indeed. Post plan now as he's going to go up the stairs. Well, kind of. Try to go up the stairs, take a bit of damage, fall back as a result. Trying to find somebody on default position. Nobody to be found. There's a player in garage, I think. At least top garage. Yes, there is. And the shots being fired towards him from red stairs should be enough of an indication to stay away from there. goes to garage anyway, gets shut down. GEE2 Esports take the round back. They clearly really love second floor CCTV, and they clearly really cannot play basement church. So, I mean, I guess we might see Gym Bedroom come out at some point in this clubhouse
No,
match.
we
We're
won't.
going to CCTV again. I mean,
we
okay, for North Star, it's all right. They just lost CCTV. Not like they've been losing CCTV every time they've gone there so far. Let's just disregard that. Okay, if GEE2 Esports win this, we'll go back to Basement Church. North Star is going to win that, and then if the stars align and all the planets, all the 9 planets, yes, you know, Pluto is a planet. I grew up with Pluto as a planet. I will forever believe in that. But if all the 9 planets have to align on the exact 45-degree angle off of the sun's perpendicular axis, then we will see second floor gym bedroom. North Star right now, they have a 1 round away situation from map point and 2 rounds away from taking us to Oregon, which still looks pretty likely. But GEE2 Esports, if they are able to push for overtime, we'll have to scrap that prediction entirely.
Well, let's see whether if GEE2 Esports would claim map CCTV. And
5 seconds left.
wait, I gotta ask you this question, Jack. Is Sun a star? I mean, Sun is the natural star, right?
The sun is a star. Yes, it's a medium class star that doesn't burn too bright, doesn't burn too dim. When it dies in like 3.5-4 billion years from now, it's gonna just turn into like a neutron star and then a white dwarf.
Man, the more you know.
I love space. Okay, if you want information about space, I have a treasure trove of it swimming around somewhere in my mind palace.
Here's the thing. We had every single of those questions on our exams, right? And unfortunately, I had to by heart some of them. But yeah, focusing on this round, you know, jokes aside, we see Leo already starting off with the early pick. Solo carry decides to sting the kite first and then remove the electroclaw just for safety measures. And Paradise will succeed opening up the walls nonetheless. And within 2 minutes, we see Solo carry take out Ares. And I'm pretty sure that GEE2 Esports would definitely win the site on CCTV, whereas North Star will love the site on Basement Church. I think this is exactly what's happening here, Jack. This entire map clubhouse is just who favors the site the most.
I mean, it's been that way, right? Yep. Just look at the statistics here, right?
Look at it.
How is Solar-Clancys in here already? Gassed out of his mind thanks to the smoke, of course. Devil, in the meanwhile, takes down Drons. There goes the Jaeger. No one can get Solo carry out of here, apparently, but Alternative will do so, finally. But it's post-plant. Would you look at that? Khalifa's got to be careful, though. There might be a run out from the garage door. We did see the Oryx go there, who can, I think, dash away from the Claymore spot, just by using the Rima dash, that is to say. But 28 seconds, shots fired, down and kill. There's Khalifa, and it's now 1v2. Devil has to deal with 2 operators outside of the breach. Sees the rappel on one, sees the rappel on the other, can't do it. Would you look at that? CCTV has been won by GeeTwo Esports.
Yep. Second time's a charm, Jack. Now let's see whether
time, Baba.
Yes.
Nth time's a charm.
Now let's just hope that North Star changed the site. Yeah, there you go. Basement Church and Arsenal Room. It is. All right. Yeah. So on round number 8, it was second floor CCTV, right? And then on round number 9, it was the same site where both of the sites were at the hands for Team GE2 Esports. Only the site on Basement Church did North Star win. So, yeah. All in all, man. What? This is an amazing map here, Jack. Map Clubhouse. North Star favoring Basement Church a lot, whereas GEE2 Esports favoring second floor CCTV. And then you have the rest of the 2 sites. Second floor gym and bedroom, who is already crying. And then you have the first floor bar and stage, which has an Uwu face on it.
I mean, at this point, I literally cannot disagree with you anymore. Because never have I ever seen, in all of my years of watching, playing, and casting Rainbow Six Siege, never have I ever seen a team so absolutely unwilling to go to second floor gym bedroom. What are we, back in year 2? Is
Nah,
gym
we don't
not
want
year
gym.
2? No. When was Clubhouse buffed again? Year 3? Or was
Yeah,
it
I guess.
4?
I guess it was done.
Yeah, somewhere around year 4. What are we, back in year 4? Back then, nobody wanted to go to gym bedroom because nobody really realized how the new gym bedroom worked with construction and all that, right? It was a wild time. But gym bedroom is arguably one of the best sites of this map. The top tier teams go there immediately sometimes, right? Look at Kira, look at Hunters, look at, Mercenaries. Look at the top teams from the Berlin Major, right? Nearly every team loves going there. And here we have Northstar and GEE2 Esports with what I have to say is an impressive level of stubbornness to just not go there. We have a Nook and Play expansion. Tetra is going for a bit of a roamer hunt right now. Onto second floor from the red stairs and onto Cash just as quickly. We've got a potential impact trick being set up on the kitchen ash right now. Expansion Tetra still looking, but I don't actually think anybody is on second floor. There's a player on first floor who's been pinged by the Lion Scan. Never mind, on basement, who's been pinged by the Lion Scan. But 2F is clear. Expansion Tetra will confirm as such. And with that, we continue on to less than 2 minutes in the round.
It's just. So you see Expansion Tetra just scanning around the entirety of second floor, ensuring that there is none of room presence being detected from North Stars' end. And now with their suspicions being cleared, they can now just focus on kitchen hatch. The only difference about it is that we see Devil decides to bring in Thorn instead of the Oryx, which means that we won't be able to see any roam presence being shown around. And that's the reason why it's completely empty. The only difference is that we see GE2 Esports not bringing in the fuse, as we see one of the C4s being tossed out. Grenade, seeing whether if it can remove the deployable shield, in which it does. Almost tags out Devil, but we will see Expansion Tetra get the kill nonetheless. Now we see GE2 Esports get the upper hand. All they've got to do is just get control. I'm pretty sure that Team Northstar has things under control unless and until if the side betrays him. Let's see. Here comes the draw. Paradise, he needs to run away. He will still stay alive. Here comes Solo Carry. Here's the first kill, and now it's Ares. Just ensuring that he will deny. Can he deny it at the right time? No, it does not. It's post-plant, and Paradise somehow survives. You gotta run away from the traps. Oh, he gets picked out from Ares. 2v3, Ultra Noob. He doesn't have a single smoke gas canisters, one of them which has already been used from the main stairs. How can they remove the rest of the players from GE2 Esports? They've got things under control. They've got post-plant, and now it's danger zone for the defenders. There you go. Every single player done and dusted at the hands of Team Northstar. And for GeeTwo Esports, they will continue to put themselves back into the equalizer, 5-5. Although, we've had our fun share of jokes about Northstar loving basement side.
They won Basement Church.
Yep, they won. They won Basement Church, Jack. Would you look
at that? They did it.
But they don't want to stop. They still want to go back to Basement Church again, Jack. Second floor gym bedroom is a no-go. Not at this map here, Jack. Not at this map. Because Northstar, they believe in this site. So does GeeTwo Esports believing on CCTV. These two sites is what we love, Map Clubhouse.
We really are back in year 4, aren't we? We really are back in year 4.
Come on, I gotta give them props. I gotta love the dedication that both of the teams have their own favorite sites.
I have never
Basement,
been more excited
second
to
floor.
see gym. I have never been more interested in going to gym in my life than I have tonight. Okay.
Friendship ended with second floor gym. Now CCTV is my best friend.
Friendship ended with Clubhouse. Now Emerald Plains is my best map. I swear. And meanwhile, production is reminding us of dear CCV. Mans is out there just playing. If you've seen socials recently, he's literally known as, what is it? The Rush, the something Rush God. Yeah.
Yes, the
Something
Spike
like
Rush.
Right. Spike Rush God. Playing
Spike Rush Satchel God.
Spike Rush Satchel God, playing Valorant a lot these days, it seems. I mean, credit where credit's due. CCV did a fantastic job at the Esports Club Arena LAN, so you know, like you were there as well, Baba. But
Yeah,
you're
I
here
was
with,
there too.
You're
He
stuck
was
in here.
amazing.
You're stuck in here in the trenches of Siege with me. Okay, so we.
Hey, I mean, at least I'm glad I got to cast with you, Jack. I mean, it's always been it's always a fun time casting alongside with you, so. But yeah, focus on the round as we see round number 11. Oh no, Khalifa unfortunately gets down. Not quite sure exactly where it happened, but in the end, Khalifa will be revived back to 10 HP. And with a 5-5 equalizer, now you gotta wonder whether if G2 Esports can win this side yet again.
Honestly, after the last round, it's much harder to tell now because there's actually a rogue element in the fact that GeeTwo Esports actually won a.
Clearing the way.
It's electrified. Oh,
Yeah, it
right.
is.
This is the other thing, right? Using the Exkyros by placing it on the edges, sacrificing 1 and 1, and then using 4. Because what that does is that gets rid of the Electroclaw. They don't need Feast for that. That's actually really smart. I was going to say, that's electrified. Why are you using your Exkyros like this? But no, it was actually a smart play. So they actually got me mixed up here in what I was thinking. Expansion Tetra does see the Wamai, not the Wamai, the Oryx, but no dice. Devil gets away with it. Still alive. Actually willing to peek back inside of a bedroom. E44C4 will find Khalifa in the meanwhile. Oh, this could be huge. The ping has gone off inside of logistics. Expansion Tetra is here. Oh, that pre-fire has given away the entry, but he gets the kill nonetheless. Equalizes it immediately. It's a 4v4.
Yep, the hatch has already been opened. Now, how will they defend basement arsenal room? They don't have the C4s. One of the C4s already been expended, and it did gain of good value. Expansion Tetra, on the other hand, wants to contest this gunfight, in which it doesn't really work out well from Alter Noobs' end. Actually, from Expansion Tetra's end. 4v3, North Star, ensuring that none of those pushes will be made from the main stairs. Now they just got to focus on tunnels and the hatch drop. Some of the important utilities from the attackers will get caught out, and actually a good shot coming in from Solo Cali's end. C4 not being able to take out Paradise, which means this will be post-plant. Will this happen? No, this will be denied. Would you look at that? North Star is trying to make his best share of efforts to hold their ground, and it's working out well. 2-2-2. Now Solo Carry deep within the side. Can he get the kill? Yes, he does. What a flick. Triple kill. And now it's 404 who needs to do this. He doesn't have the C4. All he needs to do is rely with the MPX, see whether if he can get a kill or two. The F2 not working out. He gets drones. All he got to do is just run away to safety.
Run out of time.
And he will get it nonetheless, Jack. North Star believed in the site, and guess what happened? They are now on map point 6-5, and guess which the next site will be, Jack. Just guess.
I already have it written down, okay?
Just guess it.
Second floor CCTV. There we go.
No, never mind. It's gym and bedroom. Gym and bedroom. There we go. Finally.
We actually got it.
Yes.
We actually got it. Praise the sun. It is
After
Jim.
11 rounds.
It's been 84 years.
It's been 24 decades. Although I did get my math wrong, but finally, second floor gym and bedroom on round number 12. Our prayers have been answered, Jack. Our prayers have been answered.
Indeed. But first I gotta say this. Why did that Twitch let the Valkyrie through hallway? Why weren't you watching the hallway with a wider angle? I get it, conservation and all that, but the Valkyrie is interested in the plant. And there's an open rotate that she can go through.
And he just runs away to safety, just like that.
Yeah.
Gets the kill from MPX, whips out the deagle, and just runs away. Like nothing
It's like-
happened.
Solo Carry, Solo Carry is a great player, don't get me wrong. And they have a great, overall game sense and mechanical skill.
Seconds remaining.
It's just that should not have happened. I will 100% hold this till the end of my days. That should not have happened. Solo Carry should not have let that pass. But hey, it has happened. No point talking about what if situations right now. We are simply going to move on. 6-5. North Star 1 round away from taking us to Oregon. And GeeTwo Esports 1 round away from taking us to overtime.
Yep, and overtime can be a possibility unless and until Team GeeTwo Esports succeeds in this side. You could say that for North Star and both G2 Esports, this will be the first time bringing in the second floor gym and bedroom. So let's see how it will happen for them. Interestingly enough, to take out the Claymore like that. But all in all, the walls will be opened up from second floor gym. They will make their entryway push. Will this work out well? There's also a mirror too, which will in fact be opened up very quickly.
Located by attackers.
And you could see from the attacker side, they're gaining good amount of control from that balcony side. All they've got to do is to ensure that they still stay in that place. Do not let G2 Esports make a single push, because once they do, you've got to be prepped and ready with close quarter combat, and that will be very powerful, especially when you have those shotgun plays.
Absolutely. Now, Selma's going to be used to open up one of the castle barricades. Interesting decision right there. But given that the only other soft breach that the attackers have right now are grenades, I guess it's understandable at the end of the day. Expansion Tetra with a rappel and a drone onto the mid-stairs. Now, this is an important position to be in because this hallway is a big thoroughfare for defenders, right? So the idea to cut it off is actually quite smart. Khalifa finds Leo. In the meanwhile, he's in the bathroom already. Okay, this is something else. Once they get rid of the Jaeger inside of the site, they can actually go for something, but Ares gets one, gets taken down. Here we go, the shots are being fired all over the place. UN69 gets one more, but it gets traded out. It's a 1v3, all down to Devil. They need to somehow stop this plant from going down, rotating into logistics very loudly, mind you. Shots are about to be fired. They're still alive. They're getting the kills. Drons wants to go for the plan, but can't. They don't know where this Melusi is. They're actually all the way out towards construction. Comes around, shots fired, so Paradise knows where the Melusi is, gets the shot. So, ladies and gentlemen, you know what time it is. Say it with me. It is round 13, overtime.
Yep, there we go. Round number 13. Overtime for both these teams. And please, for the love of God, don't tell me it's second for CCTV.
See, GeeTwo Esports have won this site every single time they've gone there. Attack, defense, they've done it all. So why not, right?
Yeah, why not? Why not? I mean, jokes aside, both of the teams has just given us an entertaining time to cast. I'm not gonna lie. Both of the players have done an exceptionally well job when it comes to engaging gunfights, but when it comes to sites, it's always ironic to see only two sites being picked, both of them which is being second floor CCTV in basement, hostel room, and church. But all in all, it is overtime. On a serious note, Team GeeTwo Esports have secured map number 1, and with this overtime being in play, GeeTwo Esports are here to claim map number 2 as well. Will it happen, or will we see Team North Star put us all the way to deciders, and that decider which will be on Oregon? That will be an interesting match of that too. But let's see how well it will work out on this round. Round number 13. It is all or never for GeeTwo Esports. Will this site favor them for a win, or will it betray at the hands of Team North Star? Only time will tell.
We'll have to wait and find out. Now, won't be 6-6 means that 2 rounds have to be won by either side to be crowned a victor here in this map. My goodness. The first overtime that we are having here at the Community Cup playoffs, mind you. We had plenty in the qualifiers, but in the playoffs, and it is this very interesting, very bizarre match that we have between these two teams. And I mean that in all sincerity, right? Bizarre in a good way, because it's entertaining at the end of the day. We get to crack a absolute truckload of jokes, right? Because of the events on screen. Meanwhile, preparing for the breach, that is North Star. They're going to get it done nice and quickly. There's no bandit tricking going on for fear of the fact that there could be grenades from below or a Zofia from below. Basically any number of things from down below in lounge, but Paradise has already been down. Now that's unfortunate. Do they have a Thunderbird? Yes, they do. So solo carry has already got the conversations down, which means a heal can happen. Paradise crosses over safely, and the heal comes out. Oh, the timing of that! The timing of the EMP went off as Paradise he was like a centimeter outside of the range. Drons takes a ton of damage now as well. They're both looking for heals off of these Kona stations. They're gonna be working overtime, but Khalifa gets Devil. That's the big starter right here that they needed. There goes the Iana.
Yep, this is the main reason why Thatcher gets banned most of the time. But wait a minute, Expansion Tetra. He almost got picked out from Garage Catwalk, but he will still be safe nonetheless. Paradise, on the other hand, will get flashbanged. And Expansion Tetra, wait a minute, what is he trying to do here? An aggressive peek. And if Leo notices this might not look too good. Wait a minute, Ultra 69 on the other hand finds an angle. And that angle will give them the control on Garage Catwalk. This is not looking good, especially from the defensive's end. They got control on Garage, and look at that aggression. Leo is here, he gets to take out one. Solo carry needs to be careful on that particular angle. And Paradise, oh no, he misses it. C4, will that connect? Yes, it does. Ultra Noob goes down in flames. And there's another C4, but it gets denied from Ares. And that control from Garage Catwalk will be so problematic for GeeTwo Esports and Paradise. He misses yet another place, and now it's all by himself. He needs to clutch a 1v3, and it's not gonna happen. Leo gets the final frag, and Team Northstar, they will be the one to put themselves on overtime match point on round number 13. They still have 2 more rounds left. And in round number 14, Team Northstar, pretty sure that they will go back to their favorite site, Basement Church and Arsenal Room.
Now, mind you, Northstar just broke the curse of not being able to win Second Floor CCTV. Look, I'm looking back at all my notes. 2F CCTV, wherever I have it written down, before round 13 on overtime, it was always GeeTwo Esports who won that site. But it seems like the pressure of OT had gotten to them. They have lost that map, which is mighty unfortunate for them, that round that is. Now, it is 7-6 in favor of Northstar. They're going to the side that they have absolute, I won't say mastery over, but against GeeTwo Esports, they have shown that they absolutely know and absolutely are aware of what to do on this site of choice, as it were. 7-6, the scoreline. Overtime map point here. Northstar are 1 round away once again from taking us to map 3, Oregon. Boy howdy, Oregon will be a hell of a game if we actually go there. And GeeTwo Esports are 1 round away from once again equalizing and putting us on the maximum number of rounds allowed in a regular BO3 game of Siege. In Grand Finals, BO5s, sometimes infinite overtime is allowed for, but in the Berlin Major, of course, we saw that was not the case. And I mean, if infinite OT was actually there, I'm pretty sure that Grand Finals would have been going for like 10 hours or something, because that was just a hell of a game that the two teams were playing in the finals. Anyhow, let's not get caught up in what happened. Let's move back to this game. No infinite OT, so only 2 more rounds remain, depending on if GeeTwo Esports are able to win this round. But will they? That is the question.
Yeah, that's the question that we're about to find out in this round itself. Round number 14. This side has been favorable for Team Northstar for more than 4 to 5 rounds. And I know, if you have to talk about GeeTwo Esports at that time, they already had a man down, right? It was a 5v4 situation where GeeTwo Esports, had a lot of problems in the first half. Actually, GeeTwo Esports were on defense first. Again, apologies for that. But you could say that this side could go for GeeTwo Esports if they time it right. And here comes the impact nades. And Khalifa needs to be careful on yet another impact trick, which should be thrown around from Ares' end. Yeah, there you go. A second impact. Khalifa will still decide to empty the impacts as best as possible, but it is out of range. And I believe one of the scans from Lion will detect one of the players. And Expansion Tetra doing what he does best on finding the roamers on the side of defenders. Everything is set in motion. All GeeTwo Esports have to do is find an opening, get control on the side, and it's all just history for GeeTwo Esports, because they'll at least get to equalize it one last time, and in round number 15, it is all or never.
It really is now or never for these two teams right now, as we have this situation brewing in front of us. Northstar are 1 round away from what could be one of the bigger map wins that they have had. Devil has a very powerful position right now here, just outside of the pool room corridor, pool room bathroom, hallway, as it were. Expansion Tetra actually gets him. That's the first big drop we've had, and Devil could have been a massive player right now. Leo finds the return, mind you. Solo carry will go down. 7-6 in a 4v4. The more bodies that GeeTwo Esports lose here, the worse it'll be for them in terms of actually winning out the round. Oh, Khalifa, no. Recharged on the Hibana, not the stuns. Wait, that just drops in like that. There's cover from the hatch for sure. Somebody's gonna peek from the hallway there. They're baiting with the plant. They have to be baiting with the plant. They're actually, yeah, they were baiting. C4 comes out. Paradise gets one. Khalifa gets the other in the meanwhile. All right, the plant can actually go off. It's a 1v3 now. All down to the Valkyrie, the last one standing. Okay, standing no longer. I had to hold that in for so long. A bit of a messy end round, but folks, this map is far from over. There is one more round remaining. Round 15, maximum overtime.
The final round for both of these teams. Only one can proceed into the next phase. Only one. And if North Star wins, yeah, go ahead.
Quickly, once again, I know that overtime, we're really past the jokes and all that, but I want to make it anyway. They broke the curse.
Yeah, they
GeeTwo Esports won a round in Basement Church.
Yeah. First half,
okay, so actually, it's not them breaking the curse now. They actually did it in round 10. They actually won Basement Church round 10. GeeTwo.
Yeah, they did, yeah.
So, okay, my call was a bit presumptuous. Apologies for that, but can you blame me? We've seen these sites so many times, and we're back to CCTV. I wouldn't have it any other way at this point, right? It's honestly poetic that we started CCTV, and now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the 6th time we're seeing CCTV in 15 rounds. Let that sink in.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Jack. GeeTwo Esports is a huge fan of CCV.
Clearly.
Man, round 15, if North Star wins this, I'm pretty sure that we are going to map Oregon. Map number 3, which means it's not done yet. But if GeeTwo Esports wins round number 15, then they'll have a spot on the lower brackets. They'll at least, I mean, they will win and they will get to go up against Team Noakhailla Warriors. But in order to do that, they have to win round number 15. They brought up their chance. They have this chance. All they've got to do is just not mess it up. And you could see North Star, they finally understand what they're trying to do. You have from the Thermatics atomic charge, so everything is set in motion. You even have the Thatcher's EMP. The only difference is that they don't have the Azami's barriers, which in fact will make a life for the Wamai a bit tougher. But all he's got to do is just ensure that they would not have garage control and hold CCTV as best as possible.
That's the thing though, right? They got to make sure garage control never slips away, which means the player in there, in this case Expansion Tetra with the Wamai this time, needs to stay alive, needs to be careful of those breach angles, and of course of the angles out towards the main garage door. Interesting peek being made by, who is that? Is that actually a Legion? Yes, it is. Khalifa on first floor playing the Legion, and the garage cam is active, so there's plenty of info to be given away to the teammate, Expansion Tetra, inside of the garage, at least on whether or not someone is pushing the actual breach that's been made there. Now, the question is, how does GeeTwo Esports hold? How does North Star respond? There's only one round that separates this map from what could be a third map or not. It's really a binary question now. Expansion Tetra, bad position to be in. 404 will find him. That's a big first drop, but an immediate refrag by End Paradise. Beautifully played as the Frost on top of the desk. Things are coming out. Shots are being fired. Solo carry finds one more, two more. It's a 4v2. Impact from Khalifa, and it's all down to E404. Caught in the window CC. A Claymore from Devil from beyond the grave. Brings it down to the 1v3 now. 404 only has so much that they can do. There's a player in construction, a player down below willing to run out to try and find them. C4 is sent. does a ton of damage. 404 has barely any HP left. And GeeTwo Esports have literally snatched the win out of the hands of North Star, but they have to confirm it. It's a 1v2 with 20 seconds remaining. Flashbang goes out towards CC, but they know full well that there's somebody behind. They jump in and they go down. GeeTwo Esports, in what has to be one of the most surprising turnarounds that we have seen, have denied map 3 and won on maximum overtime, winning CCTV when they needed it at that too. And Clubhouse is their domain. They win their map pick, they win the enemy's map pick. That means it's a 2-0 finisher, folks. And they will move ahead while North Star will bow out of the competition.
Yep, the power of CCTV at the hands of GeeTwo Esports. What a way to end off map number 2, Clubhouse. And I've got to say, that was an entertaining matchup. I'm not going to lie. Map number 2, Clubhouse. Well, all the way to round number 15, we only got to saw 2 sites. And in the end, it was 8-7, where GeeTwo Esports shall proceed into the next phase. Congratulations for them. They'll be very happy. And their job is not done just yet. They have to be prepped and ready for the next matchup, which will be up against Team Noakhailla Warriors. But for Team North Star, again, good attempt, but in the end, that journey comes to an end. Unfortunate that it had to be this way. We were, very much looking excited for map number 3, but all in all, what's done is done. Let's take a look at the highlights itself. Talk about the entire map of Clubhouse. Only 2 sites was brought out, CCTV and Basement Church, and that is pretty much it. There was only 1 round where they brought second floor gym and bedroom, and that was on round number 12. Technically, it didn't work out too much from North Stars' end, mainly because Thatcher was in play, right? The EMPs disabled everything. They just opened up the entirety of walls. They had immediate control on second floor gym, and it was just, gone just like that. But all in all, I could say that North Star had made a good fair share of attempts on second floor gym, so it was a good thing. But, for GeeTwo Esports, starting it off on a 5v4 major disadvantage in the first half, at least you got to give props to them, right? They've at least won 2 rounds of defense. Both of them was on CCTV. And also in the second half, CCTV was their domain nonetheless. And North Star, they had pretty good hopes on Basement Church. It was looking very good and confident from their end. But all in all, man, what a way to end off map number 2, right, Jack?
Honestly, what a way to end the entire day's play, right? The first match that we had between, of course, GeeTwo Esports and their competitor, Noakhailla Warriors, that is, we honestly thought Noakhailla would walk away with a pretty quick, easy win, but Kira, fought pretty hard. And at the end of the day, they just couldn't quite get the finisher. And by the time map 3 rolled around, they were all out of steam. GeeTwo Esports, however, showing us that no, they are here to compete. They are very much willing to get those points, the R6 credits, that is the overall prize of this competition. And I have to say, credit where credit is due. Sure, they were impressively stubborn in playing these sites, Basement Church and CCTV, these 2 teams, that is North Star and GeeTwo. They still played them pretty well. They each had their overall different styles, I would say, and different mannerisms on each site, which lent to them winning or losing. Even on the attack, right, you would think that when the tables were flipped and it's 5-2, that GeeTwo Esports would have a hard time in the second half, but no, they actually were really smart about it. And it was just well played from their end every single time. The only time they lost CCTV was in overtime round 13, and they brought it back again on round 15, where literally you lose the round. There's no secondary overtime round set. There's no infinite OT. That is it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they won. They had the confidence to actually go there, and they did it. They did well at that too, even breaking the curse along the way by winning round 10 Basement Church, making it 5-5 to begin with. That put a ton of pressure on North Star. And as you can see, it is a stacked scorecard right now. Solo carry, 18-1. My goodness. Everyone's KOST, interestingly enough, is below 70% for the side of GeeTwo Esports. But, look at this. Look at the number of first kills, like entry frags for Khalifa and Expansion Tetra. 4-1 and 5-3, both of them
Oh,
going
jeez.
14-1 as well. Beautifully done. Overall ratings, of course, differ based on other factors in the rounds. Paradise and Droneser playing, of course, the support roles, having quarter maps as support roles are off to do, just hanging on the back foot, doing what they can for the team, and thus winning out rounds. On the other side for North Star, well, the kills are much more evenly distributed as Ares, UN69, and Devil are in the double digits, 10, 10, and 12 in that same order. 9 for E404 and Leo having 8. Overall, same for all of them. Nobody really had an over 70% KOST because this game dragged on for just that long. Right. Entry frags wise, not looking too good. Devil actually being the entry frag kill 5 times. Look at that. 2-5. It's one of the few times I've actually seen that happen in a match of competitive Siege, Community Cup or Pro Series or Major or whatever. Devil, might want to watch the entry from the next map matches onwards. Whatever they play next, they might want to be careful of being taken out early. But no map 3, folks. We have a still pretty late finish of 7-5 and 8, so 2 maps that went exceptionally close between GeeTwo Esports and North Star, and it's GeeTwo Esports who walk away with the victory, moving ahead to lower brackets round 2, awaiting the in the brackets, that is, awaiting the losers between the game in the game between Team Uwu and I keep forgetting who was the one that sent Kira down here.
Noakhailla Warriors.
Noakhailla Warriors, right? No, Noakhailla Warriors actually. Yeah, Noakhailla Warriors are in the lower bracket. No, Copium Uwu, yes.
Oh, okay.
The team that loses between Copium and Uwu will come down to face GeeTwo Esports, and the team that loses between Crushed Potatoes and Waterboys will come down to face Noakhailla Warriors. In the meanwhile, Kira Sports and Team North Star are going to bow out, solidifying themselves as 8th and 7th positions in the leaderboard for the Community Cup.
Yep. All in all, what a way to end off our second matchup. Again, great performance from Team North Star and GeeTwo Esports, and an entertaining match of that too on map number 2, Clubhouse. 8-7, but now you still need to focus on the rest of the matches. Crouch Potatoes versus Water Boys will be our first upper bracket matchup, and second, which will be Team Copium, who will go up against Team Uwu. These 2 matches will happen for tomorrow, folks. I mean, it's 11:30, so obviously it's for tomorrow itself. So, all in all, what a way to end off these 2 matches. Hope you guys enjoyed it. And of course, if you guys need to, have a look at the game Rainbow-Six-Siege, check the link in the description below. You'll be able to get some great offers behind it. And also, in order to play Rainbow-Six-Siege, you've got to need graphic cards. So you have Zotac Gaming that will help you get top tiers when it comes to great graphic cards, which will which is in stock on the side of Team Zotac Gaming. I don't know why I said Team Zotac Gaming again. Apologies for that. But yeah, and also, last but not the least, our broadcast partner Loco, which in fact is a great website for a lot of content creation. And if you got a stream, you have Loco as your platforms. And yeah, that would be it for the Esports Club Community Cup Season 3 for Rainbow-Six-Siege. Hope you guys enjoyed it. This is me, Bagosta. With me, I have my co-caster Blackjack, and also on the production side, Assassin47 and the admins. And we will see you guys for tomorrow. Good night and take care.
Can somebody come and save me? I just wanna know. I wanna know.
I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light. I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red.
I could run through the fire.
Conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light. I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red.
I could run through the fire.